Alright, hello everyone. I think I am live. Um, Welcome to the title screen of Assassin's Creed Unity, because if I press any buttons, it will immediately start, the run. It will immediately start cutscene. So I'm just sitting on the title screen. This game is very cool and interesting and funny. Um, so if you haven't seen this game before, Assassin's Creed I feel like is a very well-known franchise, but Unity was a game that had a kind of cursed launch, if you know anything about this game, back in 2014, and I'm going to be doing a whole run of this game, the story of this run, with no upgrades, so I'm not going to be getting anything. I'm not going to worry about skills, I'm not going to worry about extra weapons, I'm not going to worry about any good armor. What we start with at the beginning of the game is what we get for the whole run. And we're also watching all the cutscenes, so why not? Yeah, Unity is a game of all time. Yeah, I guess we can just start the run, I guess in 3, 2, 1, let's go. As soon as it checks for additional content because of DLC. Also, there will not be subtitles for this first cutscene here because I have to turn on subtitles in-game after this cutscene. So this will be the only cutscene that won't have any subtitles on it. I'm sorry. I can't do anything about that. I will turn on cutscenes after I get into the actual game, but I can't right now.
Our engineers have forged the cutting edge of biotechnological interfaces.
Or turn on subtitles, I mean, I'm watching cutscenes.
We have opened a window.
Not the game was given for free, the DLC was given for free. So not the base game. You are right that it was given for free, but it was the Dead King's DLC that was given for free, not the full base game.
From the comfort of home. Welcome to
I have done a no upgrades run of the Dead King's DLC, but only once or twice. So, and since that is DLC, that is a little bit shorter than full game. Also, all of these stuff, we can only do this one because it's what the game allows. And then another cutscene here where there's still gonna not be subtitles, and then after that I promise I will be able to turn on subtitles. The subtitles in this game are still kind of small. They're not really the best for reading, but that's what we have. So we have small white subtitles for this game, but I will be turning them on for people who want subtitles. Also for myself, because I'm just someone who prefers subtitles anyway.
Who goes there?
A friend of the temple.
Flaurak. The Council's message was absolute. You're not welcome here.
I must speak with the Grand Master.
He's in session. They all are. Another day, perhaps.
King Philip disagrees.
Damn you.
Yeah, subtitles are kind of hard to read in this game. Also, in the original version of AC3, they had subtitles that were kind of hard to read, but they fixed that with the remaster of AC3. They made them actually big and legible. I am also playing this game on PS4. I am the only person who speedruns Assassin's Creed stuff that runs on console. Everyone else, I say everyone else even though there's only 1 or 2 other people, runs on PC just because PC is better for running these games, but I have been a console player my entire life, so I prefer to run console. And now I'm going to turn on subtitles for people who want subtitles. There we go, there is a subtitle. And see how small those actually are. Also, we're not playing as the actual main character of the game right now. This is the prologue section where we play as this random Templar dude. I think he has a name. I don't remember what his name actually is right now. He's just a guy who's a Templar during this time period, and plays him for some reason because it's related to this guy here, who is Jack de Belay, who's gonna be referenced a lot in the later parts of this game.
You may yet save our order. What must I do? Go to the top.
Jack de Malay is something called a sage. Sages are the reincarnation of Aita, who is a... Aita is someone from the race of people who originally existed on Earth in Assassin's Creed, called the Isu, or the First Civilization. They were not called the Isu until Syndicate, which was the game that came out after Unity. So at the time of Unity, they were still called the First Civilization. But Isu is just a shortened name that's easier to say. So Isu were like a super advanced race that existed on Earth and created humans, and have all these special pieces of technology called Pieces of Eden that Assassins and Templars fight over for control. If you don't know Assassin's Creed, Assassins are the main characters you play as, who basically assassinate Templars because they want... the Templars want to control humanity and bring peace through forced order. They want to be the ones who want to control humanity, to have peace. But the Assassins oppose the Templars because they want peace through free will. So it's basically a whole fight for free will versus order and total control and all that stuff. But we're playing as a Templar guy right now and chasing this assassin. This assassin is, I believe, like Thomas Dart de Cornelion or whatever. It's some like weird French name that I can't pronounce, because this game is primarily set during the French Revolution. And he is kind of like the assassin of the time, like the most famous assassin of this time period, and he has come here to assassinate us and take the Sword of Eden, which is a piece of Eden that is also a sword. We're just learning combat right now. This game kind of focuses on combat more than a lot of the games that came before it, and it has like 3 different combat tutorials for some reason, because this is a game of all time. 2014 was definitely a year. This game also came out at the same time as Assassin's Creed Rogue. Rogue was the game, the other game where you primarily play as a Templar. And these Unity and Rogue are kind of like tied together plot-wise. I feel like Rogue ties more into Unity than Unity ties more into Rogue. But Unity was more marketed towards next-gen players, for people who were getting PS4s and Xbox Ones, and Rogue was marketed for the previous gen players who were still playing on like PS3 and Xbox 360 and all that. And now that doesn't matter because Rogue has a remastered version on PS4 and Xbox. Not on PC for some reason. I don't know why any of like the Assassin's Creed remasters except for AC3 exist only on console. AC3 Remastered is the only Assassin's Creed remaster that has a PC version, and I don't understand it. But Rogue Remastered and AC3 Remastered and the Ezio Collection, which is the remaster of the Ezio games, are all on console. And I prefer to play these games on console, so that's good for me. I've been playing Assassin's Creed for like 13 years, so expect me to yap about the history of these games, because I will. I feel like people who know me mostly for a different series called Xenoblade Chronicles, which I yap about too much, but I have been playing Assassin's Creed for actually longer than I've been playing Xenoblade. So I have more experience with Assassin's Creed of all things. I understand the lore to a point where, I'll just say to a point, because I have not really played the recent games all that much. I am not the biggest fans of the RPG stuff. Like, I like Origins. Origins is a good game, but like, after Odyssey, like, I just don't really care. Odyssey and Valhalla, are like 2 of my least favorite games in the series, and Mirage I haven't played yet just because I haven't really gotten around to it, and I don't really care to play it right now. And Shadows I have not played yet because it's technically not out yet. It's technically coming out tomorrow. And even if I wanted to play it, I don't have a PS5, so I'm not gonna play it even if I wanted to. AC2 is goated. I tend to flip between AC2 and Brotherhood for my favorite one. But I am one of those people that will always love Ezio because Ezio was when the series was actually good.
Yeah, let's get a sniffer right.
AC3 was okay. I feel like I have more nostalgia for AC3 than most people because it was the first one that I played. But I still prefer the Ezio games because those ones are just better.
Not my real name,
Um,
obviously, but that's as much as you'll get today.
And AC4 I like, Rogue is... I also kind of like... I feel like
Hijacking your neurons to help them
I feel like I have more of appreciation for Rogue and Unity and Syndicate nowadays than I used to. Also, welcome to modern day in Unity where it's just cutscenes and has this woman talking to you.
If that doesn't frighten you, it should.
This is after AC3 where they killed off Desmond, so there's like no modern day playable character anymore.
Preload gene sequence.
AC4 and Rogue have modern day, but it's just like a first-person walking simulator. And then Unity and Syndicate modern day is just cutscenes.
Last week,
And then after Unity and Syndicate, they had Layla for the RPG games.
For now,
And then they killed off Layla again.
this should help you
They keep killing their modern day protagonists and made the modern day really shit.
decide for yourself what comes next. We'll be waiting.
And Bishop, I don't really feel like they really didn't do anything with her. They just kind of put her in Unity and Syndicate, and then she's never really like mentioned ever again. So we don't care about Bishop. We don't even I don't even think we learn her real name because she says Bishop isn't her real name, and we never even learn what her real name is. Like Bishop is just a nothing character. Like not even really a character. She's just a person who talks to you on a screen. But now we get into the actual game for once after like 10 minutes. This is Child Arno. Arno is the main actual protagonist of this game. And this is his dad, Charles Dorian. We play as Arno Dorian. And we're not meant to know this, but Charles, his father, is an assassin, and you might see that he does have an assassin insignia on his like little coat hanging. Also, this game launched really broken and used to have a glitch where people's faces just didn't load. So there's a really famous picture of Charles's face not even loading, and his face is just a giant, like, it's just a screenshot of his floating eyeballs and mouth, and it's just really extremely cursed.
Yes, Father.
So if you look up, like, Unity no face glitch, you'll probably find that picture. And it's really cursed, but really funny. I actually do have an emote of that cursed face on Discord, which is something I use a lot. Like in my top used most used. But now we actually get to play the game if the game would let me move. So now we have to follow this girl. This is Elise. She's gonna become another main character that we're gonna interact with a lot. I wish she got more screen time than she does, but that's just Ubisoft being Ubisoft because Ubisoft hates women. And I'm not gonna get much more into that, but true fact. So we're just gonna follow her. This part, she's gonna make us steal an apple, and I'm gonna mention something that probably not a lot of people realize. This is a part of the game where a character with the initial A, there's a character, or a character with the initial E, there's a character with the initial A to steal an apple, and that is kind of a reference to the apples of Eden and the Garden of Eden and Eve, Adam, and all that stuff. This is the stealth tutorial. You're supposed to like lead him around twice and use your ghost to like lure him around so you can get to this door, but if you just lure him over there and wait for him, and you know what the door is, you can just lure him once and then just... this game tends to focus more on, like, cover-based stealth and, like, crouching behind objects and things like that, rather than, social stealth like in the older games where you can, like, hide in crowds. You can still hide in crowds in this game. There's, like, a mix of it, but there's way more, emphasis on the cover-based stealth where you have to, like, hide behind walls and objects and all that stuff. And this game was the first one to introduce like a ghost mechanic, where once you lose line of sight of enemies, there's a ghost that spawns where you last were seen. And that's where the enemies will go investigate. Which was kind of stolen from Splinter Cell. So they like to steal stuff from their own games, put them in other things. Which is also why we have the bird drone mechanic in the RPG games. Which they actually got rid of for Shadows, but also Shadows ain't out yet, so it's whatever. And now Arno's dad has mysteriously gotten killed. And I mentioned Rogue earlier. I mentioned Assassin's Creed Rogue earlier. If you play Assassin's Creed Rogue, you will actually know what happened to his dad. The character in Rogue, Shay, the one that you play as in Rogue is called Shay, and Shay comes here to France to find a piece of Eden that Charles has, and he kills Charles to get that piece of Eden for the Templars. But because Arno snuck away and doesn't know anything about Assassins and Templars at this point, then he's just kind of staring at his dead dad on the floor.
Arno, look at me.
So that's the one connection between Unity and Rogue that Unity references Rogue. And then for the rest of the game, it doesn't even get brought up. Which is why I say that Rogue connects more to Unity than Unity connects more to Rogue. Even though they both happen at like the very start and the very end. It's whatever. They tried to connect them, and I'll give them that, but like, not like connection. It's just is. Now we're like adult Arno with his watch, because it's the last memento of his father that he has. And then we get into the French characters with British accents, because this is a game of all time. There was an old interview with Arno's voice actor, which I think is like Dan Janot or something. There was an old interview with him, and he was asked why they gave the French characters in this game British accents for English. And I think he said that the reason was because Ubisoft thought that the French accents would be too hard to understand, which I think is kind of a dumb reason. But that's what they said apparently. And now we have to run through Unity's giant crowds, and chase this guy. I'm doing the full sync here because I can and I want to. I'm not gonna worry about full syncs in missions, which are the bonus objectives you see above the map in the bottom left. For the most part, I'm not gonna worry about full syncs, mostly because with a no upgrades run, most of them I won't be able to complete anyway. But I'm just doing it here because I can. And we have to chase this guy. So the way that Unity parkour works, is you hold down your run button, which for me is R2, because I'm on PlayStation 4. And then you have low profile when you're not running, which is a slower but more stealthy movement option. And then when you do hold high profile, you hold run, you go into high profile. Your HUD in the top right, where my face buttons are, they go white, and then I can do stuff like hold X and R2 to go parkour up. And I got shot there, which is not great, but hold parkour up to go up buildings and climb and all that stuff and do all my parkour. And then a new thing that they added for Unity is holding high profile and circle my grab button, which is parkour down. They added a new parkour down feature in Unity because they wanted to make parkour a little bit safer. And so instead of like jumping off rooftops to your death, they made it a little bit safer for you to climb down. Which is fine, but I prefer the older games so you can actually take risks and have more freedom and all that stuff. Because if you look at the evolution of Assassin's Creed parkour, find like a video like that, you'll see that a lot of the parkour tends to get dumbed down and they take away a lot of control and freedoms, and
In broad daylight.
put more focus on fancy animations rather than actually letting you
Did he indeed?
take risks
Well, I'm
and
sure
do
the
fancy
Master
things.
would be more than willing to sort this out.
Sort what out, Olivier?
A most
And this game is
serious
still kind of
accusation
jank
war,
after like
sir.
almost 11 years. Even after like tons of patches, so the parkour still isn't really the
Wait
best.
for me in my library.
But it is what it is. I kind of have to fight against it sometimes, and have to kind of deal with where the game wants me to go.
Give me that look. Victor cheats when he plays Pharaoh. Everyone knows it.
Arno? Who are you talking to?
No one, monsieur.
But now Arno has been adopted into Elisa's family
Again.
after his father got killed.
What is this?
This is Elisa's father.
Perhaps a new hobby might be better for
I don't remember his first name, but it's like Delacer or something. Delacer is his last name.
For fresh air and exercise.
We'll talk about this later.
So Elisa's Elise Delacer.
Business in town and must collect
Um,
business before I can
And even though Arno got adopted into Elisa's family, Arno and Elisa are also dating.
Escort. Won't she?
They're boyfriend and girlfriend now, which
Running amok is quite enough.
is a whole thing.
See if Olivier has any chores for you.
Sure he does.
What was that?
There's a whole like romance plot in this game, which isn't done the best, but it's kind of done. It's kind of pulled off. And it's a little bit weird that they're technically also family members now because Arno got adopted into her family, but they're also dating. So that's a whole thing.
Thrown out onto the
This is also the first game to have
Wouldn't you?
playable interiors in buildings, so you can like go into all these different buildings with doors and windows and all that stuff. The windows
boy.
aren't the best, but they work occasionally.
Sire de la Serre, wait! Nom de Dieu. Nom de Dieu, nom de Dieu.
Some trouble, mon ami?
A letter for Sire de la Serre. It's very important.
Oh, calm yourself, Perrault. That letter won't reach Monsieur de la Serre any faster if you drop dead of exhaustion. Give it here. I'll catch
He
him.
must receive it today. It's very...
Very important. Yes, I heard you the first time. I'll see that he gets it.
I'm to chase the horse.
Monsieur de la Serre!
You can't drive carriages in this game. That was actually added in after.
Make way, make way!
But there are carriages in this game, and now we gotta chase one. Gotta deliver this letter. Kinda parkour across these rooftops. I did take a lift there just to get up faster. Lifts are kind of an Assassin's Creed staple now, ever since they were introduced in Brotherhood. But they're kind of in like basically every game after. They basically just like let you get up to rooftops quickly without having to physically climb the side of the building.
Monsieur de la Serre!
Find the wrong carriage, and this guy will actually come back in a pretty big way. Which is why they kind of introduced him here. I don't really know what he's doing here in Versailles at this point, but he's here, and they had to introduce him somehow because he becomes an important character. But he's here. And then we gotta go do the classic Assassin's Creed viewpoints. I'm not gonna be actively hunting down all the viewpoints thing. I really don't. If I happen to be near a viewpoint, I'm just gonna go get it. Even if it's not one that'll actively help me later, I'll still get it because it's gonna bother me if I don't. But I'm not gonna actively hunt down like every single viewpoint in the game. No point, and that would just add way too much extra time. Another thing that you might have saw me doing there was I was mashing X while holding while trying to climb up the building there. If you mash X while you're holding up and trying to climb a wall, you actually do a climb loop and get up the wall a little bit faster. It's not the exact fastest way to get up buildings, but it is a little bit faster than just holding up and climbing on the wall.
There you are.
The classic leap of faith that we can somehow do even though we're not even officially an assassin yet. Get into some social stuff a little bit. There's not too much in this game, but just because they had to take advantage of Unity's massive crowds because this game was marketed with how big its crowds are. Which you might see at some point later in the run, once we actually get into the main open world of Paris, you'll probably see how massive the crowds are for literally no reason. So we're just trying to stealthily walk through here. I'm not going to high profile or anything. I'm staying a low profile so I can blend. I have this circle around me. I'm actually gonna that guy to turn around that spot. I could probably make it to that group of civilians there, but I just don't want to get seen in case my blend fades away like that. Gonna walk. And when you're running inside buildings like this, it actually slows you down. Like, this is your main speed when you're running inside buildings. But the way that I was running faster, was that I started running while, let me into the... I started running from outside, into the doorway, so it actually preserved my speed while running, while transitioning from outside to inside. So that's kind of a way you could kind of move faster while you're inside buildings. And like running into people like this, so he does that little animation there. And what you saw me do there, what I'm gonna do again in a second, is Ego Vision, which is like a main staple of Assassin's Creed. We have like a special vision mode, which like tells you like the intentions of people around you, like helps you find targets and things like that. It actually has like story and lore behind it too, because I mentioned like the ECU earlier. A long time ago, there was an ECU-human war, and there are also people mating between ECU and humans, or ECU-human hybrids, and a lot of ECU-human hybrids got some ECU traits, and Ego Vision is an ECU trait. It's kind of like a sixth sense. It's not exact. I guess it is kind of like a sixth sense. But not everyone has it. Everyone has like the kind of... Can you let me through, please? I've never been stuck that long before in the crowd. Yeah, Ego Vision is like an ECU trait that like everyone has like that kind of potential to unlock it. But either you never unlock it, or you have to like train for it, or you have a lot of ECU DNA in your blood. And you just kind of naturally have it, like Arno does, like most of the protagonists in the games do. Ego Vision is kind of weird in this game, but they made it so that it's like a timed thing. I hate that it's timed and you have to like wait for it to recharge. And then we get our second combat tutorial. I can just attack this guy. And you might see that there's like diamond levels on the enemies and above my health bar. I'm gonna stay at diamond level 1 for this whole run because there's no upgrades, but enemies will upgrade and there will be eventually like level 4 and level 5 diamond enemies. These guys are diamond level 1, so it's fine, but for the most part I'm gonna try to avoid fighting level 4 and level 5 enemies, and potentially also level 3s, but I have tricks to avoid level 3 enemies combat. Whenever you see their health bar flash yellow, you can press counter and counter their attacks. And also dodge. This game kind of got rid of like the classic Assassin's Creed counter or like combat system where you can just wait for people to attack you and then instantly counter kill them. You kind of actually pay more attention now and can't just chain kill everyone. It's still not the most like complex combat system. It's not really that hard to get used to. But you can't just like easily cheese it like you can in the older games. Run away from the... the police is a new faction in Unity where there's like... There's the main enemies and then the police faction, which will like kind of fight against other enemies. If they see each other. Which we'll get into later, but... not really the most important thing that's in this game, but it does exist. Which is also why Eagle Vision colors are changed, because normally in the other games, Eagle Vision told you that allies were colored in blue, but now because of the police faction, they made it so that police is colored in blue in Eagle Vision, and they made allies green. Which really only lasted until Syndicate, which was the game directly after this one. Because then they made the whole switch to RPG games and gave you the whole bird drone mechanic as a replacement for Eagle Vision. So, it was really whatever. It was kind of a jarring thing to get used to when I first played this game, but I think now I'm kind of more used to it. I still prefer the older games for like everything that they did because they're objectively better. But I feel like nowadays I kind of have more better appreciation for Unity and Syndicate nowadays than I used to. Because of how weird, I guess I'll say, is the RPG games are. This is also another thing with this run where you have to run through the open world to get to your next objective, which is a thing. What are you doing there, running? It's so good. That's such a weird line, but I love it.
Bonsoir, Olivier. Has Monsieur de la Serre returned?
Senor de la Serre is not expected until late.
But we failed to deliver the letter that was meant for de la Serre, because we kind of made a whole commotion and got kicked out, I guess. So he doesn't have his letter, so clearly something's good gonna happen, right? Right, chat? No one's gonna die or anything because we failed to deliver a letter. No one's gonna die, right? Everything's gonna be fine, right?
How late?
The run's gonna end in like 2 minutes, right? Because no one's gonna die and start a whole game. Right, chat? You believe me, chat?
I'll just wait here then.
But now we have to deliver the letter to the doorway, and for some reason, even if you use Eagle Vision here, it doesn't highlight the door, even though the door is what you're meant to interact with, so you kind of have to just sit here and wait until Arno decides to say something about the door, and then you can actually interact with the door. I don't remember what you're actually supposed to do here. I think you're meant to like investigate different things, and then unlock the door interact option. But if you just sit there and wait, it just gives it to you eventually. Yeah, honestly, I'll say this. Honestly, Assassin's Creed is what got me into liking history. Like, I don't think I could pass a history test just based on knowledge from Assassin's Creed, but, like, playing Assassin's Creed for, like, 13 years gave me a better appreciation for history.
Thank you, young man.
Which is why I hate nowadays that all the RPG shit is focused more on mythology. Like, I like mythology, but this game series was never about mythology. It was all about history. Now they put more focus on mythology for no reason. And they make everything just based on gods. And oh, it was a piece of Eden that did it because the gods are special and they have godly powers, and they make you like a demigod and a superhuman, and it makes no sense.
Le Chevalier du
This is why I hate Odyssey.
About that, I had one, of course, but on the web.
No invitation, no admittance. Now clear the queue.
Well, that's not the only reason I hate Odyssey. I hate Odyssey for, like, probably too many reasons to list, but, like, making you a super special demigod, super powerful human thing is, like, not what this series was ever supposed to be about. We literally have straight up have not even had Assassins and Templars in Assassin's Creed for like 10 or 11 years ever since it. Syndicate was the last full game before Shadows to even have like actual Assassins and Templars inside of it. Just see if I climb up this way. Because sometimes I do get seen here, and we get into the bad cursed windows. And this is what I was talking about earlier with the cover-based stealth. We have to kind of like hide behind walls and things, which is fine. It's fine stealth. It works, but social stealth hiding in crowds is like what the older Assassin's Creed games are about more usually. This game was like the first game to have a crouch button, and I remember when they showed off the crouch button for the first time, in like all the trailers and things. Everyone freaked out and was like, they added a crouch button to Assassin's Creed, and it was like, did it really ever need one? I really don't think Assassin's Creed ever really needed a crouch button. I also did not expect to get seen by that guy there, but I'm just gonna keep going. I managed to get out of his line of sight long enough to not follow me all the way inside this room.
Look at that one. Pretty sure his shoes cost more than my rent.
You up there! Stop! Get down!
Will you let me back in if I do?
What? Certainly not!
Well then, if it's all the same to you, I think I'll stay up here.
Oh, no, like, speaking of, like, knowing history from Assassin's Creed, I remember, like, old Tumblr posts or whatever, where, like, people talked about, like, being, like, on a class trip for school or something to, like, Italy or whatever, and they got lost, and, like, some kid, like, was like, oh, I know the way to where we have to go, and led the entire class to where they were trying to go, and the teacher asked him, like, how do you know where to go? And he was like, I know all these streets from playing Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Which, like, I don't think I'm smart enough to be able to do that, but that's just funny that people can do that. I don't think I'm one of those people, but it's funny. And then we gotta follow Elise again, because we gotta see our girlfriend that is also our adopted sister, because this game is weird. We love forced slow walking section. Because we're not allowed to run. Big, super special fancy party. Yippee. We're gonna be seeing Elise a lot more later. Kind of see her now, and then she just kind of disappears for a while, and then we meet up in like a later, like, few in-game years later. This run will not take literal physical years. This game does go through.
You seem to have caused quite a commotion.
What can I say? You were always a bad influence.
Like before, during, and after the French Revolution. A little bit after. Yeah. There's actually an old, you can probably find this on YouTube somewhere. There's old, like, videos of the making of Assassin's Creed 3, AC3, and they talk about how when they were making, like, the maps for, like, New York and Boston and all that stuff, they actually referenced, like, old, like, maps from, like, back then during, like, the 1700s and all that stuff to, like, actually make the maps of those cities and base them off, like, the real maps. Obviously they had to, like, cut them down and, like, like not make them to like physical scale. But Unity was actually the first game to like make everything. I'm pretty sure everything like one-to-one scale of how it would be. I know I know for a fact they did that with the Notre Dame building, which we'll actually see Notre Dame later. But at least for the Notre Dame building, they actually made it one-to-one scale to like real life. And a few years ago, if you remember, like back in like 2016 or something, I think is when this happened. The Notre Dame building actually caught fire and like was partially burned down. And during the rebuilding of that, they actually used the model of the Notre Dame from Unity from this game to help rebuild it after that fire. Just because it was like that well like recreated with one-to-one scale.
Who's even going to come out here?
And we will be saying Notre Dame later. But we're not physically in Paris right now, so it doesn't matter. And now I can just run on out of here. Chat, remember when I said that no one's gonna die, right? Right? No one's gonna die. Everyone's fine. Guess what? He died. Can't believe someone died in a video game called Assassin's Creed. And it wasn't even Assassin that did it. Like not like an Assassin's Creed Assassin, like can't believe someone died. It's just a small power nap. But now we're accused of his murder. Also, the guy who died was Elise's dad, so now Arno has lost both of his dads. He lost his real dad, and he lost his adopted dad. And we got accused for his murder, so Elise also thinks that Arno killed him. Which we'll see a little bit later, some of that, but Elise will think that Arno is the one who did it. Adoption used to mean working the princess. Yeah, I guess I'm not really the most well-versed on that. But also Arno didn't marry into the family. Arno got adopted because his dad got killed, and Elise's dad didn't want Arno to become an orphan, so he adopted Arno into the family. So that's how Arno got adopted into Elise's family and not through marriage. But they're still dating, which is still a thing. Not really dating anymore because of the whole thing where Elise thinks that Arno killed her dad. But that's a whole thing. Also, this guy's naked. That's some nude ass. It's almost as sad as when Mario got locked up for polluting Delfino Island. Nice. Can't believe this game is exactly the same as Super Mario Sunshine.
Where am I?
In hell.
The classic in L with the British accent, even though everyone in this game is supposed to be French. I love making fun of this game for how everyone is French with a British accent. It's so good. It's the best thing to make fun of because it's so dumb and it makes completely no sense. Also all of these glyphs from AC2 and Brotherhood, they're here in the prison for some reason. And it's literally never mentioned why they're here, and it's never mentioned again in the entire game. They're just here because they're here, and there's no point to it. I don't know why they're here, they never bring it up, they never mention it again after we get out of here. It's just a thing that they're here for no reason. This series has too many plot points that just like never get resolved and never ended. And there's just like too many things that like we never get answers to just because they like either don't care or just like forget that they exist, and like I don't understand it. Like, finish your stories if you're gonna make a story.
Where'd you come by this, piss pot?
Don't just put in things just because it's a reference to another game. Like, actually make it have purpose.
Take it back. If you think you can.
Also, welcome to the 3rd fight tutorial, because this game has to have like 3 different fight tutorials for no reason. But if you expect any of this damage to change, then don't, because it's not. I'm gonna be, once I get an actual sword, this is just a training sword right now, but once I get an actual sword, I'm gonna be using that whole sword for the whole game, and my damage is really never gonna get any better than this.
So much effort for a broken antique.
And when I attack, there's not really like much I can do other than like the 3-hit combo. Like the basic 3-hit combo, that's like really all I can do. Like, combat in this game isn't really extremely complex or anything. Honestly, pretty simple, but just don't expect my damage to change, because it just won't. I still want to try to be avoiding fights as much as possible, because combat is slow. Even if I'm fighting level 1 enemies, and they're easy to kill, I just still want to avoid them, just because stealth is better than combat. Combat's too slow, and I'm just a person who prefers stealth play anyway, over combat stuff. King of cliffhangers. It actually is. I don't know how many people in this chat know Assassin's Creed lore, but do we remember when Juno got killed in a comic for no reason?
Messages from the past.
There was a famous there was an Isu character that they were setting up in the older games to be like a new major villain for the entire series, and then after AC4 they were kind of just like never mentioned again. And then they killed her in a comic that no one read or cared about because they wanted to, I guess. I don't know what they did with Juno. And now the series is just like running around with no direction because they know that it makes money and they know it'll sell, so they just keep making more. And don't have any actual direction for the plot anymore. And they killed off their modern day characters twice. Also, Pure Black is a guy. He calls us piss pot for some reason. I don't think Juno got killed by Desmond's son. I think Juno got killed by some random female assassin or something that is also exclusive to the comics. But Desmond's son is also a thing. Desmond's son is exclusive to the comics because of course he is. And he's also a sage. I did mention sages earlier with Jack de Malay. And sages are actually going to come back in this game for a pretty big reason. But Desmond's son is also a sage for some reason, and I don't know what they're doing with him because I don't read the comics. I just read the wiki and learn about things that happened in the comics by reading the wiki, and none of it makes sense to me. But yeah, Juno got killed in the comic. Desmond has a son that's a sage for some reason, even though Desmond has been dead since AC3, but he's also like the guy who can like read all of time for some reason because of weird Isu stuff. He's like trapped in Valhalla or whatever. And he can like read time now, and he's like a special like entity or what. I don't even know how to describe it because it's just so absurd. Assassin's Creed Valhalla is one of the games of all time. And hopefully this doesn't glitch out on me. I've had this part like on me at least twice, where it never let me choke this guy out. I've only ever had it like happen like twice for me, but sometimes I went to choke that guy out and it just didn't accept any button inputs for some reason, so I had to restart checkpoint and do it again. But now we have an actual sword and we're trying to break out of the Bastille with Pure Bullet here. And we also get introduced to the most broken item in this game, which is smoke bombs. Smoke bombs are gonna be my best friend for this entire run. Smoke bombs are the most broken they have ever been in Unity. They obscure everything. They obscure line of sight. They obscure the location you throw them in. They stun enemies. They last for a pretty long time. They're really cheap to buy. They're like 10 money for like 1. And we can hold up to 5 of them. If I was getting upgrades and like getting a belt and all that stuff, I could hold like up to like 30. But because I'm not getting upgrades, I'm only allowed to hold 5. But 5 is way more than enough than we ever need for the entire run. Just because of how good they are. And I don't throw one there because I know that Pure Black always throws ones there, so I'm not going to waste them on my own. I don't know why I'm saying this full name. I'm gonna climb up this way, and there's a little bit of lag happening here, and I got shot off the wall. Thanks. Thank you, game. I don't think I've ever been shot off the wall there, but if you get shot off a wall in this game, you just kind of have to deal with it, because there is no... Well, there is catch ledge in this game, but it's bad. And you have to, like, perfectly time it with, like, grabbing a wall instead of just holding the button down like in the other games. Also, enemies in this game have, like, perfect aiming and can just, like, snipe you from anywhere. I'm also stubborn and refuse to heal, even when I have medicine. But I've never done this run deathless, and I guess I'm also not doing this run deathless. Because of that. I probably should have healed when I could have. But I'm stubborn and refuse to heal because I'm bad. Yeah, I guess there goes the deathless run. I still never done an upgrades run deathless. Just because I refuse to heal even when I should. And up on these guys. Each of these guys take like 3 or 4 hits to take out. And then once you hear like that ding sound, once I do 3 or 4 hits, and they get into like that state where they're like dizzy, I don't have to hit them anymore because they're technically considered dead. I'm just gonna hit this guy once and then see that he's dizzy and I don't have to hit him anymore. If you do hit them again when they're in that dizzy state, you do like a kill animation like that, and it doesn't really do anything except slow down combat. Give you more creed points, which are like an in-game currency to upgrade things. Which I don't care about because I'm not upgrading anything.
I surrender! I surrender! What are you waiting for, Pissbot? It's time to jump. What?
But yeah, after this point, enemies are gonna start being like level 2 and all that stuff, and then eventually upgrade to level 3 and 4 and 5, and once they get to those stronger levels, I'm not really gonna bother fighting them because I just...
Pluck your head out of your own arse. Come find us. Make a great fit.
And then we get to do Arno's official first leap of faith. Even though we did the one in Versailles earlier off the viewpoint, but we don't count that one. And then, yay, yippee, title screen. The Notre Dame there in the background. We'll go to later. Help bar equals 0. Also, they have no... I don't know why they did that for Unity. I don't... This was the last game to have like any sort of like multiplayer stuff. A big marketing thing for Unity was co-op multiplayer. which you actually still can play nowadays. The servers are actually still up, but good luck finding anyone to play it with because just like no one plays Unity anymore. And if they play it, they play single player. So like the servers are still up. You can still do co-op stuff in this game, but no one plays Unity anymore. So I'm not gonna find people to play it with unless you actively get together a group to play this game co-op. You're really not gonna find anyone to play co-op with. Some of the older games did have other multiplayer. There was like a PvP multiplayer where you like try to assassinate other players as targets, and it was a pretty fun multiplayer, but you can't really play it much anymore because like pretty much all the servers are down. Unity servers are still up, but like no one plays anymore. So I would expect Unity servers to go down in the next few years maybe. Just because no one plays it, and there'd be really no reason to keep it up if no one plays it. They are still up, so you can technically load up this game right now and go into a co-op match. Even though it probably wouldn't even load into the match just because it's not gonna find anyone to play with. But you can also just do the co-op missions by yourself, even though it's not really intended that way, but you still can. Also, Elise is mad at us because she thinks we killed her father. Completely glossing over that, even though I mentioned it earlier. Top 300 multiplayer. I never got too much into Brotherhood multiplayer. I played a lot more like Revelations and AC3 multiplayer and a little bit of AC4 multiplayer, but I never played too much Brotherhood multiplayer. But it was kind of the same thing for each game, just a little bit slightly different. I think the one thing I hate the most about the old multiplayer is that they had multiplayer only achievements and trophies, and now that all the servers are shut down, you can't get those anymore. Which is a big thing I hate about multiplayer stuff. Like, don't put achievements tied to multiplayer that you can only get on multiplayer for like while the servers still exist, and when you have no idea when the servers are gonna get shut down. Just don't do that. And the multiplayer hasn't been brought back since. There hasn't been any sort of multiplayer in Assassin's Creed since Unity, and on the Ezio Collection Remastered and AC3 Remastered, they just didn't even put multiplayer in it to begin with, even though the original versions had it. So multiplayer in Assassin's Creed is just completely long gone at this point. I honestly don't think they're ever bringing it back. Odyssey did have the story mission creator thing where you could like make your own missions for people to play online, but like that's not really the same thing, and people immediately, when that came out, people immediately broke the system with it and made like XP grinding missions that you could just play over and over again to grind XP. And then they cracked down on that and banned people who made missions like that. But also the only reason they did that was because they wanted to sell their own XP booster microtransactions. Just because it's Ubisoft and they gotta sell their microtransactions. Because every game nowadays has to have microtransactions, especially for Ubisoft. Technically, they've had microtransactions all the way back since AC4. People like to say that Unity was the first one to introduce microtransactions, but it was actually AC4 that had them first. People just say it was Unity that did it first, just because Unity was kind of like the first stepping stone towards the RPG mechanics. It's not a full RPG like the new games are nowadays, but it was like that first leap towards full open world RPG with like levels and XP and all that stuff. There's no XP in this game. Like the way you level up your diamond level is by like upgrading gear and like getting new diamond level gear and all that stuff. But I'm not doing that because this is a no upgrades run, so I'm gonna be at diamond level 1 this whole time. People also love to play this game with HUD turned off. because I feel like they think it makes for a better like viewing experience. Like if I hold my right stick down like this, I can turn off all my HUD. But I like to keep my HUD on because I want to see like my map and like how much health I have and all that stuff. And like, if people are watching this as like a guide, if they want to do like their own no upgrades run and stuff like that, I want to have my stuff on the screen so they can actually see it and like follow along. Which is like kind of why I hate that people play Unity with no HUD turned on. Because I can't see where they're going with no map. And it's just kind of a personal thing that helps me. I'm also getting this viewpoint because this is actually a pretty important viewpoint. We'll come back here a little bit later. Probably actually a lot more later, but we will be coming back here later, so I want to get this one while I'm here. Altair's story is more interesting than Ezio's. I can see that. I know there's some people that I feel like Altair better than Ezio. I feel like the only reason people say that Ezio is the best is because he got 3 whole games and every other character just gets the 1. Like Ezio just has that bias towards him just because we spend more physical time with him. Because he has 3 games and everyone else gets their 1 game and nothing else except for like maybe comics or books or whatever. But no one any of that. But I do know that people like Altair, and like I'm not an Altair hater. I just like Ezio better because Ezio's good. And you know, we spend more time with him, so the time to get invested.
I suppose a simple address would be too mundane.
I don't think it's normally meant to be raining here. Interesting. Weather doesn't really like affect much of anything in this game. It's not like enemies have less vision or anything if it's raining. It's a thing that they have. But I normally don't see it rain here. We're actually going to go into the assassin hideout and actually meet with the assassins for real, so Arno can actually become the assassin of the Assassin's Creed Unity. Imagine Ashley being an assassin in a freaking Assassin's Creed game. Not like they haven't done that for like 10 years. Because Ubisoft is a company of all time and don't like to put assassins in a game called Assassin's Creed. Okay. If this was GDQ, that would have been a never happened before moment, because I've never seen that. I've never happened before. I just watched that back on stream and I don't even know what happened. Okay. I don't know what happened, or I don't know how that works, but I guess like my leap of faith down the hole was like delayed or something, and it still let me in the hole. I'm confused as to what that was, but there's Unity jank at its finest there for you. That's probably some of the best jank you'll ever see in this game.
Took you long enough,
Unless you like deliberately look up like Unity glitch videos from like 2014 or whatever.
Place we can train and prepare.
It's definitely better than it used to be back then, but there's still jank like that, like you just saw. Also, we don't have to follow him. We can just run down the hallway. Because we don't care.
Seems visibility would be a problem. Wouldn't you prefer something with a view?
This place has served us well
calls us pisspot again because that's his thing. Earblick. Oh my god, they put assassins in Assassin's Creed. I can't believe it.
Returns to us. Belek thought you wouldn't come. What changed your mind?
I'm tired of running from my failures. Monsieur de la Serre, my father. I want to make it right.
The death of Grandmaster de la Serre weighs on you. Why? Did you wield the blade yourself?
Does it matter?
It's a bunch of Assassin's Creeds.
إن ذنوبه تكل كيلي. هل أنت متأكد منه؟
أنا كذلك. إنه قادر على مواجهة المحاكمة. سيكون جيدا.
I don't know why they suddenly speak a different language there. I don't even know what that language is meant to be. I think it's like Arabic or something because of Assassin's Creed 1, whereas the Middle East and Wasiyaf and whatever.
Fancy way of asking, do I want your help?
I don't know why they suddenly have them speak a different language there. And it's not even French. This is the French game. But just walk is so slow for no reason. And we're doing drugs. Let's go, chat. It wasn't directly based on Jerusalem, but Jerusalem is a city you can go into in the first one. Jerusalem is one of the 3 cities you could go to in AC. But the main base of operations in AC1 for the assassins is Wasiyaf.
What's happening?
Hello?
Jerusalem is just a city you go to for targets that you have to kill. Also, we're drunk and high now. Maybe if people in hooded robes in an underground cave like this tell you to drink from a mysterious goblet, maybe you shouldn't do it. Then things like this will happen. We're like diving in. Arno's like diving into his own memories.
Can't I go with you, Father?
Courage, my boy. You wait just here. I will return when this
Father!
hand reaches. Where is that boy? I'm certain we should be well away.
Father, it's me! I'm here!
I went a different way than I normally do. Fine, what? Don't care. Wasn't that much slower. Skip a jump there because I'm holding parkour up. Parkour up doesn't just let you climb, it also makes you jump across gaps farther and makes you jump a little bit higher. The holding parkour up while you're going in a straight line like that will help you try to skip platforms.
Father, look out! No!
And that's not exactly what happened in Rogue. Rogue did not have him die exactly like that, but kind of like Arno thinks it happened. He didn't actually see him get killed.
Go, I'll distract them. You seem to have caused quite a
Got like
commotion.
some short platforming stuff here that we gotta deal with.
You must receive it today. It's very, very...
I heard you the first time.
I'm not sure if you can actually like die in this section if you don't fall off these platforms. Not sure if the game will actually let you, but I also don't want to test to find out.
Truly, I am blessed.
This is supposed to be a dream Asukin, so I kind of doubt it'll let you fall off the platforms, but maybe you can. I don't know, I've never actually tested. I'm trying. Good luck, have fun. Long run. This section here wants you to walk, but if you crouch during this horizontal part, it's actually a little bit faster. Crouch here. Or you actually, like, officially enter this crowd of assassins. So, this guy. I feel like there's a lot of different ways to interpret this. I feel like the main way to interpret this is like Arno is like assassinating himself and like killing his old self so he can be be reborn as an assassin. I feel like that's like the main message of what this is trying to be.
These are the words spoken by our ancestors, the words that lay at the heart.
Oh, you saw my GDQ run of Syndicate EV stuff?
Never
Nice.
compromise the Brotherhood. Let these tenets be branded upon your mind. Follow them and be uplifted.
I don't think I was reading chat during that run, so I don't think I recognize your name, but
Rise.
cool.
Arno Dorion is dead. He has been culled.
I tend to not read chat during live marathon runs like this, but I'm only reading chat here because it's a long run and I don't have a co-commentator with me. So I don't really care. Sequence 2. There are 12, I think, sequences in this game. If you count Dead King's DLC, that's 13. I am a freaking nerd, so I know the sequence numbers for like most of the games. Because my brain is like that. Also, welcome to long Unity load times or just black screens with like spinning rectangles, because the game is a game of all time. I don't know why they chose to have load screens for Unity just be black screens. It's like the classic Animus White Room thing where you can like physically run around and all that stuff. I don't know what the decision was behind that, but sure. These load times are also long because I'm playing on PS4 and console has lower load times than PC because of course it does. Mostly lurking, it's fair. I mostly lurk in streams too.
Are you willing to pick up the fight and join us? Deacon, load the file.
Coming up.
We lifted a
Also, Deacon is here for some reason. Deacon is supposed to be Sean from the older games, but he's like never physically shown on screen, and they don't call him Sean in this game for some reason.
If you want to fight the Templar menace,
And Rebecca's not in this game at all.
from Abstergo's clutches, press play, sit back, and ready yourself for the truth. Good choice. Welcome to the Assassins, Initiate.
You're actually forced to press the button there. You can just sit there forever and not press X, or whatever the button would be on a different platform, and it just would not go. You're forced to watch this. I think you can skip it once you press the button, but you're forced to start playing it, and then you can skip it. But we're watching all the cutscenes in this run, so yay, yippee!
In the 1950s, it was theorized that human DNA worked via the triple helix model. Some years later, the work of Crick and Watson demolished this theory in favor of the double helix. Today, we know the double helix to be indisputably the basis of all life. So why did the triple helix theory gain so much traction?
Love using the Earth as the thought for the question mark. Funny.
To confirm it. It turns out that their initial samples had been taken from small traces of precursor DNA, the rare genes of an ancient race embedded in our own. We now know that triple helix DNA is the foundation of the precursor genome. It is the genetic Rosetta Stone of our age. If we can crack it open, if we can sequence the full precursor genome, There is no limit to the knowledge we will gain. Using Animus technology, precursor
Animus
history will be
technology,
open to us for the first
where they
time
make
ever. Ancient languages will be
special
unlocked
machine that can
and
alter
ancient
history by
technology
giving you
will be
dialogue
ours for the
options.
taking. Imagine what will be possible if we master
When
the
the
technology
series
that
is actually
underpins the pieces
good.
of Eden. Such discoveries would surpass 100-fold.
Shoutouts to when the Legacy of the First Blade DLC for Odyssey broke real world history and showed the pyramids of Egypt being built 2,000 years after they were already built. That's a real thing, you can look that up. That actually happened.
Our goal is to unravel the triple helix, sequence the precursor genome, and change the world for the better, forever. Welcome to the Phoenix Project.
Also, the sage they talked about in that cutscene was the main sage guy from AC4. Just because sages were a thing that were introduced in that game.
Last year, Abstergo acquired the body of a man we call a sage, one of a rare breed of humans with a surplus of ancient
Thank you, Twitch, for giving me an ad for Assassin's Creed Shadows while I'm doing a speedrun of Assassin's Creed.
The more Abstergo finds, the closer they get to their final goal. We've blocked their recent attempts to find more, but Abstergo will not stop looking until they sequence a full precursor genome. So, why Arnaud Dorian? Why chase an assassin through the French Revolution? It turns out, at some point in his life, Arnaud came into contact with another sage. We need you to find out when and where these meetings took place.
I would assume so, but for Odyssey, for that thing in Odyssey, I guess they just didn't care. Because they showed the pyramids being built 2,000 years after they were already built. And also, Odyssey was the game that came directly after Origins, which was the Egypt game.
Assassins just like you are doing their part to end this fight. If you need more training, more experience, you can call on them for help. Alright.
I don't understand how they could have gotten that so wrong, but, like, they were doing a transition to bring a character to Egypt, and they were like, how do we show time? How do we show time passing and time period and location all at the same time? And we need to make it clear that it's Egypt. So I guess they just decided, let's show the pyramids being built, so we can make it obviously clear that it's Egypt. I guess just didn't care or realize that the pyramids have already been built for 2,000 years at that point. So they just show the pyramids being built 2,000 years after they were already built.
See that symbol? That's a co-op mission. I play a lot of games multiplayer.
That DLC for Odyssey, the Legacy of the First Blade DLC for Odyssey was also the one where a lot of LGBTQ people got mad because they forced you into a straight relationship and forced you to have a baby. Even though that Odyssey was the game where they marketed everything with choice and player choice and all that stuff and dialogue options. The whole thing with Odyssey was that you could have romance options with like anyone, or like most characters, and you could like choose to be like bisexual or like straight, gay or whatever, and then they just threw that back in your face and forced you into a straight relationship and have a baby with someone, and it made a lot of people get mad. And apparently the reason for that was because, like, the guy who wrote that DLC just, like, didn't even play the game and was, like, some random guy from EA for no reason. It wasn't even, like, the original writer for the actual base game of Odyssey. Just some random guy from EA for no reason. Which is real, you can look that up on, like, IMDb or whatever. I don't remember any of the names of the writers for Odyssey, because I've never bothered to learn them, and I don't care, but this is true information. To the best of my knowledge, this is true information. If it's not true, then I guess I'm spreading lies on the internet, but to the best of my knowledge, it's true. Can't believe someone on the internet would just go and tell lies.
I live to serve.
But now Arno's actually, like, an assassin now, like, still an assassin in training, but officially in the Brotherhood now, and has his hidden blade and smoke bombs and all that stuff. Robes, which we're gonna be wearing for the whole game because I'm not changing the upgrades. Cover kill. Guys, smoke bombs are broken. We're gonna loot them if I can get a smoke back. I doubt it because drops in this bad. I only had 3. It doesn't really matter if I get smoke bombs right now or not, but like I can't. I got ammunition for my gun there, even though I don't even have a gun. Because Unity drops are weird and can give you... They can give you drops for things that you don't even have. Also, we're not even gonna get the gun in this run, because getting the gun in Unity requires getting a skill, and in an upgrades one, we're not getting any skills. So we're just not gonna get the gun in the first place.
Your confidence is infectious, Seaver. My boys will have the wagon ready.
We really should be used to the idea that someone would in fact go on the internet to tell lies. Can't believe someone would lie on the internet. And to the best of my knowledge, it is true, but if it's wrong, then I guess someone can fact check me.
Next time, do that before he starts screaming.
Why
Or
are you
loading.
hang about here when Seaver still lives? He killed
I still have
Monsieur
3
de
smoke
Lesseps.
bombs, and that's fine for coming section.
Not today.
Really only gonna use the one. We're gonna be using smoke bombs a lot in this run just because they're extremely broken and they're gonna become my best friend. Got shot there and I don't care.
Time to go.
Enemies in this game are extremely broken with their shots just because sniper range. Aim bots or whatever. Right there's like a crowd event. I'm probably... It's gonna waste time, but I need to be doing a lot of these. I need to do crowd events for money. Money is actually gonna become a pretty important resource that I need in the run. For one, because I need it to buy more resources when I need them, like more smoke bombs and things like that. But also I need... At one point during one of these assassination missions, I'm gonna need 4,000 money to open a window to get into where I need to go. So by that point, I'm gonna need to make sure that I have at least 4,000 money, which shouldn't be too big of a deal because I know good ways to get fast, easy money.
Shouldn't we stop?
Crowd events are one of those, but those spawn randomly, so they're not really the most reliable. There's different kinds of crowd events, and if they're a bad crowd event or they spawn in a bad spot, I'm just gonna not do them. And then the other ones are companion missions, which I can talk about later, but right now we're just gonna avoid these guys. The red enemies are the extremists, and they will... And extremists are kind of always mad at you no matter what. And I went too fast for him to follow me for some reason. We were directly right next to him to have him climb the wall. Yeah, extremists are kind of always mad at you and kind of will always detect you no matter what. Then there's also the police, which will only be mad at you if you're like directly inside their area. And there's a crowd event I'm not gonna do. That's an easy one to do, but just because it's on the ground and it would require me chasing down that guy, I'm not gonna do it. There'll be plenty more chances of more crowd events like that.
Call that a run.
But we just gotta kind of follow the like here.
Need a break?
Wait for him. It says follow, but it's really... waiting for him to stuff.
Careful, Fistbump. You'll hurt someone.
While they like repeat these like two different lines to each other.
Just trying not to strain your heart.
For once there's someone not standing directly inside the haystack. Usually there's a civilian that's like standing directly inside the haystack and like glitching out for some reason, but the one time I do this run on a live event, it doesn't happen. Because of course.
I'll still be running when you're dead.
I do have 2 spot bombs that I can always buy more. I should have money by now to buy some, and they're only like 10 for one, so not too big of a deal. To do a store right now.
So what happens next?
We take this ledger full of Templar records to Mirabeau. Proceeds to do nothing with it.
You don't seem terribly fond of him.
Whenever we come into the assassin headquarters like this, we can just basically run to the end. Wait for Bullock to follow us.
Arpinel's dead.
Shaking down imprisoned nobles seems a bit out of his oeuvre. What are the Templars up to?
If we hadn't spent the last year hobbled by your damn truce, we might know that.
Here's a point, Honoré. The truce was with Grand Master de la Serre.
The man's been dead for 2 years. Whoever's in charge now, you can be certain they aren't sitting idle.
We might have learned more had we not allowed Sivert to escape.
Sivert was there?
I know your heart is set on keeping the peace, but bringing Monsieur de la Serre's killer to justice would count for something, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. But do not confuse your personal vendetta with a sound strategy.
If he wants to kill Templars, let him kill Templars. I've done all I can. Boys ready?
Very well. Assassin. I charge you to go to Notre-Dame de Paris, and to find there the Templar agent, Charles Gabriel Sivert. You will learn his secrets, and when you have done so, you will bring him peace, in accordance with our tenets.
I did not do all the full sync there, but care. I didn't really actually mention what full syncs are. They're kind of like optional objectives that like most missions have. That were first introduced in Brotherhood, the second Ezio game, where like they're just kind of optional things you can do in missions for extra game completion. But back then they were described as completing memories the way that the ancestor physically lived them. As a way to like tie them into like in-universe lore. As this whole game series is all about like reliving memories. That's just because DNA, the lives of ancestors get stored in DNA, and you can like use all the animals to like relive them and all that stuff. I wanted to use the lift there, but I'll just climb the wall instead, thanks. This mission should be fine with 2 bombs. I don't really need that. A crowd event there. Crowd events always give money whenever you complete them, but you probably saw there it said 2 of 5. They spawn infinitely, you like an infinite amount of them. They never go away, but once you complete like a set of 5 of them, you get like more rewards from it. I'm still trying to do it. I would try to do as many as I can. I'm not gonna do like every single one that pops up. Like I already missed Echo the Thief. I do need money, so I need to try to do them as much as possible if close by, and if they show up near me. I see one. But now we're actually climbing Notre Dame here. This mission takes us like inside Notre Dame, but I'm climbing it here because viewpoint here that I want. Actually a pretty important viewpoint. Yeah, this is built to like 1-to-1 scale of how it actually life. I'm not gonna say go climb on an Notre Dame to find out yourself because that would be illegal and dangerous. But if you ever want to climb the Notre Dame, you can just play Assassin's Creed. But I do want this viewpoint up here. One of the more important ones. I'll wait for the spin. Actually, the reason why I'm getting viewpoints, I haven't even said why. Well, for one, they unfogged my map, so I can actually see where I'm going, see all the buildings on the map. But also, they act as fast travel points once I get them. Which Unity is only the second game to have them do that. That was introduced in AC4, which is the for Unity. So Unity and Rogue are like only the second and third game to ever allow viewpoints to be fast travel points. I wish they retroactively added that in for AC3 Remastered, because AC3 was the last game to not have viewpoints be fast travel points.
What's up?
Whatever.
Our plan.
This mission was also like one of the first missions they ever shut off for the game. For like a preview builds and like pre-launch walkthrough videos and stuff like that. This was one of those missions.
No targets in reach.
This is also our first main assassination mission, and the way assassination missions work in Unity is they made them more open and they made them what they call black box missions. So they give you a target, they give you an area to do stuff with, they give you multiple different opportunities to like enter the area and infiltrate it and affect things in the area, like accessing how you like the way you access your target and like maybe open doors or make enemies leave the area or things like that. You can kind of do these in any way you want to try to give more freedom.
I'll do it my way.
I'm just gonna do it the way that I know, because that's the way that I know. Do it. Assassination missions in like older Assassin's Creed like this were kind of like treated as like end of sequence boss fights, or like they would main assassinations are like the boss fights of Assassin's Creed. I think about it that way.
Did you see the expression on that metal cleric's face?
And they're like the kind of way to like cap off. Steal a key from this guy, and lockpicks I'm never gonna use. I don't get the lockpick skill. And instead of going through the crowd, I'm gonna run around it because it's faster. I had that guy in Eagle Vision activated. Eagle Vision does let you see enemies through walls, but only until it recharges like it just did. When it makes that ding sound, and the eagle icon goes all the way up, their colors will fade away and you won't be able to see them from walls anymore. There's the big reason why I hate that Eagle Vision in Unity is times, but it just is. I don't know why they made it timed in Unity, but thankfully it's never been timed in any other game before or since. I think you can maybe time on it, like equipment and stuff. I know you can increase the range on it. Not sure about the time on it, but at least for the range you can increase the time. You can upgrade Eagle Vision for the range, like that. And there might be a guy around this corner. Actually, go. Whenever you crouch, you can also see enemy icons on the map. If I uncrouch like this, they go away. I want this haystack here and Vision just to make him start moving, because he won't start moving until I tag him in vision to like actually physically see him. And the reason why I did what I did, I got the keys from the enemy earlier so I could enter the door that was locked. And the other guy I killed outside was going to be meeting this target in the confessional. So I killed him so that when I go into the confessional, I can take his place and pretend to be him. And then kill this guy inside the confessional. As like a kind of special kill. A lot of targets have special kills like that, like not really all of them, but there are special kills that kind of exist like that. Special kills like that were kind of more of a thing in Syndicate afterwards, but kill these guys outside so they don't see me when I leave, and then take the place in the confessional and then kill them this way.
What's our cut?
30% cut in his face. So there's our first target. Our first main assassination target. If you actually wait for a bit longer, there's actually a whole conversation that plays out. But if you wait too long, he leaves the confessional and you can't get the special kill anymore. You have to kill him outside. These confessions are also different from a lot of the other games. Normally whenever you kill a target, they like hold them on the floor and talk to them the whole confession while they die, but in this game, for some reason, Aro can like physically see his target's memories for some reason, and I don't know why. It's never really explained. But I know that that's what's happening because later in the game, Arno physically says that he sees his target's memories, which we'll see later because cutscenes. So that's like literally what is physically happening. He's seeing their memories inside their brain or whatever. And I don't know why Arno can do that, and I don't know. I think it's ever explained. There we go. Takes forever to go away, even though I'm mashing a button. Because of what happens afterward. So Abstergo, which is the modern day Templars, where you're like kind of using their Animus tech to relive these memories, and Abstergo doesn't really like that. So they're sending like a server sweep to like kind of try to fly our brain because they control the Animus technology, and they like originally as like a person in universe we were using it for like entertainment projects, and then we were contacted by the assassins and doing this. But Abstergo, as the modern day Templars, are basically like, if something happens to you while you're using our product, we're not like legally obligated to do anything about it. So we're just gonna fry your brain to prevent you from accessing these illegal memories. We have to kind of escape through this like server portal here to a different like Animus server or whatever. Secretly a mind you would download a memory. That's exactly what happened though. We're downloading these memories. But Abstergo doesn't like that, so we have to go for a different server to go into new memories. And this is kind of like the like, I don't know what you call it, like a break after a main assassination. I don't know. There's like 3 different sections of this during the run, and they're really like not anything special. They're just like kind of parkour movement things.
This will throw Abstergo off your trail for a while, but you'll also run into
And also because they wanted to let you experience France in different time periods for some reason. There's the Eiffel Tower, even though it's like not even built yet. And we're suddenly in 1898 for some reason. Which is actually like funny because it's 1898 is 30 years after the events of Syndicate. Because Syndicate takes place in 1868. But this is technically 30 years after Syndicate takes place. If you want to think about it that way. Even though Syndicate takes place in like Victorian era Industrial Revolution London, and like the main part of this game is like the French Revolution, so it's it's different time periods, but also like we're going through time right now because of thing. Avoid this train. And these sections are just kind of like parkour movement stuff. There's not really like anything special to these. Kind of like follow the path that they have out for you. Not a hidden plate, but USB plug. I think there actually is, I don't think there's like a directly like a USB hidden blade in the series, but there is, in the modern times in the series, there are like electric hidden blades that like are used as like taser, whatever, or like to shock your target while kill them. Like, not exactly a USB, but it's close enough, I guess. Avoid getting run over by his train. Zip up here.
There you are. And you found the exit. Good. It's an unstable vortex of energy, so there's no telling how it will disrupt.
This part is just timing with the wind projectiles. A lot of people say the cover system in this game is kind of jank, and like it's kind of like sticky and like doesn't really let you off of it. But if you just like kind of hold back or forward or whatever when you're trying to get out of it, pretty consistent at letting you off of it. Also, like I want to make sure that I'm not like physically sticking my head out of the cover. Like I don't want to be all the way on the edge of the cover, because sometimes the debris here can still hit you if you're like physically sticking Arno's head out of it, out of the side. If I was like peeking around the corner like I was just there, I feel like I would have got hit by there. Like right there, exactly what I was just talking about. Sticking my head out too much and got hit. They don't really do too much damage if they hit you. Also there. But I would still rather not get hit, you know. I hit twice. I don't know if you can get hit anymore once you get up here, but I've never seen anyone get hit up here. I've never got hit. I've never gotten hit myself once I get up to this part, so I'm not really sure. I kind of don't want to stand there and test it. They gotta give us an excuse to climb the Statue of Liberty and look at the Eiffel Tower. Because of course they do, because it's France. That was the first like server bridge thing. And there's gonna be 2 more of those later. They won't really show up for like a good long while, but there will be 2 more of those. A classic black load screen. It's not the real statue, it's not green. Do you know that the Statue of Liberty is copper and was originally that color before it became green? You know how copper works? It rusts and it turns green.
Kids are trapped in the system, and we have no choice but to send someone like you in to rescue them. In fact,
Unless you're joking and I'm just missing the joke and making it go completely over my head.
if you're not too exhausted, you can re-enter the bridge and rescue him. All right, back to work, Initiate.
I don't care about upgrade. Goodbye. Bombs. I had 1 left. I fast travel there? Oh, I have to run because I'm not at the viewpoint over there yet. Yay! You can't fast travel directly to the assassin headquarters for some reason. I'll run back down this road. Oh, I need to do, companion events. Money. You want like over here somewhere. One thing about Unity's map, it's kind of square, rectangular, which is like different from like every other game with a mini-map. Normally on maps in these games are circular, but because the map is rectangular, you can like kind of tilt it in a way where that can make icons show up on the like corner of the map before they would like normally be visible. Kind of a thing you can rectangular map. And what I just did there for money was a companion mission. When this game first launched, there was a companion app for iOS and Android where you could like send like recruits on mission things, and that would like end up unlocking things in game. And then like after a year, they shut that app down and then made it so that everything that you would unlock from the app would be for free in-game itself. So that app is dead, but you can still get everything from it that it would give you if it was still up. And that includes the companion missions, which give a lot of money. They normally give money in like the thousands, and they only ever take like a minute or something at most to do. So they're really fast, they're really easy, they're really good for money. They're my main money source for this entire run. I still do crowd events, I still like loot people. I get some chests. They're not chests too much, but I do get some. But companion missions are my main way of getting money.
The wags are already calling him the penitent.
Some of them don't give money, some of them give like equipment and stuff, and I don't really know which ones give money. I don't know which ones give equipment, I just do worse to get afterwards. But most of them give money, and it's really fast and easy to do.
King of beggars, are you sure you know him? Of him. The beggars pay him tribute. The man himself is a ghost. We've sent 3 assassins after him. The first 2 found no trace. The third never returned.
I can find him. Sivert met with one of his lieutenants. I owe it to the memory of Monsieur de la Serre to uncover the truth.
Perhaps you can at that. You've proved yourself a true assassin today. And a true assassin must have
He's wearing a penguin.
proper tools.
So the concealed blade.
Honestly, I think I can see that, especially with like the blue with the beak hood.
The Phantom Blade. A modest little up.
I honestly don't know why they made Arno's main robes blue. Like normally the main colors of Assassin's Creed are like white and red, but they decided to make Arno blue for some reason. Which like I like because blue is my favorite color, but like the red and the white is the classic Assassin's Creed colors. I don't know why they made him. Like you can actually dye his outfit. You can like change the colors on his outfit if you really want to, but I don't normally. And here we get the main gimmick item of this game, which is the Phantom Blade. This is like your main ranged weapon of this game. It's the hidden blade, but it's ranged, and it's really good. It's so broken. We'll get to use the Phantom Blade in a bit, but pretty much every item you have in this run is pretty broken. There are some items that really aren't as good, but we're not getting those because they cost skills and upgrades and things to get. But the Phantom Blade and the Smoke Bombs are our best friend. It's just because of how good they are. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble getting on that lift today, but sure. So we usually get 2 things from the Phantom Blade. We get the actual Phantom Blade itself, and then we get the Berserk Blades, and the Berserk Blades are... I've been saying the Smoke Bombs and the Phantom Blade are powerful. The Berserk Blades are powerful. Also, this is a crowd event. I'm just gonna ignore it every time I see it because I hate it. Kill the messenger without being seen is really bad. Because for one, you have to do it without being seen, but if you do anything, like throw a smoke bomb or anything near them, to, like, obscure their vision, it just, like, completely negates the rewards from it. Like, it doesn't even count for completing it. So, like, I just don't even bother with doing I don't even bother with doing Kill the Messenger because it's pointless. Crap. I would much rather just have, like, Kill the Crenimals or, like, Tackle the Thief, whatever, because it's just so much better. They're like a viewpoint. I should probably get this. I feel like I feel like this one is the one I normally get later, but I'm now, so might as well just get it. Yeah, these running sections are like the big slow point of this run, I guess. A whole bunch of nothing of running to the next objective. Which I guess why like this type of run like this isn't really like the most like best for streaming, but like maybe more for like a curated like video type version of it. But I wanted to submit this because I think it's fun and interesting. Like, not a lot of people do Assassin's Creed like speedrun stuff or like challenge stuff or anything like that, and the Assassin's Creed speedrun community is pretty much dead of a lot of reasons. One, no one wants these games to begin with. For two, they're also like just wrong. Wants to run them for that reason, but also the speedrun community for Assassin's Creed not great, because it's controlled by one guy who wants to control everything and is power hungry and wants to be one who's allowed to ever win anything and wants to be one who's allowed to have world records. So Assassin's Creed speedrun community is not good. And he's like the only active person. So great. That's the state of Assassin's Creed speedrunning in like 2025 or whatever. It's been that way for years. Doesn't even matter because these games. Yippee! I don't know why I decided to get this chest. I just do. 750 isn't bad. I believe blue-colored chests like that are also from the... Could be wrong on that, I think. Like 90% sure they're from Ending Up. Also, this is... It didn't have the icon for it, but that was a crowd event. It did give me the money for it. Still counted. I don't know why sometimes the crowd events just don't have the icons for them. But this game is... Oh, this is one that gives you equipment. I'm not gonna bother with that one, actually. Because it's always either just equipment or just money, and they never really give both. So if that one gives equipment, I'm not gonna bother. His name was said in chat. I didn't know that person knew his name, but there we go. We said the forbidden Assassin's Creed speedrunner name. Don't say his name in like any stream ever, he'll ban you. That's everything that happens. If you ever say anything about him, he bans you. Guys, level 1, I don't care. I could double assassinate these guys, but double assassinate is a skill, and I'm not getting any skills, so we're never gonna be able to double assassinate. Technically, that's not true, but there's There is a way to double assassinate in this game, but I have a cheese strat and not actually doing a double assassinate. Get off the table. We love Assassin's Creed Unity parkour where you get stuck on like every physical object ever. Out of here. Quick easy companion mission for easy money. Oh please. A common trend that I think you'll see with the game is that a lot of the story missions take place in the top half of the map for some reason. I don't know why they decided to do this, but you almost never go down to the bottom side of the map if you just story. There are like 1 or 2 story missions down there that we'll see later, but 90% of the missions in this game are like top half of the map. We show up when you say his name 3 times. I hope not. It was real during the run. This game has a lot of hate. I think more so back then when it first came out, but there's probably still some nowadays, I bet. I'm still not the biggest fan of Unity, but I feel like I've grown to appreciate it over the years. Especially after RPG games and how they are. Gotta blend through this crowd here. Get to where we need to go. Hate died down when DLC for I guess. I don't really remember that time too much. I did play this game at launch, I did play the DLC at launch, but that was like 10 years ago. I'm not gonna remember 10 years ago.
Lovely, no? The good folk of Paris.
Also, this guy, I don't know if you actually recognize him, but he was the guy who was screaming at the window when he was naked in the best two of us. Which, like, took me like 4 different playthroughs. It took me like 4 different playthroughs of this game to realize that it was the same guy. It was like butt naked in the Bastille was screaming at the window. Oh, what one was it with the twinge? If you mean the twin characters, that was Syndicate. That was the game after this one. Syndicate was the first one to have dual protagonists and they were twins. That was Jacob and Evie Fry for Syndicate.
Take him to the clinic for a proper cauterization, then send him back to the streets.
Syndicate is also a game of all time. It came out right after Unity. Well, not right after. It came out like the year after. And it's still like based in like the Unity engine and like uses all that same stuff. There are some minor changes, but it's Syndicate is basically just Unity 2, at least in terms of like the engine they use. And then they completely scrapped all of it for Origins and all the RPG stuff afterwards. The Unity engine only lasted like 2 games.
I have the pleasure of being Donatien Alphonse François, Marquis de Sade.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that from the future because I wasn't playing Assassin's Creed when the first one was new. I played AC3 first. AC3 was my first one. Well, I kind of got into the series a little bit later, but I have seen videos like that now. Like now in the future, like not recently now, but I have seen them, but I do remember all the hype and stuff around AC1 when it was run. Also, here is our I think like our first tailing mission, and I'm actually gonna do something a bit slightly different and unconventional. I'm going to attempt tail him from the front for this mission because I know where he's going and I know his basic path. So I'm actually going to tail him from the front. But I also want to make sure that I can still see him because there's a 15-second timer if he goes off screen. He goes behind the wall and I don't use vision first. So I have to kind of keep him on. There is a mechanic in Unity that they called AMM, was Adaptive Mission Mechanic. It's kind of an answer to a lot of complaints for the older games where if you're doing a tailing mission, and you lost the target that you're supposed to be following, the game will just fail you. But they made it so in this game, if you lost your target when you're trying to follow someone, it actually changes the objective from a tail objective to a find objective, and it doesn't work. It works in one mission later in the game, and then for the rest of the game, it doesn't work. It's supposed to work, but it works in one mission and nowhere else. But this is the area I'm waiting for him to be at. So I've kind of like tailed him from the front, and I know that this is the point where, when he eventually gets here, the mission is going to update to the next section. So once I stand in this area, and once he gets to where he's meant to be, it's actually going to progress to the next section. So instead of slowly following him through that whole area like I normally would for a normal tailing mission in a different game, I tail him from the front, and then just wait for him. Because I know where he's going to go, and I know where he's going to be. And if I did lose him, I would fail because the adaptive mission mechanic doesn't work. We might see it in a later mission where it's the one mission that actually works, but it was supposed to be a big new thing for this game, and it just doesn't work half the time. It still fails you if you lose the target. I was drinking water and not paying attention. Yippee.
Hope I've got enough. Wonder what they'll take this week.
Been there for a little bit, but not much. Guy might.
Is someone there?
Wait, he almost fills up on red. And not enough to fully detect me and start combat. Assassinate this guy to get down. Watch out for the guys inside the building here. They don't fill up on SSI long enough to fully detect me. And what SSI means is a social status icon or indicator. And that's kind of a holdover from the older games, where enemies had like the arrows above their head. That would go from yellow to red. These games is just boxes and not arrows, but it still flows from yellow to red, and you can tell how much someone is detecting you by the color and their meter of the SSI. And once it goes from yellow to red, they'll start investigating and go to your last known position if you lose their line of sight. And once the red fully fills up is when combat officially starts. You really don't want SSI to fill up all the way to red. Here I'm gonna use first Phantom Blade shot. I'm gonna headshot this guy through the window. Probably gonna be another guy around this corner. Probably don't need to kill this guy, but I'm just gonna kill him for safety. Get out of here. That guy sees me across the way, but I don't care. He does fully detect me, but he's in a spot where he can't reach me. He's on like an awning or something. He can't chase me. I don't think he has a gun, so he can't shoot me. And I'm out of the area, just wait to end. Go. Going this way because I know the next mission's gonna start over here. This is actually the same building where I was waiting for him mission before. But we gotta climb all the way up here. Start the next mission. If I can not accidentally jump through the window. This is what I mean with the parkour being kind of jank sometimes. It likes to buffer inputs a lot, and not really be. Then. But this is our second assassination mission already. This one is pretty interesting. It's a little bit more complex than the other one we did. But we're not gonna do any of the special objectives this time, we're just gonna run.
Piss off, you lot.
Spoils the face of our target even though we haven't even like really seen him yet. I guess we've seen him in cutscenes, but if you're skipping cutscenes, let's see his face. So that pop-up is like the first time you see his face normally. Gonna run this way and not even worry about any of those extra opportunities. If I did do them, it would create smoke in the underground area that I'm going to, so there would be less vision for the enemies. And the other one would kill some enemies and make it so that there would be less enemies inside the area. Jump here and almost die. These guys come out of this building as soon as you get in this area every single time, so just them. There's 3 enemies down here, so I'm gonna smoke bomb these guys. That guy did not get smoked. He is level 3, so I'm actually gonna do a special mechanic here. I'm gonna counter him first, and I'm gonna berserk blade him. Arno puts away his sword, and you gotta free assassinate. That is one of the reasons. That's the main reason why berserk blades are broken in this. Because you can, if you're fighting a single enemy like that, you can just berserk enemies. You can berserk a single enemy, wait for Arno to put away his sword, and get a free assassinate off him. I thought it was gonna let me loot him. And just get a free assassinate off enemies like that, and it's so free. Talked about SSI earlier, so I'm gonna wait for this guy's SSI to fill from yellow to red halfway. Turns to look that direction. Investigates my ghost behind him. And do the same to this guy over here if he turn around. Is SSI to fill halfway, go doorway. A little bit more than halfway, but that's fine. Alright. Don't run to not alert those guys. Or run now. Guys in here. Kill, and then go back and like a smoke bomb or something. Drops in this game are not great, so I doubt it. But it will give me a little bit of extra. Cherry bombs. Cherry bombs are actually an item I have right now. I can use cherry bombs if I want. But kind of useless. I personally never use them. Again. So that guy didn't even get stunned by it. I get some stuff that I can. Oh, okay, that was actually a pro investment. I got 2 smoke bombs back from 1. Guys I don't need to worry about, I can just climb up the wall.
My lord! My lord! My lord! I've heard reliable Reports that an assassin is nearby and that you are his intended target.
The worm has grown a spine. Now he's a snake.
Damn. It's only a matter of time I knew that much. This is far too soon.
Oh, wait, my lord. The assassins are, well connected.
But we have the advantage now, don't we? Muster the guard and lead the hunt for this assassin. Bring me his head.
Yes, my lord. Human, with me. Find him. Keep a watchful eye.
What was that?
Spread out. Find him. Do not let him pass. Where is he?
And then when this guy sees you, it's actually faster to crouch instead of walk there. That's a forced slow walk section. You might have saw that me there, I was also doing some SSI luring tricks. Luring with SSI is kind of broken in this game. Not as broken as it is a little bit broken. And then here, there's enemies waiting for you to ambush you if you go into the middle area. So I'm just gonna go around and kill them first. Do we hear so much Phantom Blade? I don't miss. Okay.
That's odd.
Kinda sucks to think. He was kind of moving his head around a little bit too much. Okay, box is here. And then this pillar here is actually where the target is. And there's a gunner on the other side, and once I climb around here, he's gonna... But I climb up here so fast that he doesn't even have a chance to shoot. So, there we go.
My subjects have eyes everywhere, my lord. I offer their knowledge to the service of the Order.
What knowledge could a king of the gutters offer us? The intrigues of rats? You may go.
The intrigues of rats.
That's two...
I could lay my hands on him.
That's two main targets down. God, his face is so ugly. Hate him.
You all right, monsieur? Too much of the king's champagne?
Sivir, come away!
It's done. Delacer is dead.
Talking about, like, this new faction of Templars. Like, kind of the old faction of Templars, and this new faction of Templars are like, kind of like taking over. And I don't need to worry about that gunner because he doesn't have time to shoot me. Fascinating, just gotta get down. I don't care that I get seen. From here. I feel like I might have bombed a little bit there earlier. Or like not even in the area. But I probably didn't get smoked, but they didn't even. Fine. I think not every enemy has guns, so I don't think I have to worry about getting shot from like every single enemy in this game, but I still worry about getting shot because it does a lot of damage. I'm not getting health upgrades, and they have aimbots because this game is jank. One of the games of all time. And if this was a normal any percent run, this would also be an unskippable cutscene. this game is full of unskippable cutscenes. Like all the cutscenes after killing main targets, when you see the memories is unskippable. With this one, is unskippable. There's a few other ones, but we're watching out the cutscenes in this run anyway, so it really doesn't kind of matter. But if you were doing a normal any percent run or a normal playthrough, this would be an unskippable one.
Your reign. As long as there's a Cour des Miracles, we must have a Roi d'études. And since there seemed to be a vacancy, I stepped in.
With remarkable speed, the body's not yet cold.
I may have set things in motion a trifle early. Say when you first arrived at La Cour des Miracles.
You used me.
Your target is dead. We used one another.
Quite a kingdom you've inherited.
It is, isn't it? So, is justice served? Are the dead avenged? Is your soul soothed, all that rot?
Rot is a fine description. Every time I think I'm getting close to the truth, it seems another layer of filth presents itself.
Conspiracy, intrigue, a rapidly thickening plot. Add some bestiality and a lecherous priest, and I say you have the beginnings of a beautiful novel.
I'd settle for a solid lead.
So young, and yet so serious. Well, best of luck to you. You have, I trust, looked into this.
Where did you get that?
One of my newly loyal subjects brought it to me as a token of esteem, as it were. It's a curious piece. I know of only one silversmith who works.
This is also like the longer cutscenes in the game, honestly.
I can only assume you knew this already. Why didn't you say?
Where would man be if he never had to ask questions? If everything he could ever want to know was simply handed to him, he might no longer think to ask questions.
Or he might accomplish a great deal more unburdened by ignorance.
Perhaps. The smith's name is François Thomas Germain. You'll find his shop near Leal.
Thank you.
Bonne chance.
Yippee! Church? Why the one near the assassin headquarters? That was bitch. Point second. I don't want to get that viewpoint, but I need money. Buy two. Normally I tend to do like way more companion missions than I really do, honestly. Like normally in a run like this I end up getting like 20,000 money or whatever. Alright, I'm gonna wait for you to come near me so I don't have to chase you down. Because for some reason, Unity does not allow you to tackle people from the front. Or at least has like trouble with it. Unity really wants you to tackle people from the back. Like in the older game, could easily tackle people from the back. You detecting me, I'm just gonna kill you then with the body. It's slower, but I don't care. Detecting me because he heard running towards me. Oh, there was another one. Normally I don't really like mark these a whole lot, but I feel like I ran too far away to remember where it was. Like, I'm still a long way away from the mission where I need the 4,000 money for it, but I want to make sure I'm ahead. I know I also still need a lot of money for buying resources. out of here. Yo, yippee! And his entire body just disappeared. So... I should... Since the companion missions are from the companion app, you don't need to... They're pretty much all on the map from the start. You don't really like viewpoints or anything nearby to make them show up like all there on the map for free. That companion app was also free. It was never a paid thing. I think there still were microtransactions in it, but I think they were the same microtransactions as the base game. So you could just buy them in itself. But the app itself was completely free. You had to pay for it. But it still only lasts like... Please, let me just steal your body from you, or I have to kill you. Because you can't heal if they're looking at you. But once they look at you once, they like never leave you alone. Right here. Crowd event, please. You know what? He's running away. Probably shouldn't. Time. Pass that one up. Crowd events don't give that much money anyway. Any missions are useful. This is a defend one. Normally they're just like kill or loot. There's somewhere you have to defend in LA, but it's still easy because like all the enemies that, no matter where the companion mission is, all the enemies are still level 1. And they're also like actually competent at fighting. I wanted to close the mission, not get on the wall. I think there's a... Straight ahead, I will not mark it. I don't need... Fuck on just to get a double assassinate. It's one smoke bomb, that's 10 money. Thing. No, this is the armor one. I don't need the armor one. To do that one. Keep running back to story mission. That is a companion mission I can skip. Kind of already have... I've already... Should not have chosen this path. This was a bad path. Normally in Assassin's Creed the rooftops are kind of faster, but because of the way the parkour is at this game, I don't rate offs unless I have to.
You didn't seriously think I'd come alone. Rabid animals should be kept in cages and down.
Level 2. I should have just smoke bombed again. I can deal with level 2. Oh, yeah, I think the viewpoint for this region of the map I get at a later point, like during a later mission. So I'm not gonna bother getting it right now. You know, I don't even think it's a useful one that I use for fast travel. I think it's just one I get. Because it bothers me that the map is unfilled. I do get this one. Tower there. Gotta look for those tall towers to find the view. Which is actually kind of how it worked. Like, literally how it worked in AC all the way back then. At least a little bit. There were some that were given to you. Most viewpoints in AC1 you actually had to kind of track down yourself. As, at least for, like, the first ones you do when you first come to a city. And then you do that one. And gotta climb up the open windows because physical handhold. Can't climb up the closed window because you're not playing the RPG games where you can just climb everything like Spider-Man for no reason. It was a choice. The choice that they did. One of the choices of all time. When I was first, like, kind of, like, running this out, I didn't get this viewpoint until, like, really late in the run, but I've started putting it in. I started doing it earlier, because it actually becomes useful. Like, it's way more useful than I originally thought it would be. Like, I get it earlier now than I used to. During, like, my first runs with this. But I honestly haven't really done that many. 5 or so. That is one that I used to get, like sequence 7 or whatever when I need it way earlier. Also, this is technically side stuff. But it forces me to do it. Points necessary. No, you can go for the whole game without even point, except for, like, the very first tutorial one you need to do, but all the other ones you can skip. They do unfog your map, so you can actually, like, see where you're going on your map, but... and they do act as fast travel, but I don't get every single viewpoint because I don't need every single viewpoint, and I'm not gonna actively hunt every single one down.
How can I help?
But the ones that are, like, important, that are, like, close to story stuff, I'll try to get.
I'm not exactly flush with.
I actually am, though. I have over 10,000.
Revenues the cafe generates are yours to do with as you see fit. The money is deposited in the
I know the money in this game is like a lever or something, but I'm a dumb, sweaty American, so I don't want to say French words.
You might also find that expanding our reach into other districts will pay dividends.
Merci.
And this is like your main base thing you have in this game, but don't bother with any run. We get this 320 money, but it's like nothing. Honestly, I don't even think you're, like, required to get that. I think you can get that, honestly. But I get it because it's money and I'm gonna take it, but it's not much. But that's like a whole, like, base thing that you have that you can, like, upgrade and get, like, more money and unlock side missions for, but I don't really need to do any of that. It just forces you to interact with that and open it up. Because of course it does. Buy any. I've used one smoke bomb and I'm missing one part of health I don't need to buy. I think I'm still missing one Berserk Blade, and I can only hold 2. Whatever. I love this is Memory 0. The games don't normally have Memory 0 like that.
You look terrible. For months, I have been wrangling the Brotherhood, the National Assembly, and the King Taken all together, they have the political acumen of an especially stupid village council. I believe that
Remember,
excuses my appearance, young man.
I meant no disrespect.
That he says there that he was talking with the king.
Get me, Arno.
Because that's gonna come back later, and they're gonna act all surprised that he was talking with the king.
I hope you have happier news. What of Lord de Lasserre?
I don't know why. They mention it here, and it's like a nothing throwaway line, and then later it comes back up, and they're all surprised that he was talking with the king. It makes no sense once you notice it. Also, this part is funny too. You get the gun in this cutscene, but we still never get the gun for the rest of the run because getting the gun requires getting a skill.
I will.
And for no upgrades, we don't get the skills. So we get given a gun, but we're never allowed to use it because we don't get the skill to allow myself to use the gun.
Someone sent them after Monsieur de Lasserre.
And it's just a stupid thing.
Do nothing simply, do they?
Like, I get it for free in the cutscene, just let me use the gun. I want to use the gun.
The instrument that killed de Lasserre. A pin fashioned by a silversmith named Germain.
But I'm not allowed.
It seems your course is clear. Find the silversmith, learn what part he plays.
Actually, I probably should buy here because I want to make sure I have an understand. Actually, didn't. That only costed 10 for a smoke bomb. So I guess I was full on Berserk Blades? Okay. I don't know where I got another Berserk Blade from, but I guess I'm full on Berserk Blades now because I wanted to. Trying to start a 1 upgrade category, nice. Any percent 1 upgrade. Only gun. Honestly, the lack of gun is actually gonna, like, affect me later in the run because there's a glitch later in the run during one mission. You'll see later on in the run where, like, trying to use Berserk Blades, or, like, Phantom Blades, and, I don't know, it tries to reach for a gun that isn't there. It's a very dumb glitch. Where is... I always forget where most of these are. The map in this game is extremely cluttered, and a lot of the icons are like the same shape or the same color or whatever, and sometimes it's hard to find what you need. This is the closest point I have, which is kind of why I got this one earlier. I don't think you come to this one too often. But I got it while I was here. I want to save my spot bombs for the mission. I don't want to use one on 2 guys. Like, honestly, kind of a thing you have to kind of get used to with an upgrades run like this. You have to kind of manage your resources. Like, do you want to use a smoke bomb on 2 guys like that, or do you want to save them for the next mission you have to... This mission, I definitely need a lot of stuff. This next mission is very resource intensive. There's no lift here. No lift here for me to get up. Wait. And this is a level 3 mission, so it's gonna be level 3 enemies, which I don't want to fight. So there's gonna be this whole guarded building, and we're just not gonna deal with that. We're just not gonna do it. Just gonna do this and just run around the back. And hopefully this strat actually works for me. Sometimes it doesn't. Go down. I don't think the strat's gonna work now. Got seen because Arno wanted to jump around like a freaking monkey. And this game is bad because if one person sees you, suddenly everyone knows where you are. They all lost me. So maybe the strat was to work. Throw bomb inside this window. Because I know that the window is right next to my objective, and there's 2 brutes in here, and they don't even see me because of this bomb. So that actually worked out. I wish I didn't get seen and have to like be able to leave me alone, but thankfully it worked first try.
They've been holding me for months.
Also, remember this guy? This was the guy we saw in the carriage in Versailles earlier, like 2 hours ago.
We've no time. I'll tell you all I know once we're away.
I told you it's gonna be important.
Before the guards return.
Fine, let's go.
No. They'll be watching the front.
Also, look at his eyes. His eyes might be important too.
Follow me then. And stay quiet.
Hopefully I can get the shot here. I never get the shot here because things block me. Did it too early. I always end up using 2 Berserk Phantom Blades there. I miss. Or I do it too early or whatever. But we shoot those two guys there. That guy's C. Other guy, I corner kill him. Corners are also your best friend in this game. You'll see that a little bit later. Corners can be. What I'm gonna do is a bomb down here. Assassinate one of them. Or actually 2 of them. I didn't realize I would get 2, but I Berserk shoot one of them. Why did my Berserk not work? He did the animation and it made the sound, but I normally don't have to run all the way up here, but somehow the Berserk didn't work. This is the main reason for Berserk, though. Berserk is meant to be used to make enemies fight each other. But Berserk has it actually has a hidden third mechanic in this game only, and only in Unity with Berserk. Sometimes Berserk can be spread to other enemies, and I don't know why it does it. I don't know what makes it happen. But it's a Unity only mechanic with Berserk. It's actually pretty interesting. But I still don't really know what happened there. Did my Berserk shot not go off? You know what? Did the animation make sound? I can get stuff back. That was not how this strat is supposed to work. I've never really gotten this strat to work like perfectly. Always something that goes wrong. I did get 2 smoke bombs back from that guy. Normally you're supposed to Berserk someone down here so that these guys in this room also get alerted and come into that room previously. I just have something like that.
Keep moving.
Phantom Bleach. Great, but I feel like fine. Got that gunner.
Stay there.
This guy. I actually have a 3rd Phantom because the one is loaded into my gauntlet. Headshot him. And there's gonna be gunners across the route, across the way. I actually want to throw a smoke bomb in, like, in between. What? Why am I too far? Was he not following me that whole time? I've never had that happen. I don't think I've ever had that happen before. How much do I have to redo? I have to redo all of it. Get a shot because I'm on the wall. This is gonna probably have to be improvised a little bit. Because I don't normally have to... this.
Hold on.
This is what I wanted to do the first time. Air assassinate that guy, berserk him, and then run up here and just wait from the each other. This is what I wanted to do before. I don't know why it didn't work. Hopefully I can get some berserk spread. But now you see the guys in the other room are coming into here, which is what I wanted. So that they all kill each other. And I don't want to berserk a second one, because I need my berserk for the end of this match. I'm not getting any berserk spread. I don't know why. Like, I don't know what makes berserk spread happen, but I know that it's a thing that happens. I've seen it happen.
So open the upstairs windows.
Let's go.
This kind of how it should work. That went a lot better. That still wasn't perfect, but up to more.
Wait here.
I did not mean for that guy to see me. I don't know why he's not coming over here, because he should. He's literally in like full detection state. He should come over here. Holy. Of course now he doesn't want.
Christ, who's taking us down?
Get off table.
Someone got Michelle. Keep moving.
Who is this guy?
Keep one eye to the roofs. Nothing but sentries there as well.
Just how important are
I think what happened was that like that dialogue didn't play. Objective didn't update. I wanted to throw a smoke bomb through the on the street between the doorway and the other building there, so that they didn't see me. They kind of saw me a little bit. I'm still getting by someone else. Isn't great. Because I got fully in combat with me. Gunners die to one Phantom Blade quick shot, always, no matter what. But I was fine just fighting him level 2. I need more back in here. I threw my smoke bomb too far. Level 2, so it doesn't matter, and the other guy's stunned. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna counter. Good. Do the same trick again. And that is finally the end of that mission, which was disastrous. One of the worst ways that mission could have gone. I guess not the worst, but that was bad. I've had that go a lot better before.
Come, we must go.
Yes, of course.
You can see what I meant when I said that mission is very resource intensive. Which is why with the shop right here I want to buy stuff. Not get seen by a random person. Because if I'm seen by anyone, I can't do anything. This game is dumb and doesn't allow you to interact with stuff and you're not completely anonymous. Which is a problem with Assassin's Creed as a whole, honestly. It's really bad in this game because you have the enemy types that could just detect you no matter what and just be angry at you for no reason.
Yes, of course. May I? I made the first some years ago on a private contract. A man called a Frenier. That seemed an unusual commission. I confess curiosity got the better of me. Recently, I started to look into the Frenier's background, and what I discovered, you wouldn't believe it.
He's a Templar. Is that what you found?
Yes. I believe so. I didn't know how to take
Also
it.
pay attention to his eyes.
In any case, I was...
And his eyes. If you know, you know.
Schemes. Kept me under house arrest ever since. I do as he bids. Weapons mostly.
Where can I find him?
Well, Frenier is a very difficult man to pin down. Not long ago, I overheard him talking about protecting the shipments at RRLOL6. Sounded ominous, whatever he meant. I may ask, why are you so interested in him?
He killed someone very dear to me. I want to know why.
I see. You have my sympathies.
They will come looking for you again. Make yourself scarce.
Yes, I believe I might.
Run is basically just a straight shot. Run right across. I just bought stuff. Buy stuff again. Generation here, so. Oh, this is the same one that gives armor. No. Be another one though. Probably. Just really don't need that one. Gives armor, not money. Don't care.
Don't make this harder than it has to be.
I'll come here. Too many smoke bombs in the next. I'm gonna use a one at most. Really care about using one there. Hopefully he gives money and does. It's here because right here. Wow, extra 20 money. Nice. Not gonna care. How did he start detecting me? Hello. That was good timing for a companion mission right next to spawn of a crowd event. Side hops fucking climb faster. Is the fastest form of climbing up a wall. The crowd side eject like that. It's not really the same as side ejecting in the classic games. Like with the original parkour style, but it's really fast. It's faster than just going vertically straight up and Magic the climb leap. I can stop getting stuck on every single object. Round through.
Where are we supposed to put all these?
Try to turn around. That guy's not gonna see me. Here's my one smoke bomb used. Gunner here. There's also a brute down below me, and if I smoke bomb there, they won't see me. I don't think it's because they get stunned. I think they're too far away to get stunned. But because I started in the smoke, they don't have enough time for their SSI to even like proc, so they just don't see me.
And now I know where to find you, Grandmaster. It hardly seems safe just to leave these lying around.
Nom de Dieu! Above the stores, they're going to blow!
No, of course it can't be that easy, can it?
Of course, we got out of the classic action game escape sequence thing. Of course we do. I don't normally go under that, like, barrel or whatever. I normally go around them. I decided to go under that. Forced slow-mo section because it's cool and awesome and it's 2014. Has to be edgy.
Maybe I should have thought through.
And you do actually have to kind of like rush to get out of here because there is forced damage here. There's like a little bit of damage that you take like every second or whatever. So if you do wait long enough, you will die just from the damage over time. But it does so little damage on like the base health that you would probably have to wait a while. That mission. Special escape where he tumbles on the side of the roof. Gets launched from the explosion. And this is actually a free viewpoint. This building here is a viewpoint that we can just take, and it's actually a pretty important one. We're gonna be coming back here a few times. And because we end that mission right next to it, it's just completely free. And I'm also pretty sure that's like the only way to get up here. If you jump down without getting a Z point, I'm not sure if you can get it again. I'm sure there's a safeguard to like let you get it if you jump down, but it's free after that mission. Why would you not get it already? No. But there's some companion missions over here. I think I was right in the crowd, so I got a blind assassination. Which doesn't matter because it just gives me use points that I'm never gonna use. There's another... Unless that one is another one that gives armor, but also another viewpoint here. I'll also get this one. This one is less important, but I'm here. Might as well grab it. I can climb up the building. Climb up the building. So this one is a little bit less important, but I'm here. No, I don't. Like, also extremely close to the other one. I don't know why these two viewpoints are so. I think that's like the lowest amount possibly. I've already done a lot of other ones. I have a lot of money already now. I don't need to. Not that far away. Fun. Oh, this is Chin overlapping here. Honestly, isn't really gonna like any resources at all. Maybe like one smoke bomb when I escape, but other than that, I just one on my own left. I don't. This mission is like way easier than it's, at least with the way that I do it. It requires a lot of waiting. It's easy. I've seen the strat that they use in like the normal 80% run, and you basically just rush him, but it's still like extremely RNG because sometimes you can get
to it.
like seen in a way that you don't want to get seen. You know, you're rushing and
Think we should go with them.
like forces combat with him instead, and like him running away. Whatever. You're not able to assassinate him if you mess it up. You have to put like a reload checkpoint a lot of times. But also, you might notice that we haven't gone back to the Assassin Bureau at any point during this. Arno was just kind of going off on his own. And
I love it when the task
he's not really caring about what the assassins want. This mission is also kind of unique. You can kind of choose where you start when you find a haystack to hide in. And it was a letdown for you. Honestly, kind of me too when it launched. I feel like I have a new appreciation for it now because I just really don't like the RPG stuff that they're doing. I just don't like the RPG thing. Like, I'm fine with RPG games in general. Like, I play Xenoblade. I'm fine with RPGs. Assassin's Creed was never meant to be an RPG, and it doesn't feel like Assassin's Creed anymore.
She is beset on all
And
quarters.
there's a lot of stupid bad game design decisions that I don't agree with.
Truly breaking her to their populist agenda.
I'm like mostly completely fine with Unity. Unity has jank still. It's not perfect even after all the patches, and there's still some things I don't like about it. I prefer to play Unity over any of the new stuff. I probably don't need to sabotage the alarm though, but I'm going to. In case. For this guy, just in case. I've never really had this strat go like extremely wrong. Usually worked all the time for me, all the time. Sometimes I still kind of get a little bit worried. And when we get into this spot and we just wait here. Because he's gonna start walking around. AC2 is the best followed by Black Flag. Oh, you loved Odyssey? Damn. Rip. I hate Odyssey. Odyssey's my least favorite one. Ancient Greece is fine. Whatever. Odyssey is just not Assassin's Creed. I gotta say. It's just not. Like, that's just an objective fact. You can like the game all you want, but it's just not Assassin's Creed. I thought about replaying Odyssey because I replayed Origins recently. But well, this just cover kill him. just cover kill him there, and somehow the two bodyguards of him don't see it. It's a good action game. Fine. I don't think it was a good action game either. I just don't think it's a good game in general, but it's just not Assassin's Creed. Like, I just don't like anything about Odyssey.
Take this to Grandmaster.
You can like Odyssey all you want, that's fine, but
to him in person.
Yes, Master.
Odyssey is just not something that
Master, we have a problem.
I like. Not a thing that vibes with me.
We must assume this location is compromised.
I wanted to play
Gather them in.
an Assassin's Creed game, I would just play one of the older ones like this one. Odyssey is not my first choice when I think about Assassin's Creed because it's not. If I wanted to play an RPG, I would play something better like Xenoblade. My small problem is guys are there after killing. Run out of here. They're not gonna be able to catch me. Yippee. Bishop is gonna talk to me again because he wants to tell me that there's new upgrades I can get. But I don't care.
Major breakthrough on our side. Through deep data analysis, we've discovered
I'm also standing here because I'm pretty sure at this point, after Bishop stops talking, it's gonna teleport me away. So there's no point running around here anymore. Unless I'm completely wrong and thinking of a different spot, but pretty sure it's gonna teleport me. Yep, there we go. Gonna teleport me away because it's a game of all time. But I also don't really need to be in that area anymore right now. Whatever. Remember what's me? And then it does the giant big flash while it trains time because it's a game of all time. Health bombs when I can actually become anonymous again. Someone decided to look at me for 1 split second. Run too much. This flash roll back. This is why I get this Z point earlier than I used to, because then I don't have to run all the way back over there. Which I don't want to do. Normally I would fast travel to Notre Dame and then run that way. This one's closer. But yeah, Arno went and killed someone without the permission of the assassins. Which is not good. Not a good thing that the assassins like. So he gonna be kind of yelled at. Kinda pissed at him. he kind of did his own thing and went against their orders because the last time they talked, they told him to go investigate Jermaine the silversmith, and that's what he did, but then he really went and killed someone. Which, to be fair, was a Templar, but he didn't have permission to go kill him, so kind of pissed at him.
Anna.
I feel like it's faster to maybe go up the left side stairs, but... Did I go to the wrong place? I went to the wrong place. I'm supposed to go outside the field in here. First time I've done that. Yippee. I don't know why they made that decision to make you. If you're just gonna come in here for the cutscene anyway, why not just go in here? Why put the trigger outside? Now we have to sit through more long load screens. Because this is a game of all time. I love playing video games on my PlayStation 4 from like 2013. Oh my god, I got the lift to work for once. The first time that lift worked for the entire run. And it didn't matter, because I have to go back down here anyway for the cutscene. I should have just been able to go in there to begin with. But this is also sequence 6 now, and this game has 12 sequences, so we're honestly like about halfway through already. At least halfway through, maybe. I don't know. However you cut this game in half, however you want to do that. Yippee.
$400 armed noblemen, Honoré?
I love how the voices and the subtitles start before the screen even fades away from black.
All hot air and no action. Here's a man with good news, I think. Arno, what did you learn from the silversmith?
Poison. They're catching up.
Germain made that pin, and others like it, for a man named Lafreniere.
Sure.
Certain.
Grand Master de la Serre spoke highly of his loyalty. Very well. I suppose the course is clear, Arno. Find Monsieur Lafreniere.
I have done so already, monsieur. He is no threat.
What are you saying, Pisspah?
I had a lead on Lafreniere. I followed it, and I killed him.
What the hell were you thinking?
How dare you defy the
The
king?
next time you circumvent the council, I'll rip you a new arsehole!
While this council admires your zeal, it is not your place to choose your own targets. You should have reported your findings to us.
Forgive me, Mentor. I believed I had found the man who ordered Monsieur de la Serre's murder. When I discovered further evidence that suggested he was about to strike at the Brotherhood in force, I took action.
Believed? Suggested?
I am no longer certain of Lafreniere's motivations. In his memories, I saw him writing the letter that would have warned Monsieur de la Serre of his betrayal. When he spoke of his impending attack, he mentioned a club in the Marais, not one of our safe houses.
What do you make of this?
I cannot say. I would like to investigate further.
I don't like this. The boy is a gifted assassin, but I fear he's obsessed with a private vendetta.
Doesn't feel like it's been that long. Yeah, me neither.
We don't have time.
It doesn't feel like that to
Whatever
me.
Lafreniere was planning, it happens tonight.
But I've also been playing these games for like 13 years. Played this one through multiple times.
Go then. See what you
So
can
I
learn.
kind of know what I'm doing.
No more rash action.
Even when things go wrong, like you've kind of been seeing, I don't know how to work around it. And this game is jank, so you have to kind of work around the entire game. But yeah, I feel like it's faster to go down the left side of the stairs. But I just always go down those. Already bought all my stuff that I need. This next mission is also kind of slow. It's not that resource intensive, but it's not that fast. There's a lot of waiting for it. It's kind of a tailing mission. It's not exactly a tailing mission. Like, there's a little bit of tailing in it. It's not like the other one where I have to, like, strategically follow the guy from the front and then wait for him at the end. Not really going on with this mission. With those kill the criminal crowd events, that spawn like a guy, and it only matters if you kill the random guy. Like, the police do spawn and they will fight you if you stay there, but for completing the crowd event, you just have to kill the one guy. Actual criminal. You don't have to kill the police at crowd events like that. This is just killing someone. They're pretty. I probably could have killed those police pretty easily. Probably. I just not bother. I would rather use this bomb just to bother fighting two police all that time. Bomb switch. I don't care if I use that. We couldn't just fast travel up here because after that cutscene we're technically in mission. And you can't fast travel during missions because
this is the
let
place.
you. I think it like completely kicks you out of the mission if you try to fast travel. Well, I did have to physically run here. Avoidable.
Latouche, old friend. You do get about, don't you?
Here, I'm actually going to run over to the tops to the side because I don't want to get by that gunner. Gunners have pretty long sight ranges. They actually have the same sight range as your gun. But because I don't have the gun, and I can't get the gun, I can't use my gun to, like, them or, like, test the range. Get a viewpoint that I was talking about earlier. Like, I get this one in the mission one. I don't think I really get this one. I'm here in the mission. Might as well just get. It doesn't help with fast travel, it's at least gonna help with seeing them less annoyed that I can't snap. I'm past that gunner. Fly over here. That guy's inside the building. Up on these two cars. Why the game was letting me assassinate it. Okay. Because we're gonna come back out here later. Don't want this guy to see out here. Get rid of it. Enemies in this room, but I don't need to go through this way.
It was a crime worthy of death under Tiberius to praise Brutus. How late? Caligula. Condemned to death those
Foretailing section.
religious as to undress before the image.
Not as long as the other one, but it does exist.
Tyranny invented the cry of injured majesty.
Two enemies in this room.
Actions either
We'll stay still. I'm gonna cover assassinate the guy who walks around.
How much longer must we wait?
Get here before that time runs out.
Just a little bit longer. The Grand Master wants the politicos thinned out before we begin. I trust we'll finally learn the meaning.
Because if they're physically on screen, I don't need to keep them in ego vision. I don't need to see them through the wall. And my camera going up like that was the camera doing that on its own.
Waiting to burn us all at the stake.
I don't know why it does it there, but
But what?
Well, Lafreniere is dead. Hours ago, in fact. Assassins.
you can probably tell we're going to be some future targets.
That's the thing about assassins. Point them at a Templar conspiracy and they ask no questions. All right for the killing. They're predictable that way. Come, we'll fetch the captain and get started.
Well, I know that Latouche is going to, when he's walking around, he's going to come up here. He's not going to come directly inside this room, but he's going to come in, going to go inside that room there. And if I cover assassinate this guy next to me, his body won't properly get dragged behind a piece of cover here, and it'll still be where he's physically standing now, and if I kill him, Latouche will see him in that doorway and then come investigate his body. So I actually don't want to kill this guy. But if I killed that guy, you would have physically seen the body there. I did not equip Berserk Blade.
You finished? Fair enough. Now here's the thing. I could go on like this all day.
Alright, learn how to put away his sword. I am just gonna start check. I did a big bad. I could have let him kill me, but I was faster on restarting. That shouldn't put me too far back. Even am I? Oh, I'm right outside this room. I want to be out here. This is why I wanted to get rid of the guy in the bridge earlier. While I'm hanging out here, probably still see me, so I wanted to make sure that while I'm hanging, he didn't see. In case.
You're a smart man. Roy, clean up your mess. It's time. Be right there.
So,
You heard the weasel, boys?
Did you really throw him out the window?
Trash belongs in the gutter.
Sloppy. Someone might have seen.
Who? My boys are watching the whole place. They'll deal with any good Samaritans.
Lay it back. The Grandmaster won't be happy if the whole plan comes unraveled because of one dead peon.
since I had to restart checkpoint and didn't kill this guy, he's still here. Somehow he's... We'll see you for like 1 second, they just stop and don't go anymore. I kind of hate that if they go off screen, the timer for reducing is 15 seconds. In other games it's like as long as like 25 or 30, and with Ecovision in this game being timed, it's kind of annoying.
Paris must suffer a while longer so the world might be remade, then so be it.
Why not just kill him and be done with it? One of my boys, a knife, a dark hallway. Easy peasy.
We want a condemned man, Captain, not a martyr. Have patience.
Respectfully, Grandmaster, patience is well and fine. But the longer we wait, the greater the chance of discovery.
Well, the assassins already found Siver and the Wadetun.
Oh, Siver and Lawar already served their purpose. Their destruction, while inconvenient, is no obstacle. And the assassins have already proved useful when properly led.
What about the Delasser brat? She could be dangerous if she manages to rally the old guard.
That situation will be resolved.
How so?
Mademoiselle de la Serre will soon be on her way to l'Hôtel Voisin, eager to speak with Monsieur Lafreniere. Sadly, Monsieur Lafreniere has nothing left to say.
So Lisa's kind of in trouble now, being targeted by the new Templar group.
Clever, Grandmaster.
Represents the old Templar groups. Take over here.
Respectfully, you won't always be so lucky.
There's 3 enemies in this room. So I smoke bomb. Kinda go back out the same way. I probably could just rush. I decide to hide in here. I know that those guys in the other room are here. I just don't want to fight or anything and risk like everyone detecting me, so I'm just gonna wait here and hide. Wait for them to pass me. Because I can't be bothered to deal with a potential fight that I don't want to deal with. Especially since, like, we're getting to the point where all the enemies are, like, level 3 and above. Maybe not quite above yet. At least level 3. Bare minimum. Fight enemies in this room, I'm just gonna... This... enough time to fully see. Bad that there was enemies right below me. Because I wasn't directly inside the restricted area. I was just in the yellow box, escape box. They didn't fully. Kind of try to check that periodically after every. If there's anything new. How much money do I even have? 9,000. That's pretty good. That's really way more than a little bit more. And I do need 4,000 for that one assassination that a few sequences from now. And 19,000 is way more than 4,000, so I feel like I'm doing pretty good on that money-wise.
Elise? Elise! Elise! Damn it. Where was it? L'Hôtel Voisin? Merde.
Gotta go save Elise now. Might remember, Elise and Arno's kind of gone their separate ways. So this is gonna be like the first time in a few in-game years. Arno and Elise have seen each other. Arno's kind of too low on smoke. That should be fine, but I would like if you stop near. Headshot. Die. That's gonna come. Air assassinate. Get in range. Guy's on a leash, so I could just assassinate him. And this cutscene I usually leave in, even when I'm like doing runs of this and I'm skipping cutscenes. Because this cutscene is actually pretty fast, and it actually, you'll see here, it actually pretty quickly transitions back into gameplay. So it's actually faster to let that specific cutscene play rather than skipping it. But it also doesn't really matter for this, we're watching all the cutscenes anyway. And then here there's going to be enemies that spawn on that side of the tower. So before they have a chance to spawn, I'm actually going to climb on this side of the tower behind them. I'm up here, smoke bomb, so that they don't have a chance to fully see me. Make sure I get that agile guard, because agile guards are harder to fight. They're more like a more powerful type of enemy. I'm not really going to do any effects on this guy because of... And then here, instead of going through the entire maze, I actually don't even know the solution for the maze, because I never do it. You can just climb back on the tower, jump this way, and then you're out of the maze.
Two of them up ahead.
Smoke bomb, these two.
Too many of them to sneak past. We have to work together. Take them out quiet.
Get those two guys. Gonna be 2 or 3 more up here. Get 2 of them and I'll leave them handle. Elise does have her own health, but she's better at fighting than me because she's actually leveled, and the AI in this game is actually pretty smart, pretty confident. I'm also out of smoke bombs entirely, so I'm... This one. That gunner. She has not killed that guy yet. Oh, she just did. Okay. And then there's gonna be another gunner up this way, and we're gonna climb up this side of the building specifically so he doesn't have a chance to really see me. I don't care if that guy sees me, because attack me, fine. Get this guy, and then I don't know why Elise is not following. Scares me if the mission is broken. Something. Elise, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you just standing here? I am gonna have to maybe kill this guy with Elise helping me. No smoke bombs. Is your AI fixed?
Looks like the last of them.
Let's get out of here.
Okay. Not knowing how that mission should go at the end there, but thankfully Elise fixed herself, I guess. Normally you're supposed to end where those 2 gunners are, and then Elise should kill the last guy on the ground in that area, but because her AI decided to break and get stuck, and everything kind of fell apart at the end. Fine. But I do need to go buy more smoke bombs. I am completely out.
I'll be there.
I may be a little late.
Here I can just run. Because no one's actually like physically chasing me. I have to kind of get out of the area. And I don't have smoke bombs to do with you, so I'm just gonna hope you lose. Climb ladder, climb ladder, climb ladder, climb ladder, please. That show back here. I can go by right under the shop, right under this viewpoint. There's typically a shop like under, like directly under or like next to most viewpoints. There's like a lot of shops everywhere, honestly. So I can just go buy immediately, right as soon as I get down from here. But I honestly did not realize how low on smoke bombs I was. I didn't realize that I was out. So, and to play. Fine, I'm berserk. I can only hold 2 anyway, but I really need to double smoke bombs. Oh, scare the bullies. Just sprang out my sword. That one's for. That one is honestly extremely rare. I almost never get that one. That one is honestly more common in Sim than in Unity. A lot of the crowd events in Unity are they return into it because they use the same game. Of course, they have a lot of similar mechanics. But I think some of the crowd events might be slightly different. I think some exclusive to Unity and some exclusive to it. I could be wrong on that, but I know at least for Scare the Bullies. Scare the Bullies is extremely rare in Unity and extremely common in Syndicate. But I guess they kind of changed rarity chance on some of them.
Tonight we are here to speak on the topic of Citizen Guillaume and his marvelous invention. Madame.
So,
Seems you've been busy.
tracking down the man who killed your father, yes.
Best of luck. He's killed most of my allies and intimidated the rest into silence. No closer now than I was 2 years ago.
I've seen him.
What? When? Where can I find him?
I'm not sure that's a good idea. He wants you dead, Elise.
What? You want to protect me?
I want to help you. The Brotherhood has resources, manpower.
You cannot be serious. I don't trust the assassins.
Arnold physically takes off his hood in a cutscene. He still does it off screen, but he takes off his hood.
I haven't
Like,
changed that much.
never happens in game.
I'm still the same boy who distracted the cook.
Which is like also what's funny about that is that like some of the hood equipment that you can wear has Arnold wearing a mask. And if you watch any of these cutscenes where he takes off his hood, which is like there's only like 2,
Take me to your Brotherhood.
if you're wearing that hood equipment where he wears a mask and he takes off his hood, he still wears the mask on his face and it just looks extremely stupid. Because, like, there's not even, like, anything physically, like, holding his mask to his face with, like, a string or anything. There's just, like, a mask that's, like, glued directly onto his face. And, like, it looks fine with the hood up, but when he takes the hood down like that in the cutscene, it looks extremely dumb. It's just so funny.
Is that?
It's like the classic, like, superhero masks where it only, like, covers their eyes, and there's, like, nothing physically holding the mask to their face. It's just, like, glued there, and it's just stupid and funny. This was also, before Origins, where they gave you a physical hood toggle in-game where you could physically toggle whether your hood was up or down. Gameplay, which people have been asking for years, and they did it once for Origins and then never again. And it's already been like, I don't know, 8 years or something since Origins?
Grand Master of the Templar Order. I've come to ask for your help.
Continue.
Mirabeau. Must we rehash this debate again?
We must, and we will, Master Kemar. If you cannot see the advantage in being owed a favor by Francois de Lasserre's daughter, I despair for our future. Continue, Mademoiselle de Lasserre.
Oh, here we go.
You are not men with whom I would normally parley, monsieur. But my father is dead, as are my allies within the Order. If I must turn to the assassins for my revenge, so be it.
Parlay my arse. It's a trick to make us lower our guard. I say we kill her, send her head back as a warning.
Belek. Enough! Plainly, this discussion is better conducted in private. If you will excuse us, Mademoiselle Lasser.
Certainly.
Arno, perhaps you should accompany her. I am sure you two have much to talk about.
Arno?
And we get to do stuff with Elise again. I do wish she got more screen time. A pretty good character, but
That went about as well as I expected.
I don't know. She deserves more.
Do you really think we'll find him? After all this time?
His luck can't last forever. François Germain believed Lafrenière was...
Do that crowd event, but I know what's gonna happen here. Which is, Elise just runs away.
What the? Elise?
That's another crowd event I'm not doing, but fine, whatever. I have more than enough money now at this point. I'm not really sure of like the exact values that crowd events even give you, but I do know that completing like a set of 5 gives you more than like just 1. Got stuck again. And I'm pretty sure the more sets of 5 you complete, the more money you get from them. I'd be wrong on that. I'm not really like very value crowd events, but I know they do help. But I also know there's some sets of 5 that just give you armor instead of money. They probably still give you money, but I never really paid too much attention to notice if they give you both or not. And I don't think we do enough crowd events in the run like this to complete set of 5 that would give you armor.
Oh no. François Germain was my father's lieutenant.
What?
He was cast out of the Order when I was a girl.
And Germain is a Templar. Ooh no. Ooh ooh.
Sure, but he should
Yippee.
He died years ago.
Did anyone tell him?
Part of the new guard that's trying to take over. Oh no. Yippee.
So would I.
Also, remember what I said about his eyes when we met him.
Empty.
This is the same place we were at earlier when I took him out, and
Let's go.
there was that big mess up that I had with that where they
be
did
the same
for some reason.
Tall, grey hair, eyes 2 different colors.
Eyes 2 different colors. That's the big thing with him. So at the beginning of this run, I talked about sages, and sages, the big thing you can tell with sages, like the reason you can tell someone is a sage, is because they have heterochromia. They have 2 differently colored eyes. And the reason for that is because since sages are a reincarnation of Juno's husband Aita, his memories and his life kind of like take over their mind, and kind of trying to like force themselves over the identity of the original person in their body. So it ends up becoming that sages have 2 different colored eyes because one eye is Aita's original eye color and one eye is the host body's eye color.
Blood this time around.
So that's why sages have 2 different colored eyes, and that's why you can tell them by having heterochromia.
He must have known his bluff wouldn't hold up.
That's like their main
So we've lost
trait of sages.
Let's keep looking.
And honestly, like, Sages in Assassin's Creed is like the first time I ever learned about heterochromia too. Like, I didn't even know heterochromia was a thing. Like an actual, like, real-life thing until I played, like, these games.
Well, now I know why this wasn't on the official tour.
Oh no. Look. It's him.
And I guess you could assume that if you have the same colored eyes, it's called homochromia.
I'll take care of this. Meet me at Mirabeau's estate.
So this section, we have the 6 gunners that are trying to shoot at us, but for this guy, I'm gonna berserk him. And there's 2 in that one roof. So I'm gonna berserk that guy, and what he's gonna do is he's gonna get pissed off, and hopefully he's gonna shoot at this other gunner here, and they're gonna have a little duel, and hopefully my berserk guy wins. If they actually decide to shoot each other. If my berserk guy loses, that's fine, but I would prefer that he win. Looks like he's gonna lose. He probably has someone else shooting. I can see police down there, so they're probably shooting. Okay, so my berserk guy lost, which normally doesn't happen, but I will headshot this guy. Quick shot that guy because I know that gunners always die from one Phantom Blade quick shot. No matter what level they are, no matter how powerful your damage, no matter what you have equipped, whatever. I am going to throw a smoke bomb here and hope done enough to not bottom guy saw. He's level 4. Normally there's other enemies in here, and thankfully I lost me so I can just assassinate him. That was on, despite getting a scene like that and my berserk guy losing people, that was one of the best times I've ever had doing the mission. No, killed there. I already got killed earlier in the run. Maybe I'm steal this death run. Fine, whatever. Is this the armor one? Up here. Stop.
He might have outlived this Grandmaster, and that could lead us to his body. Bishop out.
Bishop, let's stop talking to. I want to stop. I could have just gone inside that window. Too bad. Back down here for. And this mission actually has a pretty interesting speedrun strat. Not like exclusive to like no upgrades or anything, like an actual like speedrun strat that's used in like any single like normal category. Or like any percent or 100% or whatever. Which we'll see when we get to it. But there's actual like speedrun strat in this the next one after. On here. I know what's coming up next because I've played this game and I've done one of the upgrades, so I know to be prepared for what's after this mission. But I don't care. I had to use a smoke bomb there. It only costs 10 for one.
Elise?
I'll meet Elise here because we have to talk to Maribel about Germaine, or whatever. I don't fully remember. We're watching all the cutscenes and I'm still not following the plot.
Elise?
The plot of this game is whatever.
What is this?
And I've also played this game tons of times already, so I kind of know the plot. I should know the plot.
But I have to report this to the council immediately. They'll know what to do.
No! They don't trust me as it is.
But also, this game isn't like
First and last.
the best plot in the world or anything.
Of course, you're right.
What are we going to do?
We find out what happened.
In terms of Assassin's Creed plots, it's probably one of the better ones compared to nowadays. It's not really up there with like the best. This mission is also taking mechanics from the murder mystery side missions that exist in this game, where you can like solve murder crimes and like interrogate suspects and find evidence and all that stuff. There's normally not like full motion kept cutscenes like this in those side missions. But this does take mechanics from and you don't have to use Eagle Vision on any of these things to interact with them, but you do have to interact with them to continue.
Poison.
So if you know what to interact with it. You don't have to use Eagle Vision to make them interactable like I've done with some other things earlier in the run.
With Templars, is it?
With anyone who wants to get away with murder. But yes.
You technically can accuse Elise here, but that's obviously the wrong choice. I don't know if you get like punished for it or anything. I don't think I've probably only done it like once ever, and I don't fully remember what she says, but I know you can do it. If you do accuse the wrong suspect in like the actual murder mystery side missions, you do lose out on some rewards. Like you get less money from the missions if you use the wrong suspect. So if you want the max amount of money rewards from the murder mystery side missions in this game, honestly, just like look up the answer. Like, who's gonna care? Just look up the answers if you want max money rewards from the murder mystery side missions. You don't lose out on like anything if you don't like interrogate all the suspects or like not find all the evidence, whatever. And for most of them, you don't even need to interrogate everyone or find all the evidence to accuse anyone, or like accuse the right person. So just like you can just look up the answer. No one's gonna care up the answer. And here we can talk to Kmar and like even accuse him of the murder, but if you just run, you skip all of his dialogue and just skip to the next objective. Which is not a big skip, but it is a little bit of a skip you can do. Which is not the big, like, speedrun strat that I was talking about earlier, which is actually coming up in a bit. Which is actually a pretty interesting strat. It's easier to do the strat if you skip the cutscene, but it's still possible if you don't. And since we're watching all the cutscenes, I'm not going to skip. But skipping the cutscene would make it a little bit easier. For like timing reasons. I specifically want my Berserk Blades equipped for it. So you could probably see where that's going just based on that. And since we're still technically in a mission, I can't fast travel. So I do have to do this one. We meet Elise here, and with this apothecary, after this cutscene, I'm gonna do a little strat. So he's gonna run away.
Well played.
He's gonna run away. We're gonna have to chase him down. And then once we get into gameplay here, I'm actually gonna purposefully reload checkpoint. And then while that's reloading, I'm gonna be mashing my shot button for my berserk blades. You can probably hear this. I'm mashing the hell out of this. So I'm mashing my berserk blade so I can quick shot him. And then he's staying still because of berserk blades equipping or breaking AI. And then I shoot him. Okay, well, it actually didn't work. Why it didn't work? Hopefully when I reload checkpoint, I get my berserk blades back. What you're meant to do is berserk blade him twice and then tackle him immediately, but I don't know why he got away that time. Normally that works like every single time. I don't know why it didn't work. But that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be mashing the quick shot button.
Slow down! Wait!
Okay, well, I'm out of berserk blade because the strat didn't work. So I guess I have to do this the normal way. Well, I guess you don't get to see that strat then because it decided not to work. It also means I have to buy more berserk. And that flasher is because he threw a flashbang thing for some reason. I don't know why he has the ability to do that, but whatever. I wish that strat would have worked for me. I decided not. Now I have to chase him down for like my entire city. Work. I'm trying to reduce the target, please. But I'm forced to run slower during interiors. Because this game is bad. Oh, he decided to run back down the stairs. I guess because there's not a window up there or something? What was wrong with his AI? Okay. This mission ended up being a little bit more jank than it should be. I do not understand why that Berserk Blade strat did not work. Maybe it was like mashing too fast or something, but it should work because it works every single time. It's worked for literally every other single time I've done that. I've had no issues with that ever. Maybe it was mashing too slow, I don't know. But what should have happened was I should have been able to Berserk Blade him twice, and then just tackle him immediately inside the tunnels, and then get teleported up here to the cutscene. But he tells us that like there's some other hooded guy who bought some poison and wanted a second dose of it dropped off somewhere. He thinks that we were the hooded guy because we're a hooded guy, and apparently there must only be one hooded person in Paris at this time for some reason. According to him. So apparently we're the same guy, even though we're not. And since the guy was hooded, you can probably think about what that means.
Here, this is where the apothecary delivered his wares.
What are we waiting for?
So I definitely need.
Well, it makes me happy to see
That's a messenger. I'm gonna wait for that database to go away before I open that, because I know I go into that database if it was still on screen. Because database and going into database with pop-ups like that and opening the map is the same button. Which has been a problem since Assassin's Creed 2. Been a problem since like the beginning of the series, ever since they started having database stuff. This game is also extremely insane with pop-ups. Like there's just pop-ups everywhere, and there's like sometimes when you're doing like side stuff you'll have pop-ups happen, but then like you'll be trying to read a text box, but the pop-up will block the text box, so you have to wait for the pop-up to go away to read the text box. But then there's like 5 other pop-ups that you have to wait for to read that one text box. Extremely annoying. And you can probably tell where we are. This was the very first point that I ever did. At least in Paris, not counting the random one of Versailles that we were forced to do tutorial. And I know I need to go buy more Berserk Blades, but I know there's a shop nearby. So I'm just gonna start the mission first and then go to that shop.
Charming place. What do you hope to find here?
This is where the apothecary says he delivered the poison. I'm hoping I can pick up a trail and follow it back to the source.
Pick up a trail. Are you a bloodhound now?
Something like that.
Up. This way you could probably recognize this area from the top. I'm an assassin. That interesting mission with Balek, where he didn't help me at all. Get to follow him across the roofs. This shop. Look again because first during this Phantom Blades. All the way back this way. Past this area you might recognize maybe like from like 3 hours ago. Maybe 2 if we're being generous. Might recognize this building from when we went inside to go join the assassins. Maybe.
The trail ends here.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. No. Wait here.
Don't be ridiculous. I'm not letting you go in there alone.
Elise.
Arnold wants to go alone and do this himself. You can probably tell what's gonna happen. No one's gonna die, right? No one's gonna die again in a video game called Assassin's Creed.
I understand.
Right? Chat? Definitely not gonna be a fight and someone's gonna die, right?
You'd better come back to me. Be careful.
Good. Go buy a second one, because my Berserk decided to not. I don't know what's going on with my Berserk Blades today, but my Berserk Blade decided to not. Good. But I just want to make sure I'm fully stocked for another extremely resource intensive thing, and honestly I might end up using every.
Bonjour.
Assuming the game actually wants to work and not out. Or if I just do it fast enough. Or I don't need to. Phantom Blade. I don't need to worry about cherry bombs, I never use them. Honestly, the reason why I never use cherry bombs is, there's supposed to be a sound-based item. They're supposed to lure people with sound, but they're weird and they're not sound-based at all. Well, they kind of are, but the reason why they're weird is because they're a sound-based item that operates on sight. If enemies don't physically see it pop and don't see it actually like working, they won't be distracted by it. They have to physically see the sound-based item. Doesn't make sense to me, but how it works. Also, oh my god, it's pure Balek.
Took you long enough, piss pot.
Balek.
Should have known it'd be you that'd find me. Only question is, what happens now?
You poisoned Mirabeau.
He poisoned us! Peace with the Templars!
I wonder if there's gonna be a boss fight where we have to fight Balek and kill him.
You think it's the first time this has happened? The first time that the assassins have been forced to purge their leadership? The first time that the Order has built itself back up from nothing to power? No. Masyaf, Monteregione, the American colonies. It's all happened before. And we have risen anew, stronger than ever. But now, we've lost our purpose, Arno. We mired ourselves in politics and revolutions, but we're not a nation. We're an army. And in an army, making peace with the enemy is called treason. No, I'm not the only one that can save the Brotherhood. We can. Together.
Valak, you know I can't do that.
That's a pity.
Valak, please, come back.
Got a big ass black boss fight, and we're a level 1 against a level 5.
You disappoint me, Fistball.
Forced to fight a level 5 as a level 1. Please. Please. So the way this boss fight works, like 4 different things. I have to just like he's not attacking me first. You have to lower his health to a certain point to get to the next phase. I don't know why he's broken and like not even attacking me at all anymore. If I attack him, he just blocks. But you can see how little damage we're doing. The level 1, the weakest sword, against the level 5. He should be attacking me. That's what I've been waiting for this whole time. I don't know why he just has not been doing it. But this is the glitch I was talking about earlier. If you try to reload something in this fight that you're completely empty on, and you don't have the gun, Arnold just reaches for a gun that is just like not there. And I don't know why it happens. I don't know what makes it happen. I don't know what makes it go away. Sometimes it like has to go away by itself, but it tends to go away final phase. Normally I don't get knocked down, but attacking. So now I just reload my thing. This is still only the first phase, by the way. I don't know why he's this broken on the first phase. And I can't switch my Phantom Blades because... What if I keep attacking him or force him to attack me back? I've never... Or let me hit him there. I've never had him be so broken like that for that long. But now we actually get to move to phase 2, and I'm already down 1 smoke bomb and all my berserk. And since this is an actual boss fight, the berserk blades don't make him go berserk. Don't poison him. They just act like a normal phantom blade. I'm still having a glitch. Whenever you have this glitch, I don't think it ever like resolves itself until the final phase, which is extremely annoying. I think I need to like keep moving away and like trick him into using his gun. That's like the only thing that's like making him like actively consistently attack me. I don't want to use all my attack bombs yet. I want them on the last phase. I want them on the next phase. I'm just gonna aggressively attack him. This is the most broken I've ever had in a fight. Of course it does it on a live event too. If I just keep being aggressive, it eventually lets me hit him sometimes. This is why Assassin's Creed is not known for boss fights. And like should never be known for boss fights. Because they just don't work. It's not built for it. But it's letting me hit him now. But he should be doing more things. He should be like fighting back and like trying to shoot me and stuff, but he's like not doing anything.
I had hopes for you. I thought you could think for yourself. I can, Belek. I just... Open your eyes, boy.
Now this is the third phase. This is what I want the smoke bombs for. Because this is the biggest area.
I've seen Templars.
At least in this part.
To the sword just for the chance of killing one assassin. Tell me, in your vast experience, what have you seen?
I've seen the Grand Master of the Templar Order take in a frightened orphan and raise him as his own son.
Which is still here. Doesn't fix itself until the final phase. Gotta get him in the corner. You can see that Arno's free hit combo forces him back. And I want to trap him in the corner because when he gets forced back from that free hit combo, it keeps him in the corner because he doesn't have anywhere to go. That was my last smoke bomb. Not anymore, and I'm down. I was down one from what I was supposed to have because I had to use one in the first phase because it was broken. But that is an easy way to cheese this third phase. Trap him in the corner with smoke bomb. Dash, circle, or whatever. Some event sections. Like the same church and all that when we that leap of faith down into the hole. Right, that with that weird glitch. Take a few steps forward because if you just stand there in that one spot, even after this dialogue ends, it won't continue. So you have to go a little bit forward to actually continue after this dialogue. I think in the normal any % run, this is a point where they use the skill, like the co-op skill that like gives you more like ammo and equipment and things. The assassin cache or whatever it's called. While you're just waiting there for dialogue, I think the point where they use it in the run, % normal.
Now we see the heart of it. It's not
But the thing of assassin cache is that, well, for one, it's a skill, and I'm not getting skills for no upgrades. And it's a co-op skill, so it's like meant to be used for co-op stuff, which like you can use it single player, but it's meant for co-op. And then I did not take my chance to hit him there, but my blades. Also, his health bar does not show up in the section. That's normal. That's not a glitch. But also, the thing of Assassin Cache is that it's completely random what you get from it. And now the glitch is fixed because he did the smoke bomb attack, which he only does during his phase. But the thing of Assassin Cache is that it gives you random stuff and things you don't have. So it's not really most reliable. Also, every time he does that shove, he does it every single time. He blocks your attack, like he blocks your attack and then immediately tries to shove you on the ground. That's always consistent. That smoke bomb thing that he did earlier, he will either try to air assassinate you, which is always an instant kill if he does it. No matter how much health you have. Or he will spawn next to you and like swing at you. Which I want swing, so I can parry it and then attack him back. But if he does the air assassinate on me, I can just I'm mashing X to dodge while walking like this. Because if he swings at me like that, I will usually dodge it, and if he does the air assassinate on me, I will always dodge it. So I just mash dodge just to be sure. And I need to start using them. And finally use those now. And hit Phantom Blade because you can see there the game kind of like remembers where you are in the combo if you combine it with a Phantom Blade or Gunshot or whatever. Kind of like Bayonetta or like Devil May Cry in that one. Like you just have the there's the air assassinate. You just have like the 3 basic hit combo, but if you do like 1, 2, and then Phantom Blade, it'll remember what part of the what part of the combo you're on, and it won't reset back to 1. So you can do like a 1, 2 Phantom Blade, and it'll do 3. And with my weakest sword, with level 1 fighting against level 5, my Phantom Blades are actually stronger, so I can do hit Phantom Blade, and then do a little bit more damage, or like kill him like. So when you don't get that glitch, which usually is avoided when you actually get the gun in like a normal playthrough, you can just do that. But also when you have the gun, you can just get one of the good guns where you can just rapid fire it and instantly kill him, which is the normal strat in the any percent, like the normal any percent runs, and you don't have to deal with that entire bad boss fight being glitchy and broken where he just stands there and doesn't do anything to you. Like what was happening for me.
So you're really going through with
so like they tried to have a boss fight in this game, but it's not a boss fight, honestly. It's just there. Like they tried, but it's not a boss fight. It's just spam stuff while he spams you. He blocks like every attack you do. I hope that your attacks hit him, he doesn't block or like dodge out of the way. Make sure that you don't get insta-killed from the air assassination. It does on you. Make sure you actually parry attacks. There's just a lot to it, but it's not a good a lot, it's just a lot that's very annoying. That makes sense. And like it feels more like a boss fight on no upgrades because you have like nothing to help you. You're on the weakest stuff, you have the lowest amount of things. Like the lowest state you can possibly be, so it feels more like a boss fight that way. But it's not good. And like you can see, I'm like completely out of like everything except for like 3. And my five cherry bombs. You can't forget about the 5 cherry bombs, but I do forget about the 5 cherry bombs because they're not useful. Like Nari's the used cherry bombs ever. Maybe not ever, but just like at least with the way that I play this game and do no upgrades runs, like no good opportunities for me to ever use cherry bombs. I don't want to use it because they're not good. It's weird to have a sound-based item be based on sight. Also here we're doing our second bridge thing of like 2 hours ago. Maybe sure. In here it wants to leap all the way off the tower there, like climb all the way to the top. And you don't have to do that, you can just jump up from the bottom. It was a little jank the way I did it, but you don't climb all the way to the top. How long is 100% run? I don't run 100% of this. But I can go on SOC and check real quick.
Here we go again.
Let's
Back
see.
inside a mess of broken code.
I have a chance. Check this.
This time the portal is above you, a few hundred meters.
Assassins. 100%. 100% is 11.5 hours. At least the world record run, that is the only run on the board for it. Also, we're in Nazi Germany, Paris right now. Don't worry about it. They gotta give you an excuse to climb the Eiffel Tower in the game set in France, even though they set it in the time period where the Eiffel Tower did not exist. But they gotta give you a chance to climb it anyway. And this is also technically the farthest in time the game series has ever gone, if you want to count this, besides modern day. And I avoid those searchlights. I avoid all the searchlights in this mission as best as I can, because if you get seen by the searchlights, they actually will shoot you. They don't really do that much damage, it's been on like the lowest health. But they will shoot you, and if you keep getting shot by them, they will kill you. So I do not want to get shot. Here, I know a spotlight is going to show up on the left, so I'm going to actually, if I can do it, jump down this way, and then climb around to the right side. I know a spotlight is going to spawn there. I don't want to get immediately seen and shot by it. But yeah, this is the second sort of, and they're just still like parkour stuff. Much to these. There will be one more later, but there's not as big of a gap between this one and the last one like there was with the first one in this. Because we are kind of getting closer to the end of the 4 hours into the run. Also, this plane here, these planes, you can get on those guns and shoot them down, and you're kind of encouraged to, but you really don't ever need to. They will shoot at you and they will do damage for you, honestly, pretty fast, but if you just keep moving, you don't need to ever worry about them. Yo, $50 donation, let's go. Shoutouts, $50. Translator Law Center, let's go. Love that, especially as a trans person myself. Here, and once we get up to this section, there's gonna actually be 2 planes shooting. Even if you shot down the one before, there's gonna be 2 planes. Doesn't really matter. Not like a new plane replaces the old one. Just does 1 plane then 2 planes. No matter. And just like with the first plane, I'm just gonna completely avoid these 2. If I get shot by them, I get shot by them. It doesn't really matter. But I'm not gonna worry about wasting time shooting down. But I am gonna run all the way back over here, behind here, while they're over on that other side, so try to more easily avoid getting shot by them while I'm behind this pillar here.
I don't want to alarm you, but the portal is highly unstable.
And do a leap of faith off the top off the top of the Eiffel Tower, because of course they gotta give us a chance to do that. And finally leave Nazi-controlled France, or Nazi-controlled Paris. You see, it would be if the speedrun community was not complete ass and controlled by someone who didn't respect anyone else. It would be, if that were not the case, but because the Assassin's Creed speedrun community is not great and controlled by one person who wants to be the only one who's allowed to win, I just would not bother. Because you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna do what he does, and he's gonna beat what's gonna happen is what's gonna happen is that you're gonna do a run, you're gonna beat his time, and submit it, and then he's gonna wait to verify your run until he does an offline run first and beats it before he verifies your run, and then he's gonna verify his run first and then wait to verify your run. So that he's still world record holder even when you have another run on the board. That's exactly what's gonna happen, I can tell already, even if you did that. If you wanna run it, then run it, but I'm just saying I would just not bother with the speedrun leaderboards for this series because of that one guy.
Come off it. That's entirely up to your initiate, my friend. I'm not the one leaving so many digital footprints around Paris. You might confuse them for tiny doggy packs.
Need to stop for them talking. I don't know where to go. Go directly under here. Yippee. Should go in here anyway because I need a shop real bad. Also, like, do you really want to run a run? You really want to do a run that's like 11.5 hours long? Like, I don't really have much to say about that because I'm literally doing a run right now that's like over 7 hours, but like... 11 hours is like too much, even for me as someone who's doing a run this long. And this like isn't even like an official leader... This isn't even like an official run on the leaderboard. This is just something I do for myself. Like, do you really want to run a run that's like 11.5 hours long? That's your choice if you want to, but hey, that's too long even for me.
We have a task for you.
More fetch and carry work, I imagine.
2 master assassins are dead, one by your own hand in defense of a Templar. Count yourself lucky this is the extent of your punishment.
And Germain?
It's none of your concern. Last night, the Paris Commune declared itself an open insurrection against the king. As we speak, 20,000 armed revolutionaries are laying siege to the Tuileries. Even the National Guard are on the brink.
Oh man, we're 4 hours 20 minutes into the run. Nice. And it just hit 4 hours 20 minutes 20 seconds. At least that I saw on stream.
If we danced about on a simple scale
Nice 420.
of balancing, you'd be right. But the truth is more complicated. In putting Mirabeau's affairs in order,
Haha, funny
we come
meat
across
numbers.
certain correspondences of a royal nature.
Mirabeau's in contact with the king.
And he was rather less discreet than he should have been.
Also, this is what I was talking about earlier, where Mirabeau literally said he was talking with the king in that one cutscene earlier, and then this cutscene, like 3 hours later, they're all surprised that he was talking with the king, even though he straight up mentions it like out loud. Like, to be fair, none of these other characters were in that other cutscene. Like, it was only Arno that he said it to, but like, even Arno was surprised. like why? Once you notice it, you can't unsee it. You just can't unnotice it once you see it. Like, I don't know if that's bad writing or like if I'm like losing something. I don't know what it is, but like, why are they all surprised that he was talking with the king when he specifically mentions that he was talking with the king in that one cutscene like hours ago? There's no reason to be surprised at that. Especially Arno. Arno literally knows. He straight up told Arno to his face that he was talking with the king. Why is Arno surprised?
Ready?
Please.
Aim! Fire! Good work. Back to your post.
This is definitely a game of all time. Damn that. I can actually move. This rooftop has not really.
Honestly, the quality of rhetoric amongst bloodthirsty rioters these days.
Any mission. Alright, for now. I have enough money. And I'm also currently doing this story mission. We are also at the point now where we are getting close to the mission where I need the 4,000 money. Because we just started sequence 8, and that mission I need the money for is the first mission of sequence 10. We have like about 2 sequences at that point where I actually like actively need the money. One opportunity assassination. But I have way more point. I need 4,000 for it. I have like probably almost 20,000. 16,000. That's a little less than I thought I had, but that's way more than I need still. Dude. Shot. Because you're level 4 and you're a gunner, so you're gonna die to it no matter what. Shot. Shot. I normally air assassinate that guy to get down, but because I was detected,
Any sign of the tyrant?
Smash him back it up.
I know that if I tried to air assassinate him, it wouldn't let me do it. Like, I would have just landed on his head and he would have got pissed at me. Kill this guy because he's walking around. This guy because I turn around and see the body. One thing with Unity I probably should mention. Unity does not let you pick up and carry bodies. For some reason. I don't know why they got rid of it. They put it back in Syndicate. Stun grenades, what I don't have. But you cannot pick up and carry bodies in Unity. Whenever you kill enemies, their bodies will always be forced to stay where you leave them. It's just because you cannot move them around. Honestly, something I don't really like all that much. Like, it's not a feature I actively use all that much in other games, but I still do sometimes when I need to. Come over here, dude. Come over here. I'm gonna use my other best friend. There's corners. Smoke bombs, phantom blades, and corners in Unity are your best friends. Which will actually, we're gonna see corners being my best friend again, like, literally, like, after this next cutscene. Or, like, after the next 2 cutscenes, in this exact mission. I can actually do words. Guy's stuck because he saw me for a second, now he's starting to move. Corners are extremely broken in Unity. Because even if people detect you, you can still cover kill them as if you were in stealth. And it's extremely broken and funny.
Back! Stay away!
Guy... I thought I was in cover there. Again, covers are your best friend. I don't know if cover kills like that are being extremely overpowered is a glitch, or if it's meant to be that way. Either way, they fixed that in Syndicate. You can't just chain cover kills in Syndicate anymore like you can in this game. And when I say chain cover kills, you'll see what I mean in a bit. But cover kills are extremely broken in Unity. Funny. Also, Napoleon Bonaparte. He doesn't say his name a while, but to like the end of this mission, this is Napoleon. Because you gotta have those historical characters in Assassin's Creed.
Misunderstanding, should the wrong men find them.
I see. Well then, perhaps we can help each other. I believe the king has built a hidden vault somewhere in here. If only we could find it.
So here you gotta interact with things to find the vault. But it's just here. If you know where it is, you can just... You still need to activate it with Equal Vision to like make sure it's interactable, but...
You were saying?
if you know where it is, you can just do that.
Nicely done, my friend.
And you spawn right next to it. From that cutscene. Just press the button. And pretty soon, in a few seconds here after this cutscene ends, you'll get to see what I mean when I say chain cover kills. Also, if you know Assassin's Creed lore, Napoleon just got an apple of Eden from there. Not really too important for this game, or like really ever, but that is where he gets his apple of Eden from. That is shown in the glyphs in AC2. And you don't physically get to see the apple in this game. You just know that if you know Assassin's Creed lore, you just know that that's what it is because of the glow. Nothing else in Assassin's Creed glows like that. And if you know Assassin's Creed lore, you probably know what happens in the AC2 glyphs. I need to get these guys away from this corner because I don't want them near that corner while I'm trying to do change. Are they not? Should normally come by now. Should be more in it. If no enemies come, that's fine. But there should be like 2 more waves of enemies where I can chain cover. Okay, there we go. They are late. They are so late. I don't know why they're so late, but this is what I mean when I say chain cover kill. I did not mean to press you there, but stop getting on thing. I am trying to get on cover. This went badly. What, he's the last one? I don't care. That was not the way that was ever supposed to go. I don't know why the enemies were so late. I don't know why he kept trying to climb the bookshelf instead of getting into cover. I don't know why
Search everything.
well, I know why I threw smoke bombs down too much, because I was mashing the button because I was panicking. Read the input twice, so I threw down 2 and I only wanted 1. I know why that happened, but everything else was like, why? I don't know why I'm having so many weird things happen with this run today.
Come with me, I have a better idea.
Like, this game is normally not like that when I do runs like this.
I don't suppose you've ever considered military service?
Now I'm all out of smoke bombs again because I ashed on 2 more than I wanted.
Ah, the bane of generals and statesmen everywhere. An individualist. I know the feeling. Men like us have a great advantage over most in the army.
I don't know why this game decided to be so extremely jank tonight. Like, it's normally not as jank as this is being.
You'd be a marshal in 10 years, guaranteed.
So what do you get?
A generous offer, but no.
Where the heart leads, a man
If this was on a GDQ run, I would have probably had like 5 that's never happened before moments at this point.
Bonaparte is my name.
At least 3 different ones.
Second lieutenant of artillery. For now.
Not that I can't say that's never happened before here just because it's not GDQ.
And as a personal favor, if anyone asks,
I know that if this was GDQ, that would have been the 5th one,
the whole
something.
thing from a furniture shop across the carousel.
A face in the crowd.
Also, I was talking, so I probably missed when he said his name. He should have introduced himself as Napoleon Bonaparte by now. I'm pretty sure he normally does it before you get to this part. Also, the objective in the bottom left says follow Napoleon.
Just a moment.
He's too tall.
You may want to take cover.
Also, taking cover on here is mandatory. I was too far right somehow. Normally I'm fine when I cover on like the very edge like that, but when I was too far right.
Fine, Corporal. Superb shot. Regular drills are critical to a regiment's success.
We should be going, sir.
We part ways here.
God, I love the British accents with the French characters. It's so funny.
Give me a few days. I'll see what
Especially when it's like not even a major character.
Perhaps I can arrange an
If it's like a minor character, like a guard like that, it's just so funny. Imagine going to France in real life and suddenly everyone starts speaking British accents with English. Wouldn't that be like the most jarring, confusing? So funny and stupid. That I wanted. I have enough money, but I have less than I thought I would be. Less than I thought I would have at this point. I also have to go this way for get that crowd event because there's a giant fight happening. Especially when I have 0 smoke bombs. And this companion mission is gonna give me more money than that crowd event ever would anyway. Shop. I see that shop. Where's the door? Get me in here. 5. I want to do any co-op stuff. Like, oh. I'm also running here. I'm pretty sure. So point near here. I know I did pass a viewpoint, but there's too much stuff going on for me to bother with it. If I pass it again, I'm not going back for it right now. Is the door to in here? I can just climb over the roof. I don't care, but I want. Side here. Climb over. In. Sir, next to us. Ready? Because Arno still doesn't really
This morning, I was accosted by 3 men
off on his
carrying
own.
some poor soul's head atop a pike. Seems they mistook my uniform for a mark of nobility and demanded I shout, "Long live the Republic," to prove my allegiance.
I suppose handing out tricolor cockades is now passé.
Was told to
What did you do?
ignore everything related to
I shouted, "Long live the Republic."
He's still tracking stuff, so obviously doesn't care.
Is more valuable than dignity. But this is what happens when you give command of the government to half-starved...
The classic Napoleon line that was used in like all the trailers for the game.
Rui.
Let's go.
Wanted him assigned to some out-of-the-way garrison. But the man redefines the term friends in high places.
I love that they put Napoleon in this game and like he doesn't even like really do anything. Like he only exists for like these 2 missions and a few side missions and then appears as the antagonist in the Dead King's deal. No reason.
If he were to meet with an accident,
Like he's just like not in the game. He might as well not even be in the game.
Well, practice your speech making.
I don't even think it's like really explained why he's suddenly an antagonist in Dead Kings. Like he just is. And you don't even assassinate him either, he just gets arrested. Which like is probably something historical that I'm not aware of, but it's just really weird to like help him with these 2 missions in base game and then like some side mission I haven't done a while, but I don't fully remember. suddenly he's
Get their weapons. Nobody try anything.
the game of all time. I don't even know if like base game Unity and Dead Kings was like the same writer. It probably wasn't, but I would hope that they were the same writer. But like also knowing Ubisoft, they're probably not. Also, this mission used to give me like a lot of trouble when I was playing this game like back in like 2014. Like I didn't really go, and this is a confusing area where you have to like you can't really like climb around outside. You have to go around, climb up from like the side, and like extremely confusing.
You'll go to the guillotine for this.
Stuff. There's probably easier ways to like get up to the roof. Did I?
Watch them, men. God will judge you.
What do we do with the bodies?
Leave them. What are you waiting for? More traitors to deal with.
That is because walk around and probably see. I might turn. He was about to. I could tell. Probably about to turn around. Guys are normally not walking like that. I'll stand on the torch is what I'll do, apparently. I'll do SSI trick. So that I don't have to waste a smoke bomb on these guys. Because normally they're like over there by the door where the other guy is and standing next to each other, staring at the ground. I don't know. Game is being interesting tonight. I'm gonna wait for that brute to come back over this.
He's on the roof.
Here we go.
Good lad. Come on, boys. Upstairs.
Got him. The reason why I Phantom Blade him is because there's two enemies right here by this window, and if I smoke bomb, they'll actually turn around and hear it. So I don't want them to I don't want them to guys too. Yeah, not that low. A lot of stuff before. A little bit of extra money. That was not what I planned to do. The game buffered some inputs, and maybe go up. I wanted to stay down. I will go back into the window. They can't get to me. I don't want to hang outside the window because there's a whole tower of like enemies to the left. Like towards like direction where that green marker is, and there's enemies on that tower. They have like really long sight ranges. I don't want them to see me and potentially snipe me. Okay, you know what? That was not what I planned to do at all, but that actually worked because that brought him down here and made him stand still. So despite that not being what my plan was, that actually kind of ended up working out. Which, like, I've had stuff like that happen before while practicing this, playing it. But that was not what my original plan was gonna be.
To govern is to reign. That is the essence of the problem.
I don't know why he just tends to stand there, nothing, bring him down from that platform.
Pathetic.
Which, like,
Isn't it?
That's the thing that always happens, but I just don't know why he does it.
Deserves better.
Like, I'm pretty sure he's supposed to go back up to the main platform.
What was that?
Roy.
If you, like, lure him off of it like that.
Told you I could make him talk.
But then the game just decides to make him stand still. Also, this memory takes place during one of the earlier missions that we did.
You've done well.
Which is, like, you almost never get to see that. Like, that never happens during any other assassination target.
Our agents are in place to divert the shipments to our docks. They wait only your command.
So that's actually a callback.
Starve them.
When we watched him throw the guy at the window.
Masters for what they are, but do it gradually.
What you're asking will take at least a year, Grandmaster. If
Now
not,
our next target is a woman. We get to go kill a woman now. Well, soon. We're not gonna go kill her now. Okay, I was planning to back check to that horizontal beam, but almost killed myself. If I killed myself there, I would have had to do the entire mission over again and kill him for a second time. Which means we would have had to watch that assassination cutscene again. So I specifically run over here because I know there's a shop over here. I want to do that one night. Shop and leave. That far away, but it's close to the fast travel point, so I'm gonna take this load because honestly, it probably would have just been faster to run, but it's close to the fast travel point. Yippee! Oh man, I missed when the timer said 4:44:44. Missed it by like a minute. Stream. Rip. But I did see when it said 4:20:20. Why is my camera always at that angle every time I get to it? Where it faces that angle every time with every single... On my way, large crowds. This is still level 3 mission. We should be getting to the point soon to get to level 4 and 5 missions. I guess just because I'm doing story and not any side stuff, I'm not... involved with level 4 and 5 stuff? That makes sense? We're in sequence 8 out of 12. Definitely. I definitely feel like we should be at level 4 and 5 missions.
most of them are very poor just now. Why?
I have a lead on Germain. He has a woman named Marie buying up grain shipments and diverting them to a private dock.
Marie Levesque?
You know her?
The Levesques have been Templars since the Third Crusade. Marie was the only one who argued against Germain's exile, and not surprised she's thrown in with him.
Any idea where we might find her?
Not her, no. But what little grain makes it to Paris these days is unloaded at the Hôtel de Ville docks.
Promising. I'll start there.
Perhaps I can learn something of Madame Levesque's whereabouts.
I don't know about Levesque. Target, and we're still going against the Brotherhood and killing people with no permission from the assassins. So probably tell her that's gonna go. Let's see. That's gonna go. We're already mad at him the first time he did it. Continuing to do it. Hopefully nothing bad is ever gonna happen.
You've missed the key, you dolts! Where are you going?
Time to
We
chase
have
the boat.
a tailing mission with a boat. Thankfully, since it's a boat, it doesn't really, like, get out of your line of sight all that much. You don't have to worry about, like, a line of sight timer, like, seconds or whatever. Like, it's, like, not even, like, physically in my line of sight right now. And I don't have a timer on screen that I have to worry about. Game forcing me to do parkour down, even though, like, any of the earlier games, I could have just held the run button and gone down. Or get stuck on the box like that. Why does some fire sparks happening? Enemies guarding there, but actually, once I get past sectional, actually run up on this. I've had stuff happen here where you like fall down. I'm actually gonna run. It didn't actually happen to me where it like forces me to fall and I can't get back up, so usually I climb up a little bit earlier than I did. I was kind of playing risky there. But thankfully it didn't like do some weird jank to me and fall for no reason.
Captain! Any problems?
No, madame.
You have your orders?
Here, madame.
Good. And I'm instructed to tell you to make certain one of the bags leaks.
Yes, madame. Get to work!
Here, instead of like going directly through that area, run around all the mini mission there, which I would do after I finish it. Can't do it during the story mission right now. When the story mission ends, it's gonna teleport me a little bit away, but not far enough away to the point I don't remember where that mission is. Close still. I'll run over here. I almost killed that guy, but I was expecting him to turn around, so I actually did. Even if you do have the double assassinate skill, you can't double assassinate from a haystack. Like, not really something that Assassin's Creed like ever really let you do. Even in like the older games, you can't really double assassinate. You can if you like high profile assassinate, jump out of the haystack, or like not like staying inside the haystack like this. Like if I low profile assassinate like that, I would never be able to double assassinate. Because Assassin's Creed would not let me do it. Dang it, never looked. Too far away. Likeness. I also know there's another enemy platform somewhere. I can't see them. They're not in range of my eagle vision, and like, direction that I'm coming from, but I know they're over there from having played before. They're not in a point. They're not in a position to body of the guy I killed, but the guy I have to kill anyway, or at least steal from. I don't think I should worry about because he's facing this. little bit more Phantom Blade kind of wanted to, especially because I missed that first shot, but I'm good. Probably should not have ran it. I'm gonna teleport me away from like. I was just run. No, for all I know, it's one that gives armor. Just letting you. I'm not really the best with things. Sometimes I aim like too far away and I miss. I wiggle it too much. I have shaky hands. I miss critical headshots or whatever. Or the enemies like moving around too much and I can't. But
What are you up to there?
I'm just not. That's why I never really like play shooter games that much. I'm just like not a good shot at anything. I also prefer to get if it's a possibility for me to, I prefer like physical melee. I'm a physical player, if that makes sense. Like I don't like ranged things. I want to get up and close. You could see it wasn't that far away of a run from where that last mission put me. Just across the bridge. Also shop there. I want to use. I really only used Phantom Blades on that mission. The next mission is pretty resource intensive again. So I want to make sure I have enough stuff. Who saw me? Who? I'm blending, they don't see me. I'm blending, you don't see me. God. You're level 2 on. Also, brutes are easy to kill because they literally never block. So you can just wham them. They also never really like do the special yellow health bar parry. But I'm also gonna heal and buying stuff anyway. But brutes never block, so you can just kind of slam them down. And this is the one, like, first time there is a mission in the bottom half of the map. It's gonna be like one other one later, but like this is the first mission in the bottom half of the map. You've probably been seeing how like all the missions for this entire game are like either in the middle of the map or like the top half of the map. They almost never make you go down to the bottom half of the map. Story stuff. Which is like why I haven't done a single viewpoint down there, because I haven't needed to be down there until. And also probably why I'm not really gonna bother doing any down there, because I'm not gonna be down there again until the game has to go down there again. And when it does make you go down to the bottom half of the map again, it's gonna like teleport me down there on its own. So there'd be no point to in your viewpoint down there, because I'm already gonna be down there because of the game by itself. I won't have to run down there. I can do now. For insurance. That much. It's 250. That was nothing. It's not nothing. It's a little bit more. It's not good. I'll say that. Not really the best amount. Give me a little bit more. Taking me same direction I was going anyway. Gods do. Kill.
Things are gonna get seriously bad for you. You are. Get out of here right now.
Thank you for that crowd event spawning. I can just resist. And I get free money for it. Go. Yippee.
Worse it is all.
And assassinate again. Really. And it's a pretty resource intensive mission, which is why I bought stuff when I wasn't even that low in stuff to buy. So it's level 4 mission finally, when I was just talking about level 3 mission.
You were right. Marie Lévesque had men unloading the barges and taking the grain to the Palais du Luxembourg.
If the people think the royal family has been hoarding food in a time of famine,
Bedlam. Just the sort of thing Germain seems to thrive on.
Madame Lévesque is yours. I'll find the stolen grain and try to get it out of there before anyone finds it.
Stay out of trouble. Don't get caught.
Gonna be one of the missions of all time. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if I had to restart checkpoint a few times, just because I have in the past. The way this mission is, because this is, you can see here, this is a big ass building. That's like, I think a giant party happened inside of it. There's gonna be like guards everywhere protecting all these hallways, and the big room full of civilians, but that's also where the target is. And hopefully if something goes right, if everything goes right, I'll be able to do a pretty cool, funny strat. But I'm half expecting things to go wrong just because, for one, because of the way the game has been behaving tonight, also because of how this mission is sometimes. Gunner up. His SSI, like, he like detected me when his SSI was like half full. You're level 4, but you're also a gunner, so I'm just not gonna waste it. Gunners are like easily the weakest enemy in this game. Even like level 5. But guy in this room, yeah. I want to check that because sometimes there isn't something. Sometimes uncertain like spawn seat out here on the gunner, out here on this like platform with the gunner, and other times he's inside that room. Try to make sure. Turning around. Should be able to cover kill him if he comes all this way, which I think he is. Hopefully it means body around. Of course. Because he wants to break his arm somehow. Thank you for giving me a jink. I should watch that back on stream. Yeah, that was... Throw a smoke bomb over this guy's head. That guy. get seen by it.
That's odd.
I threw it too far, but what I wanted to do was throw a smoke bomb off the first guy's head, hit this guy with it, and then assassinate him. But that still somehow worked out. I just threw the smoke bomb a little bit too far. My fault. Hallway. Above me. I walk. I walk. Walking next to each other. Refreshed Eagle Vision to watch the time tonight. Boom. Probably should not have killed him there. I'm just worried someone might see his body, but because you can't pick up bodies in Unity. Because that's a game of all time. I saw that guy coming away. This body already disappeared, so that's fine actually. That's completely fine if his body wants to disappear immediately. I'm mostly like watching the arrows on the map. I also can't whistle him because you can't whistle in Unity either. That's also another thing. Like, I don't know if they actively removed it as like a decision they actively decided to make, or they just didn't like have time to implement it or whatever. I don't know if it was a conscious decision or just have time to do it. This guy don't need to kill really, but I want to make sure. I'm gonna lure him out here. If he actually wants to look at me. I don't know why it's making me spin around like that. He's not even looking this direction, so I'm just gonna do this. Oh, I'm inside the room. So much easier. Okay. What I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna berserk that guy. So he's gonna go crazy and start shooting into that crowd in that big room. And that also happens to be where the target is. It happens to be where Marie Levesque is. So what's gonna happen is she's gonna get scared because there's a berserk guard shooting into that giant crowd. And that's gonna alert her and alert everyone. What's gonna happen? She is gonna run directly into this room, and I can get a free kill on her. She runs this direction every single time. This is guaranteed. You can replicate this 100%. If you do like basically everything I just did with like maybe some like minor alterations depending on enemy guard seed layout or whatever. If you just berserk that guy, yeah, it doesn't trigger alarm. And he's a gunner, so he never leaves his spot. He never like runs around or anything. He just shoots into the crowd. I don't know if he shoots someone specifically or if he shoots in general or like whatever. But he shoots into the crowd because he's berserked. And the target runs into the room I was standing in every single time. You can 100% replicate this every single time. This is a guaranteed strat that you can do all the time. It's foolproof. It's perfect. It like, as long as you like never mess up all the setup beforehand, it's 100% guaranteed. Also, we love her body physics and I loot her body because I can. I don't get interrupted. I got interrupted right after I got her stuff. Let's go. Just run right back out the way we came. Can't catch me. Can't catch me. Let's go. I'm out. I'm out of here. Well, I should not have been as scared about that mission as I was. But I was just not expecting it to go that well. Usually, any other time I've done that mission, a lot of things go wrong, like enemies not supposed to. I don't know, I just get a bad, like, guard layout. But that was actually, like, pretty easy and simple and smooth. Back to level 3 enemy. Back to level 3 missions.
What?
No time to explain. Run.
And then Elise did whatever she did. Triggered a bunch of people. Which, like, I don't even know what she did. She never explains it. It's never explained what she did to piss everyone off. She just comes in running like no time to explain. And then you escape all these people. And she still never explains. Maybe she explains off screen, I don't know, but it's never explained what she did to piss all these people off.
Now, this particular example.
It's just funny. She just comes in running out of nowhere.
Cut the ropes! I'm coming here!
And we get to ride a giant balloon, or at least like chase after one. Gotta cut these ropes. I'm gonna cut rope. I smoke bomb this rope. Because there's enemies right next to me. If I don't smoke bomb this rope just to be safe. Because if they're near you and you don't smoke bomb, they can still hit you during that animation. And because you're stuck in the animation, you can't do anything to prevent it. You can't do anything to, like... You can probably heal if you survive it. You can't, like... Since you're not officially in combat when that animation is happening, it just, like, makes you stuck and you can't block it, you can't dodge it.
Yes, thank you.
So I just smoke bomb the first two just to make sure I don't get hit by unfair attacks that I can't avoid. And then the last one I don't need to smoke bomb because they're already stunned from the other smoke bomb. And it's also the last rope I need to cut, so I can just leave after it. Got it. But now we have to chase after Elise in the balloon. Sometimes I get a little bit lost on where it's going, but it's a set path every single time. Like the path is always the same. But sometimes I just always still kind of forget where I'm supposed to go a little bit. You might also see in the bottom left, one of the full sync objectives is, don't touch the ground. And the weird thing about that, you, like, touch the ground, like, for you, like, being bad at parkour and falling all the way down, that will void the full sync and make you fail it. But there's a part coming up where Arno does fall to the ground in a cutscene, and after that cutscene, you have to run on the ground for a little bit in gameplay, but that doesn't void the full, doesn't make it. Any other time, if you fall on the ground, not within that cutscene, then full sync is failed. And it's a little bit weird like that, but that's how it works. So this cutscene is gonna make Arno fall on the ground for a little bit once he like slams face first into the side of a building, and that's not gonna count against me for the full sync. No, Arno very clearly touches the ground, and then slam face first in the building, or I guess like side first. But he lands in the haystack. He's on the ground. His full sync should be failed. But it's not, because the game is weird.
They might actually be trying to hit me.
You can see it's still there. If it was a failed full sync, it would disappear, but because it's still there, it's not failed yet. Also, I like this part. You can just run through that guy's apartment, and he does a little extra dialogue. You don't need to do that. You can run across the roof and fine, but you get a little bit of extra funny dialogue if you run through that guy's roof. Also, I'm pretty sure that scripted shot is like scripted to never hit you. Because I've never been hit by that. I think it's just like for like dramatic effect or whatever. I've literally never got hit by that shot. Or like that one, or like any of like these like dramatic like multi-hitting shots or whatever. I think they're just like dramatic things for the event that's happening. I don't think they're like actually meant to. Like maybe you can get hit by them. I don't know, but I've never been hit by them.
Next time, I plan the escape route.
Also, this is the second cutscene where Arno takes off his hood and see him wear the stupid mask that is glued onto his face.
From up here, you'd never know the nation is tearing itself apart.
As long as you actually wear a hood equipment that has a mask like that, which there is some, but there's not a lot.
Do you think?
Do you? After everything that's happened.
This is also another unskippable cutscene that, but I would not be able to escape even if I was just doing.
The course of history forever altered, never again to return.
Maybe we can't go back. But going forward isn't necessarily an ending.
Please.
Oh, I got a Minecraft movie out on Twitch. Watching the stream.
You cheated.
You took too long.
Thankfully, I'm muted, so I don't have to hear.
I love you.
When then they kiss. Oh, the funny thing about the kissing in this game, when RRLOL6 kissed, because of the way they did the motion capture, they had like big long like cameras in front of their faces, that were like tracking their like facial movements and things like that. You've probably seen if you've seen like motion capture before, but because they had those cameras in front of their faces, they couldn't like kiss properly. So apparently, according to Arno's voice actor, they just had to do like generic like kissing mouth movements with their mouth and just like kiss the air, and then they had to have the animators like physically move them closer so they actually were on screen. And a weird stupid thing that they had to. I don't know if there's like actually like motion like behind the scenes like motion capture video of Unity you can find. I know there's some for other games for like Uncharted 2 and 3 or whatever. I don't know if there's any specifically for Assassin's Creed, like AC, whatever. But I don't know if there's. But I remember that being mentioned during the interview with Arno's voice actor a long time ago. That they mentioned like at the beginning of the run, like 5 hours ago. No, collect the remote. Yeah, that was another one I was thinking of. I know someone who runs that game. They've talked about how crazy the motion capture is for that game. How wild the cutscenes are in that game.
You're close to the goal, okay? So hold fast. Our own research couldn't locate the date and place of Germain's death.
And then fucking Bishop tells me about new upgrades again that I don't care about. How far away am I? Where am I? Where is the... They're not even like on the map. Sometimes I feel like it's like not even on the map at all. Like I just straight up don't. Yeah, see, now it's there. Now it's there, just wasn't even there before. So did I not? I never got the viewpoint here. That's the one I normally get. I guess I. Oh, that was the. I know what happened. That was the one I ran by earlier. That I didn't care to go back and get. That's why I don't have that one. Okay, that makes sense. Normally I get that one. I guess I just decided not to get that one when I was run by it. Because I think that was when I was going to Napoleon earlier. I wasn't. There was too much stuff going on. Like there was people fighting each other. There was a crowd event. There was. I think I was also in the middle of a companion mission that I was trying to do, and there was just too much stuff going on for me to like bother getting that viewpoint. Which sucks because that's the one I normally get, and I probably should go get it now while I'm thinking about it. Probably wouldn't matter much. I think I only used that one like maybe one other time, but I should probably get it while I'm thinking about it, and like while I'm in this area pretty close. Actually gonna get that one now. Also, we're in sequence 10 now. Sequence 10 is when I need the money. So, we're at the point where I need that 4,000 money. And I have way more than 4,000 money, so I think we're good. How good are we? I am 20,000. I have 16,000 more than I need. So we're way good. So much better. How many times can I say we're good? Different way, better. We're good on money. Way more than I would ever need. I've been doing too many companion missions. Even this one, which I didn't need to do because I already have enough. Which also means I should probably stop doing companion missions. I don't need. I won't add money anymore. Except to maybe like still buy it. Wasn't that? Oh, pretty cheap. Like even if I exclusively only buy tools and stuff now, I'm not gonna run out of money before I end the run. I have so much to. Like I might still do some, just to be safe if they're nearby me, but we can pretty much not do companion missions anymore and still be fine. Why does my camera go to that angle every single time I do it? Face move towards the right direction. Also, I want this. This is also a chest I just tend to get because I can. I don't need that crowd event either. Way too much money. Honestly, money is like really never issue in like really any Assassin's Creed game ever, honestly. Like this isn't the Ezio games where you get money just for completing story missions. That was a thing in the Ezio games where like you would do a story mission and get like 5,000 money for it just as you can. But like there's so many things in like a lot of Assassin's Creed games where you don't really need as much money as you get. Like, if you're 100% in the game, like, yeah, you probably need a lot more money, but if you're just doing the game casually or, like, doing a run like this or whatever, you really don't need all that much money.
Not particularly, no.
Money has been kind of pointless in, like, a lot of Assassin's Creed for years.
You might have some insight.
And AC1 doesn't even have money in the first place. Despite having people who beg for money.
which is a more incisive commentary on corruption in the bishopric. 7 nuns seducing a parish priest into debauchery, or an enormously endowed Benedictine sodomizing a goat named Pius.
No force
Goat.
in heaven or on earth will make me answer.
And I'm not just saying that because
Quite right.
it says the goat. Goat's a better answer.
So,
I don't know why, just
what can I do
the goat.
for you? And your
Probably a bad answer, but not a good question either.
Louis-Michel Le Pelletier. What can you tell us about him?
Ah, dear Louis. He went from abolishing the death penalty to calling for the king's head in 2 short years.
Where can we find him?
I'm afraid I don't often socialize with my fellow deputies. Something about my distaste for the beheading of the innocent.
I love that there was a giant, like,
Speaking of innocence,
bare naked butt
Le
shot.
Pelletier.
I guess the side of the shot, but like,
Often takes meals at
just there.
a certain cafe
Like, I get that it was a statue.
I believe
Whatever.
we'll find him there.
If we don't, I'll be back.
Really?
Just put an ass in the middle of the no reason.
No, you don't.
Statue butt. I don't know if that was on purpose, because of, like, the camera angle they chose. I don't know if they chose that camera angle on purpose, or they just happened to put a statue there, like the map developers or whatever. Or if it's, like, related to, like, Marquis de Sade as a person, because he was a real person and he was pretty sexual, I'll say that. At least from what I know about him, he was pretty sexual. And he still is in this game. Like, you don't see him, like, doing sexual things all that much, but he makes a lot of references. And in real life, he pretty was. But he was also the guy who was in the Bastille with us and screaming out the window being butt naked.
Citizen Talia?
Pro wrestling, I'm down for more, but nice. But this is the assassination, and we need the money. And one of the very few times in Unity where you actually get to do crowd blending in, like, classic Assassin's Creed social stealth, rather than just crouch behind the box. So, like, take cover on this wall. Like, Unity was marketed as, like, the game with the big crowds, and you almost never get to use them for social stealth. Like, not that this never happens, it's extremely rare in this game, especially for the game that was marketed as the big crowd game.
Stay back, all of you!
I forget if this guy turns around or not. He probably does. I don't think so.
You back down this minute!
That was only 2 people. And when you need to blend with people in, like, a crowd like this for social stuff, it needs to be 3 or more people. You can't just do it or 1. I'm also walking slowly because even when I'm not blending, I want to walk slowly because if people see me and their SSI is filling, if you run, it actually feels faster. Like, yeah, running lets you get away farther, but and faster, but like their SSI also feels faster if you run, so they're also more likely to, like, get in combat with you. And there's the money. We need to pay this person to open a window.
Remy, open the window. Monsieur Le Pelletier finds his office a bit stuffy.
Window is gonna let us get into the room where Le Pelletier is. There are other ways to get in here. You don't need to. This is just one of, like, the black box mission, like, opportunity things that you do that are optional. You don't need to do it at all. It's easier and faster. We're getting money in this run anyway for all the stuff we need to buy for tools and things, might as well do it. I know there's 2 enemies in this room, but only this guy that I'm looking at here is the one who like moves around and turns and walks and all that stuff, so I'm gonna kill him first. Get this guy. Because I know that that guy always stands there at the fireplace and does anything. I tricked him. I wanted to get the guy on the right with this, but when I cover assassinate him, I'm probably gonna get by the other guy. Because corners are broken. Because corners are broken, I can just do this. I don't care. Full of enemies, but he's also in the middle there. That guy. But they turn around and investigate the dead body. I can come up this way and kill him. And he's gonna T-pose. I don't know why he always T-poses when you kill him, but he does.
King must be seen as a criminal.
I think it's because he's like sitting in the chair or something and it's like
When he's executed,
the animations interacting with each other is kind of broken.
You may show the world what truths you like, Grandmaster. What I do,
He T-poses when you kill him. It's funny.
King Louis's been talking to all sorts he shouldn't have.
T-pose to assert dominance. Die.
360 for execution to 360 for clemency. How do you vote?
Yeah, the reason we're killing this guy is, you saw there, he's the one guy who broke the tie for voting whether the king would get executed. And on Germain's orders, he decided for execution. So the king is gonna get executed. Which, if you know French Revolution history, is literally what happens. Hi. Get out of here. Right back out the window that we paid to get open. I only drop down to the ground at this point, but I also eventually gonna have to on some roofs get to where I need to go next. I'm just going that way already. I'll continue. At least if I'm even going the right way. For all I know, I could be going the complete opposite direction. I'm pretty sure it's this that I need to go for a mission. It's just not completing the mission yet because I technically haven't escaped the area with the yellow box yet. I'm just pretty sure it's this way I have to go for a mission. Eventually escape and finish this one. Could happen about now. Okay, so I did manage to go at least slightly the right way. Oh, more than slightly. I'm like so close to it actually. It actually took me like a while to like learn. I still haven't like perfectly learned like the directions and the areas I still have to go for like every mission yet, but like at least for this one took me like, I had to go get to it. Get down, or is it like a bush blocking him or something? In this next mission, we're supposed to be assassinating, but as you saw, we're in sequence 10.
I'm sure.
We're not in sequence 12 yet. Probably tells something is gonna go wrong.
Split up. We'll cover more ground that way.
But also, we're close to sequence 12 anyway, so... Coming up on the end of the run, we're at least an hour left. Probably not at most. At least an hour, but... left. I don't know. I'm bad at timing runs, because I don't normally speed run with timers. I don't care about times or speed run because I can't want to. And this isn't even like an official run on the league. Most of the time I speed run at a live speed like this. I don't really run like on my own. I don't time it. The timing is hard for me. Playing with all these people. Wait for that second guard to pass in the back that I want to. I'm actually gonna wait an extra second here just to that guard right there, I want him to come back and do another cycle because I know he's going to. I just want to wait to be safe.
You cannot move forward. Stay back.
Watching a clock always makes me look same. Like, if I ever speedrun with a timer, which I have before, it just makes me... I just...
Get back.
I got seen by someone. I think it was the... Yeah, everyone knows where I am. But it doesn't matter. If you just do that path and then highlight him in Eagle Vision, will spawn the cutscene, will trigger it. That was not the best trying of it because I got seen by like literally everyone. Because I think of the I think it was the one gunner in the tower that I went under, or like next to. Also, there's a good shot of his eyes, Sage eyes. That one seemed kind of even better, honestly. But I just happened to get seen by a gunner because if you get... This is the start of the era of Assassin's Creed where if you get seen by one person and suddenly everyone knows where you are for no reason. Which is something I hate about the new games. Especially the RPG ones where there's like massive fort and things. People can call reinforcements because of like lit fires or whatever. And like roaming bosses. So it's kind of worse than those ones than it, but this is like kind of the start of when they started doing that. Hate it. Also, this speech is like so good. Like this speech here is like actually good writing. Like I don't think I know about like writing. I don't think I know enough about like writing and like philosophy and all that stuff to like fully understand it, but or like explain it. But like actually good writing, like one of the few times when like Unity actually has pretty good writing. Not that Unity has bad writing the entire time, but like that's one of the better moments. So this is a forced combat encounter. We are forced to just like fight here and like wait it out. We have to like protect Elise here, and for us to move on to the next section, we just have to kind of wait for Elise on her own. And there's a full like combination of like level 1 enemies, level 2 enemies, like level 4 enemies. And we just have to kind of wait for Elise her thing and... So wait, okay, well I tried to run away there because Elise was running away. So there's a second death in this run. Because I was holding high profile to run away, but because of that, I wasn't able to parry or dodge, because Arno wanted to put away his sword to run away. And I was being stubborn and refusing to heal again. They have to kind of just wait until Elise decides to run away. Like, it can take a long time sometimes, and like other times she wants to run away immediately. There's like 4 different sections where we have to like defend Elise, so she decides to run away. Just kind of whatever. Combat in this game is not great, so having forced combat count isn't not great. You just have to kind of wait until like Arno says Elise wait, and that's when you know when to run. This guy is always standing here, completely oblivious. You can just get a free assassinate on him. And then the police join the fight, and for the most part they fight with you and fight the red guys, but sometimes they also want to fight you instead. Like this guy. I don't know why he's fighting me.
Don't be absurd, you can't fight so many on your own.
There, I'll buy you time.
Damn it, hurry!
Why at least not running?
I'm not letting you get away.
Please wait!
Wait. And I die again because I need to chase after her, and if I don't, then I lose. But if I do, I die. This is just not a good section. I normally only die like once. I don't normally die twice here, but I just need to stop being stubborn and refusing to heal because I'm like that. I just don't heal for no reason because I'm stubborn, but at least it brings me to this section and I don't have to start all the way over because it's technically checkpoint. But I just hate having forced... I died again. I just hate having forced combat counters in a game where the combat is not good. And there's too much stuff going on. Like, this section is just, like, not great. And I swear I also countered that guy's hits, but the game said no. Now I have free smoke bomb. I only have... This is why fighting level 3 and 4 enemies are hard.
It's not worth it.
Like, spear guys are always hard. He's also level 4 and I'm a level 1.
Don't be absurd, you can't fight so many on your own.
Okay, he's fighting. He stole my kill.
Elise, wait!
Maybe like one section here. Those 2 guys are always standing there. I got shot for no reason. These guys are always standing here, so I always just smoke on them. I don't want them to start fighting Elise too. I wanted to get assassinated on someone there, but I was expecting them to come from behind me and not from the front. Let's actually be Spartans for one. I hope if I actually paid attention to my health. Busy fighting each other. Not gonna chase me.
Empty. He must have gone on foot.
We have a more pressing concern at the moment. Elise!
So now Elise is kind of pissed off at Arno again, because she wanted to kill Jermaine and Arno wanted to focus on defending her.
No, we won't. You think he'll be so careless now, knowing how close at heel we are? You were given a golden opportunity to end his life, and you refused to take it.
To save your life?
It isn't yours to save.
What are you saying?
I'm willing to risk everything to put Jama down. If you don't have the stomach for revenge, then I don't need your help.
There's another line that was constantly in the trailer, like everywhere when this game came out. I don't even know how I remember that. I have not watched trailers for this game in like 10 years. I don't know why I know that. I think it's just because I watched the trailers too many times back then. Like not even like watching them recently, because I haven't. I think it's just I watched them too many times like 10 years ago. I probably watched them like 5 times a day or whatever, at least. But I was also still in like high school when this game was coming out, so I like watched them like between classes or whatever. Like at like lunch period or something. God, that makes me feel old. This game's... How was I still in high school when this game was new? Right. No reason that should be real. It should not be a thing.
Come here. Make this easier on you.
Somehow that assassination... Double assassination? Technically it was 2 single assassinations in a row, but whatever. Who cares? So since Arno has kind of just been, like, off doing his own thing and, like, not really caring about what the assassins want, probably guess that something great is not gonna happen. Once the game tries to load. The load game of all time.
Arno, hello. What cheer, Arno?
There's no reason I should have been in high school when the game was... But we are so old right now. I'm not even that old, I'm only in my 20s.
What in God's name happened at the Place de la Révolution today?
Germain was there, and I know what his plan is. You have to...
You were told to leave that investigation to others.
Yes, but listen.
Yes, but listen. Is that the regard in which you hold the Brotherhood?
I knew this would happen. I told Mirabeau that you were too obsessed with your personal vendettas.
This is why I joined the Brotherhood.
Yes, not because you shared our ideas or felt called to the service. For revenge.
For redemption.
Call it what you will. You've defied the orders of this council repeatedly, pursued targets without sanction, and flouted our creed at every step.
Master Trenet?
In light of these actions, I find I have no choice but to call for a vote of expulsion. Master Bellier.
Agreed.
What are you...
Master Kemar.
Agreed.
Arno Dorian, you are attainted. Your rank and title are stripped from you, and you are hereby exiled from the Brotherhood of Paris.
You cannot be
So Arno's freaking kicked out of the assassins. Like, hasn't really ever been done before or since. It's interesting, like, when I first saw this, I was like, why? Why stupid? And sometimes I still kind of think that, like, why are you kicking the assassin of the game out of the assassins? I don't know. I guess they did that with Altair in AC1, but they didn't fully kick him out. They just made him work to get his stuff back so he could learn to be a better person. Arnor was just being a dumbass, his own personal thing, and they kicked him out for it. And like fully kicked out. Like, they let him keep his hidden blade for some reason. We'll see, but he's not even an assassin anymore. For like the last like third of this game, you're not even like officially part of the assassins anymore, which is a choice. Which, like, I guess is better than, like, not even having you play as an assassin in the first place, which is what they've been doing for the RPG games. For, like, the last 10 years. Almost 10 years. But yeah, like, literally not even an assassin anymore. Justo somehow has blade. I don't know why they let him keep the hidden blade of all things. Kind of an alcoholic now. He's back in Versailles, where he used to police LSA when things were good and happy.
No. No.
Oh, and he also lost his watch. His dad's watch, which was the thing he had to remember his father. Also kind of pissed about that. We gotta go find his watch.
Brasserie Garceau. Was that last night?
Oh, the whole marketing for this game, like, I feel like they put more. Gotta check to see if his kidneys were stolen. No! But, like, I feel like the marketing for this game put more focus on Otto's watch, like, way more than it actually deserved to. Because it's, like, barely shown in the game. Barely mentioned, like... It comes up, like, in the beginning of the game when he's, like, in the Bastille and all that. And, like, during this section of the game, but then it's, like... never really mentioned or anything ever again. And then, like, auto marketing puts, like, his watch, like, everywhere and makes it, like, seem more important than it actually is. So now we're drunk. We're drunk, but we're also playing a flashback, technically. Also this. I can still use Eagle Vision, but it makes Arno hurt his head. So it gives this weird, filter on it that makes it hard to see. It's really bad. Why I don't like using Eagle Vision in this section of the game. I have to. But we just go around this way and steal more alcohol. Look, just a giant dead rat right there. I don't understand why they let him keep the hidden blade. Please.
It was last night. Maybe I left it there.
Oh, that's so weird. Completely not even an assassin anymore officially. Still has the... Yeah, we're back in Versailles from the... You actually can come back here, like, anytime you want. Like, the open world stuff, but, like... On... There's side stuff, there's collectible. There's really, like, no... come back here except for, like, during this section of the game. Which it forces you to come back here anyway.
Oh, Christ. Not you again. Didn't do enough damage last night.
No, I just... My father's watch. Have you seen it?
I see nothing. Might want to ask one of the four men you picked a fight with. Idiot.
Also this. I'm just gonna put the controller down. I'm not even touching my controller right now. Not that you can see me to prove that. I'm not even touching my controller. Not just because of cutscene playing, but this is technically a strat. Technically a strat. Don't even need to touch my controller for it. So this is a fight. We're just gonna let him beat me up. Because of the fact that this is a flashback, you're forced to lose this fight no matter what. And because we're playing with no upgrades, we have the lowest health pool. We have the lowest amount of health we can possibly have. So because we're forced to lose and we have the lowest amount of health, we just let the guy hit me twice and he immediately loses the fight and goes on to the next section, so don't even need to touch the controller for it, just let him hit you twice. And you instantly win the fight, I guess. Win with quotation marks.
You. Where's your boss? Oh, shit! No, get back here.
I love that he just like kicks over the chair and climbs out the wood. So funny. So this guy is gonna run all the way around out here, away from tackle him. I have to wait for him to get ahead of me a little bit to tackle him because Unity does not let you tackle from the front for some reason. Or at least like struggles with it. It can literally make you miss a tackle if you try to tackle from the front. So I just wait for him to get ahead of me and tackle from the back.
The palace! They're at the palace!
Thank you.
You can probably tell I'm touching my controller again. Because I did do that run there. I have now picked up the controller again. You're actively playing the game. At least when loading screens are not happening. This is the whole palace that we were at with the beginning of the game. Where when we wanted to go see our hot redheaded girlfriend that's also our adopted sister. Because this game is a game of all time. Kill all these guys. This guy is always scripted to go walk towards that window, so I just don't even bother killing him at that point. Get this guy first. Guy is always standing at this window and like never him. Phantom Blade. That guy.
What was that?
Guys. I was a little bit jank, but try to loot at least. I don't really. That guy had a Phantom Blade. Phantom Blades are already like, for one, like loot drops for like tools and things are already pretty rare in this game. At least for an upgrades run like this, with actually try to get what you need. But like, Phantom Blades and Berserk Blades are like extremely rare drop. Like, I don't know why they're so rare. Oh, I was also seeing Ghost. There's Ghost at least just coming out of nowhere. I don't know if that's because of his alcohol or if it's memories or whatever. I don't know if seeing Ghost. Extremely depressed right now. He just wants to watch. I don't need to kill that second guy in that room.
What can I say?
He never turns around.
Oh, you were worse.
I wait for that few guy to walk in front of that cover. Hear this? Get him in the corner.
I call the silverware! Now, aren't you glad we came here?
I don't know, did a weird thing with his leg there. Saw me for a split second, so I'm actually gonna just to see around or whatever. They're in this direction.
I should get back.
They see you once.
What's happened?
They never forget. I think they see the body too. That might be an issue. They're not really. Oh.
Diable, is that me? Looks like it.
I don't know why so many NPCs and decide to just like stand still and do nothing all the time.
Can't I go with you, Father?
This Child Arno again. Remember when we saw Child Arno like 5 hours ago?
I will return when this hand reaches the top.
I don't know why they saw me. Their backs were turned to me.
And Arno, no exploring.
Gonna see me when I do this? They are gonna see me.
Fucking hell! The hell do you want? My wife. Oh, hell, not this again. I want it back. I don't have the damn watch. Liar. Back off. Stop! You!
I'm just gonna restart checkpoint here because none of that was supposed to happen. I don't know how they saw me. I don't know why they saw me. I don't know why I didn't like cover kill any of them. I don't know if it's because I was running and they heard me. I don't know how they would have. Basically, wait for this body to drop. I should have just smoke bumped that guy. Like the whole strat that I need to do there is both of you. I need both of the one area.
And now for the fun bit.
Can wrong side. Gonna leave me alone now? I should have just smoke bombed you before you even saw me, but I'm dealing with my consequences, not being smart. I'm gonna be smart and smoke bomb you now before I kind of cover and do this. There we go. That's all I wanted. You have to physically wait for the guy's body to drop before it will let you like interact with his body to get the watch back. And if they're trying to kill you, it won't let you interact with his body. They didn't get his watch because somehow gone. I don't know if it's explained where it went. I mean, this kind of explained where it went. But badly. In a second. Also, this is another unskippable cutscene that you have to watch, I don't know, any percent run to. Which is honestly a pretty long one. He didn't get his watch. Where's his watch?
Oh no.
And then Elise just comes out of nowhere and she has it for no reason. Like, how did she get the watch? That will retell time. Well, the thing is, the watch is like also broken too. Because he dropped it when he saw his father's dead body. But like, how does Elise have it? Why does Elise have it? Why does she come out of nowhere? And like, if the random like burglar guy that we killed was supposed to be the one who has it, how did Elise get it?
We wanted the same thing.
What I wanted was you.
And like, how does Elise know that Arno's here? Like, I guess that she would expect him to go back to their home in Versailles, but like, why specifically right now at the palace here?
Prevent it from happening again.
The timing on this is all weird. And like, once you notice it, you can't unsee it.
So come here with something in mind.
Like, she just comes out of nowhere and just has the watch for no reason.
Paris is tearing itself apart.
How? Explain.
Dama has driven
Please.
the revolution to new heights of depravity. The guillotines operate nearly around the clock now.
And what do you expect me to do about it?
The Arno I love wouldn't have to ask that question. You're better than this. I'm going back to Paris. Are you coming?
There's one last thing I need to do.
All right. I'll go see to our transportation. Stay out of trouble. Don't get caught.
It's no longer part of the Brotherhood now. Like, does she know that actually? God damn. Does she know that he's not an assassin anymore? I mean, probably because he's not wearing the robes, but... Also, you'll see in a second, though, about the robes. Speaking of the robes... Speaking of his assassin robes that he's been wearing the whole game... Look at this. Just watch this. When it's done loading. Decides to good game and load. I'm trying to set something up here. Like, gotta save and load. Oh no. Like, look at this. Where does he get his robes back from? Like, he didn't rejoin the assassins again. He just suddenly has all of his robes and stuff back. Where did he get it from? Didn't they take it from him when he got exiled? He got kicked out? Why does he have all of his stuff back? Like, they let him keep the hidden blade in the first place for some reason. But then now he suddenly has all his robes and stuff back. Secret pocket. But wouldn't the secret pocket be in the robes and not... Whatever.
So,
They only took one pair back. He has multiple pairs of robes?
parasites, bleeding the revolution dry.
That would imply that video game characters actually change their clothes and not just wear the same clothes for their entire lives. Also, this mission is like actually one of the harder missions. Like, even if you're just like, even if you have like full upgrades and things, mission is like unironically one of the harder missions. Also, I hate that they put a shop in the eye line of an enemy that would detect you. So if they see you, you can't interact with the shop, and it's such a stupid, bad decision. This mission can be a little bit hard sometimes, and I fully expect things to go wrong. Because they go wrong every single time I do this. Like, why does he have his robe back for no reason? Oh, he's also not drunk anymore either, so like I actually have no eagle vision again. Great. I always start off going this way because I know there's a gunner on either. There's like a gunner on like every sight line here. There's too many gunners. But I cover assess that guy. And here, and there's gonna be a gunner on the roof, but a gunner on a platform. So what I'm gonna do is go stand behind the gunner on the roof. The gunner on the platform first, and then air assassinate the gunner on the roof. Like, kind of double kill gunners. I also platform. Can't. I can get 10.
Hoarding food is no different than stealing it from the mouths of babes. Justice must be done.
Down this. I know there's a guard that like patrols down. And if these guys are gonna... Not the guy inside the building, though. I know there's a guy who like walks around right here eventually at some point. I do it that way first. Kind of both. Because gunners have like the longest sight range. It is also fast to just get rid of two at once. Well, I don't want to get seen, but if I get rid of two enemies at the same time, it's faster and easier. So I wait for that guy to come out here and I kill this guy inside the building because he never comes outside of this building. He just stands in here the whole time. And no one else goes inside that building ever. Except for the guy I just killed outside the back of it. This guy's gonna go inside this building here. I'm gonna follow him inside. Kill him inside here so that no one's body either. Doorways or whatever. Right here. I also don't want to kill him out here because it's gonna scare the crowd and like make me have less blind spot hiding places. So that's kind of another reason why I killed him inside the buildings.
Snatching bread out of hungry mouths.
Give these people like a more crowd space to hide in.
Out of my way.
I want to kill this guy. He walks around, but I know it's gonna. So that gave me a whole gap of aliens that I can't hide in anyway. I got scared. That guy. These gunners will always hear that and turn around, but because they're like stationary guard postmen, they won't ever like leave and investigate it. I don't know how that guy saw me. I'm gonna try something. Live on stream. Try something with Cherry Bomb. Smoke Bomb? Just in case they hear it. I know Cherry Bomb is a light-based item and they get affected by it. If it's down-based. That was not the guy I wanted to jump on. Okay, everything went wrong. Everything went wrong. Kill him. Run. Okay, what I wanted to do there was to smoke bomb the guys on the left and then cherry bomb the guys on the right because I knew that the guys on the right would hear the smoke bomb or that the guys on the left would hear the cherry bomb. I guess I could have smoke bombed them both or whatever, but I didn't want to use 2 smoke bombs. Two smoke bombs probably would have been easier. And then when I tried to run up and kill the guy, it targeted the random guy that was below me. And because everyone detected me and I was in combat, it didn't kill him. And it did everyone else. And this is why this mission is like one of the harder missions, unironically. Like even with upgrades, it's one of the harder ones. Just because everything has the potential to go wrong at any given moment.
What would you have me do, Grandmaster?
And there's just like too many enemies everywhere.
The Beltier?
You know, like not even looking in that direction.
Not our only friend in government. Monsieur Latouche, I present
Typical
you Monsieur
AC
Maximilien
targeting.
Robespierre.
Monsieur, I understand Versailles is overrun with parasites.
I didn't want to use 2 smoke bombs because I wanted to make sure I had enough smoke bombs to do this and run away. I want to run in like this general direction because I have to go for that part. So that was fine, I guess. I've had it go worse than that. That was fun. Also, that flickering carriage there. I don't know if that was flickering because of the game being glitchy or because of this. So we finally have our last final server bridge mission thing. Like kind of in this general direction somewhere, I think. There.
If all goes well, this is your last forced migration.
Yeah, and if it doesn't go so well, you could go into hippocampal shock and take your meals through an IV for the rest of your life.
Let's not dwell on that, shall we?
So again, it wants me to jump from a higher place, but I don't need. It wants me to climb all the way up there, but I can just jump from over here. Like, there's no reason to climb all the way up to the top just to jump down. Just jump down from a point where you can still reach it. And it's like not even like a really much of a skip or anything. it's just like slightly faster because you don't waste time climbing all the way up to the higher point that it actually wants you to jump from.
This might look familiar to you. We're back in medieval
and
Paris, late 14th century.
because of course they have to reuse assets that they made.
Suggest you find your way back.
They bring you all the way back to the time period of the prologue. When we were playing as that random, like, nameless Templar guy. Like, 6 hours ago. Honestly, I'm pretty sure he does have a name. I'm pretty sure he's supposed to have a name. If he does have a name, I don't remember. And I'm too busy speedrunning to look it up on the wiki. I could maybe look it up after the run-in. Like 90% sure he doesn't even have like an actual, I feel like he's just like Templar bodyguard or whatever. But now we gotta dodge these falling rocks. I just did not immediately dodge anyway. I've done this without getting hit by any rocks at all, and it's possible. It's not that hard, but I think I was ruined by like depth perception there. I thought like it was like farther away than it was.
The simulation is falling apart. Find the exit fast.
2 more. They didn't do too much damage. The damage that they do is more bad because they kind of combo you and have multiple rocks hit you at the same time, rather than just like one individual rock hitting you once. But then I'm actually gonna, because I got hit so many times, I'm actually gonna, because this section has another chance to hit you multiple times and combo you to death. Like, I've never been, like, full combo to, like, full death. I've been comboed, like, 2 or 3 times. Like, hit 2 or 3 times in a row and being stupid. Yeah, now you gotta dodge these, like, flaming catapult rocks. I feel like I've done this without getting hit by these rocks before. Like, not for a very long time. I wanna. It should be possible to do this without getting hit, but I know I get hit by at least 1 flaming rock here. Usually 2. But like sometimes you can get comboed by them and like get hit by 1, and while you're still rolling on the ground from the first one, you can get hit by another one. Which thankfully it didn't happen there when I got hit by like 2. Which isn't too bad, but that's like my usual amount of getting hit, at least in that section. But that's the final server bridge thing. You also can go back into those areas. For one, because you can replay missions in the game, you can, and I mean also those are kind of tied to like online leaderboards because they have like a score based like minigame thing you can play in those areas, or like you can collect like plug in like numbered data packs or whatever, and you can like you're timed and like how much more you can get in a time limit, and like rescue the avatars of other players. Which is also apparently required for 100% for some reason. If you ever 100% this game, you have to that score-based stuff, at least for a little bit.
Things have changed a great deal since you left Paris.
This is also the second mission that takes place in the bottom half of the map. And this is what I was talking about earlier, where the game just like teleports you down there because we're coming from Versailles back to Paris. Also like the last little leg of the game. I was gonna say half of the game, but we're more than half at this point. Well, there's also another companion mission down here, but I'm not gonna do it because, for one, I don't need money. I say as I do a crowd event. Like, get myself seen by like 4 different like level 4 enemies. But I also don't want to do it because it's one of those it's one of those companion missions that only gives you armor and not anything actually useful like money. So I'm not gonna do it. But I do buy from that shop there. You can see that's the level 5, the diamond level 5 mission, which honestly, not that hard. There's some stuff that can go wrong a little bit, but it's more of a long mission than a hard mission, honestly. But we're also in sequence 12 now, so we're like literally like almost right at the end of the game. There's like 2 missions left after this one.
What's all this?
Robespierre. He's declared today a festival of the Supreme Being, a paean to the virtue of the nation and the citizens' duty toward it.
Why does that sound familiar?
As far as Templar doctrine goes, it's a loose interpretation.
All these dancing people and ruin all their dances just because I walked a little bit too close.
Still thinking like an assassin. This time I have the plan.
Interrupting
Think like
civilian NPC animations, the classic cycle of Assassin's Creed. Walking too close to a civilian and making them stop whatever they were doing because they get scared of you for no reason and just like stand there and stare at you or like run away or like walk away because they're not tied to their animation anymore. Yeah, their AI doesn't know what to do anymore.
Ridiculous pomp and circumstance.
We love games where you have to follow an NPC, but your walking speed is faster than their walking speed. You always have to stop and slow down and wait for them to go forward before you can go forward. Honestly, it reminds me of that, like, that post that's like, if we're deciding... If you were... whatever it is, where it's like, if you were deciding a quest in a video game where you have to follow an NPC and your walking speed is faster than the NPC's walking speed, you were designing a quest or whatever it is. And people were just like kept like deleting words out of it to make it say nonsense and like they say like you were designing a game by like deleting like half the words or whatever. If people even know what that is. The same game says a button where you can follow an NPC on a horse. But it also still makes your walking speed like slower, like faster, whatever, than their walking speed, whatever. And here, if they go into the big restricted areas, the police, just stuff, but you can just go run around this entire area and not even go inside the restricted area at this point. They won't care because you're not inside the restricted area. Because you have to get to the back of the... You have to get to the back of the restricted area. You can just run the backside of it. I'm also gonna wait for that guy because I've had multiple times where I'm trying to go inside the tent. Sees me go inside the tent and I have to wait for him to leave me alone. That way.
Let's see. Incriminating evidence.
There's multiple things you can interact with here, but this is the only one you're required to. The one you have to interact with.
Merlin.
Him reading these notes are also unskippable.
These are all
Not even that long of a cutscene.
Lists of political figures written in the hand of a man fond of sending his rivals to the guillotine. Yes, these should do nicely.
Right back. that we don't get seen by random guys. I'll shoot those guys walking by, but I have now left the restricted area, so now they don't even care that I exist. They think I'm weird for running, but they won't try to kill me or anything. I love watching the NPCs and just like randomly change into like, entirely different people. The best thing. Just because they can't load properly. They have to like change their entire models. And then I get seen by people for no reason. And I have to wait for them to leave me. I can talk to a lead. Game is good. Good game. Fine. Yippee.
List of names. 50 or so deputies of the National Convention, all written in Robespierre's hand and all opposed to him.
I imagine those good gentlemen would be quite interested to know they're on that list. First...
I think we might be in a simulation.
Strike the guards. I have an idea.
Oh no.
Distract the guards. Right.
So this part, there's gonna be guards that spawn that try to like stop police. But if you know where they spawn, you can just spawn camp them, honestly. Like this first guy always comes out of here. And boom, just do that. Run all the way over here. I love how it says knock out, but you can straight up kill them and it doesn't count against you. And there's these two guards walking around here that you can be careful of, but they're not required for the objective. Try to come a little bit behind their backs. And these two guys walking this way. Up here. Like ever. Get in range of my smoke bomb. And it's gonna land right next to them. Kill them both. Run like all the way over here because that's where it wants to meet with you next. That's it. That section. And I am at low battery, but you know what? I don't care because I should be able to finish the run before my controller dies.
How did I get?
Because there's like 2 more missions after this. Doubt my controller's gonna die in that time.
Now we have to make him look dangerous.
If it does, though, I do have a second controller. It should be charged at least a little bit. I'm not actually charging it right now, and I probably should, but there should be some charge in it if I have to. I'm already being seen because the game is spawning me in front of people seeing. That guy... Right. This guy would like to stop backing up on this guy. These first areas. Enemies patrolling this area, but I actually don't want to kill them. Because it would ruin my gun spots. Aliens would get scared and run away. Get on this. Saw me, but I don't care because I got the plant before they decided to fight. Fight really badly, but out of here before he wants to. Starts the neat fight. Last one's over. Around back here. Find him. Up to this guy. Not have those guards see.
That should set things in motion.
Not the side. That is the end of that mission. We have 2 missions left before this run is done. And hopefully my controller won't die before that.
Above all, that our guilty enemies want to drive from the Republic.
Which it shouldn't die, but...
Alone does it belong to consolidate the prosperity of empire. Being a list of enemies of the revolution.
I doubt my controller will die before the last 2 missions are done. I've done at least 2 runs of this with watching the cutscenes.
Once Robespierre has lost the support of the people, he'll be no more use to Germain.
And like all that stuff, and every single time I've got to this point is when I hit the low battery warning on my controller. Like I haven't hit it earlier at any point like earlier than this. As long as my controller is like fully charged before I even like attempt the run. Yeah, this is usually the point where I would get the low battery warning. I think we're good on that. Get that crowd event, and I can just here because I don't need to be bottom half of the map anymore. Here. I don't know why it said I lost money there, but sure. Yeah, since there's like 2 missions left, we don't need to worry about money, we don't need to worry about companion missions, we don't need we don't need to worry about crowd events. I should maybe still probably buy some more. I'm low, but I don't think I'm that low. I'm only missing level 1. Did get a cherry combat. I bought. Good. I'm only low on 1 smoke bomb. I really don't buy anything now. This next mission is resource intensive, but not like in a 4 smoke bomb way. I'm gonna use smoke bombs during this mission because I need to, but I can use all 4 of them. I think start a battery pack.
We may have gone too far in Robespierre.
I think it's just because my PS4 is old and my PS4 controller is old.
What happened?
And my cable is bad, so it takes forever to charge it, and my controller is at the point where like I can't charge it and use it at the same time anymore, because then it has trouble connecting and connects all the time and like locks up puts. And if I like put the controller down to charge it, I have to have it be sitting in like a very specific way, and if I touch it, it ruins it. Makes the cable fall out. So I usually make sure to charge my controller like at least a few days before I have to do anything on the PS4, especially if I'm like recording or streaming it like this.
Troops from the Paris Commune attacked us on
I probably should get something like that, but like
Did they take Robespierre?
this controller is still working fine besides that, so I haven't really like needed to replace it.
Merci.
Like even if I do replace it, the PS4 itself is still old. And the cable still isn't great on its own. I think it's just a combination of old PS4, old controller, bad cable.
I'll check the prison.
Is what it is.
Follow the riot, see if you can pick up a trail.
Right. Let's not panic just yet. I might be able to find some sign.
Hopefully I remember where I actually have to go to like find it, because this is like a massive area the game makes you
Where did they go?
find Robespierre. This is what I'm supposed to do. Remember like 3 hours ago or whatever, or like 4 hours ago when I was doing that one tailing mission where I was tailing the guy from the front and I talked about the adaptive mission mechanic and how it only worked in like one mission of the game? This is the one mission in the game where it actually works. So if I managed to lose Robespierre here, it would actually turn the tail objective into a find objective. Assuming I end up actually losing him. Like if I actually do end up losing him, it would change it. But because he's like literally right here, you know, I have like everyone chasing me. This is the one mission where that mechanic would actually work. He is stuck. Push all of you guys. I'm unstuck. Thankfully you don't fight me. They just let me run right past him, okay. I don't know why I decided to follow him on the ground. I normally follow him on the rooftops. Which largely usually makes me hate him. But because the AMM actually works in this mission, I don't care. But there's no reason for me to go up here. And make me spawn on the ground after this cutscene anyway, so
Thank God you made it, sir. The commune stands with you.
make me go to the ground.
Your loyalty does you credit.
For my strat that I gotta do.
Inside, sir. The convention soldiers will be here soon. Yes, of course.
Yeah, honestly, that's one reason why I don't want to play Assassin's Creed on PC, even though I've played most of them on PC already. But I just don't want to deal with the Ubisoft stuff. And honestly, I'm just like not really much of a PC gamer in general. I just don't play PC. I've been console gamer my entire life. I prefer console for personal reason. Why I'm doing this run on PS4 and not PC. Not just because I haven't like played much of Unity on PC. I've played it a little bit on PC, but haven't really like finished a game on PC. But I just haven't finished it on PC because I don't want to deal with the Ubisoft stuff, and like I don't play PC games. I prefer to play on console, and also like my PC is best, and Unity on PC kind of requires like some high-end stuff, like even now. So if I try to launch Unity on PC, it runs the game. It's fine, but it makes my PC loud as hell. And makes it run like, I don't know, like... It makes that fan just go. Yeah, I wanted to do the berserk stuff on you and I pressed the button to do it and you just didn't shoot. Please. That's like 4 deaths in this run. This is the most deaths I've ever had in a no upgrades run just because the game wants to not work. I know for a fact I pressed the button there to shoot the berserk blade. I heard the button click on my controller. And if my controller was closer to the mic when I pressed it, you probably would have heard it on stream too.
Of the Paris Commune, by dint of its actions protecting the criminal Robespierre, is
I should probably not jump down like that and like lose half my health meaning. Don't care. I was about to start combat. I run all the way around here. I forgot there was a guy there. I knew there was a guy there, but I didn't realize he was gonna be like right in front of my face. I thought it would be at least like a little further away so he would have time to like proc SSI and follow me. I think he would protect me close. Also, thankfully, now that I say this, I feel like I'm gonna happen. Thankfully, I have not had the Phantom Smoke Bomb glitch happen. There's a glitch in this game where sometimes when you go to throw a Smoke Bomb, Arno does the whole animation for it, but the Smoke Bomb just doesn't come out. And thankfully, I haven't had that happen the whole time. I usually have it happen there, like with the two guys that I just killed before I came with it. Guy's not. Yeah, would love me. Not turning. I bet this guy saw me. Have him lose.
Jesus!
Side. You gonna stand there or are you gonna leave? I don't know what your thought is. I'm gonna leave. I get to not be fake. Okay. The strat I wanted to do I can't do here because there's only one guy here for some reason. Normally there's two people there. And normally what I do is I Berserk Blade one of them. And then assassinate the guy that I haven't Berserk Bladed. And then assassinate the Berserk Blade guy before he has the chance to go crazy. Will I be getting Xenoblade X? Yes. Technically I already have because it's already preloaded on my Switch. But I can't play it because right now I am doing this run, and it's technically also not really like fully out yet because it's coming out tomorrow. Well, I guess tonight. It's after midnight, so I guess it's out right now technically.
Someone got Michelle.
I think maybe if I'm getting my time zones right. Okay. Oh, okay. Can everyone please leave me alone? Because Jesus Christ. Stop. I don't know why suddenly everyone is detecting me when I didn't like do anything. I did nothing wrong to any of you. Please. Do not shoot me off the wall. Okay. Will I get Assassin's Creed Shadows? If I do, it definitely won't be at launch. Main reason being I don't have a PS5. I don't have a PS5 to play it, and I'm not gonna play it on PC. Because, for one, I don't think my PC is powerful to run it, but also I don't want to do with Ubisoft stuff, and I would prefer to play it on console if I do play it. But yeah, main reason I won't get Shadows right now is because of not owning a PS5. And I don't want to play it on Xbox because I'm just not an Xbox player. And because I'm not an Xbox player, I don't have an Xbox Series console either. I mean, main reason I don't have a PS5 is because I just don't really have the money for one. Like, I don't really feel like I need one. There's really not a lot of exclusive games that I would feel like I would want to play on PS5, and honestly, most games I would want to play on PS5 are PC now, so I feel like I would rather just play them on PC. As much as I say I'm not a PC gamer, I feel like if I were to play PS5 games, I would just at this point. Because I feel like PlayStation exclusives just don't exist anymore because they're all being brought to PC now. And I feel like they would be easier to get on PC because I don't have the money for PS5. And honestly, PS5s are still pretty rare. I've only ever seen like a few of them in person in stores. With me not having the money or capability to get one right now, I just haven't bothered. Still need you play? Oh, yep. Technically, it's called Ubisoft Connect now, but they still need it, and I do not want to bother with it. Get Shadows on Steam. Play. I mean, there, I guess, but like, I'm also still not even sure if my PC is powerful enough to run it anyway. I know I should maybe go check specs on it, but I don't even really know the specs on my PC all that well. I'm just not I'm just not a PC gamer. If you start talking to me about specs, you're just gonna be saying numbers and letters to me. I'm not gonna understand any of it. Like, you might as well just be speaking a whole other language because I'm not gonna understand it. This is also what I wanted to do earlier, but for some reason the guy was not there.
We'll never hold this place if the convention attacks.
But yeah, not having a PS5 is the main reason I won't be getting Shadows. And honestly, like I said at the beginning of the run, I feel like most people know me for Xenoblade now at this point. If you do know me at all. So I'm honestly more excited for Xenoblade than I am for Shadows. If I'm being real honest. Like, as much as I still like Assassin's Creed, I feel like I've kind of mostly moved on from it. Just because of the way the series is now and Ubisoft as a company. Like, there's just a lot of reasons that I don't want to get Shadows right now, but not having a PS5 is the main one. But I will say that tomorrow all I will be doing is playing Xenoblade X. I will guarantee that. I don't know if there's on me there. And then here. Smoke bomb right there. Smoke bomb the, like, basically the entire room and touch the door. And this is another normally unskippable cutscene too. So warning for this cutscene, if you don't want to see someone get shot in the face, maybe look away.
Germain warned me about you. You're one of them, aren't you? An assassin.
Not anymore. Where's Germain? Elise.
We don't have much time. Where is Germain?
I will never talk.
Yeah, because that happens, because Elise shoots Robespierre in the face. Which, is an inversion, not exactly an inversion, but like a different take on what actually happened in real life. Because he did try to kill himself by shooting him in like the jaw or whatever. And survived. So this is like the Assassin's Creed telling of it, where Elise comes in the room and shoots him in the mouth. And he survives it. But that is a historical event, but this is just Assassin's Creed telling of it. Their own version. But that was also the second to last mission of this whole run, so we got one more mission left. We have one more mission left before this run ends. I don't know if I'll be able to finish it before the timer rolls over 7 hours, but... maybe. Yeah, I need to go buy more stuff again. Find a shop. On my way there. Not go inside the restaurant. I literally like did for a second. Shop over here. Normally I go to a shop that's like actually physically closer to the mission, but this one is right here and I saw it on the map, so I'm like... Hopefully, that should be the last time I should ever have to buy anything. Because this is the last final mission coming up, and once I finish the mission, that's going to be the end of the run, and I won't need to buy things for the end of the run. So that should hopefully be the last thing I would ever need to buy. Of course, there's a companion mission right there, but I think that's the one that I kept getting trolled by earlier. That was actually one that was just one that gives armor that I don't need. Our last, like, overworld travel section and all that stuff. Hopefully. Assuming my game doesn't crash, because there is a high possibility that my game will crash during this mission. I feel like I know how to avoid it, because I feel like it relies on me going a very specific path that I can control avoiding. So if I just don't go that specific path, I should hopefully avoid the crash. But I feel like also that crash is like guaranteed, because every single time I ever go that path, it always crashes for me. At least like the last times I ever did a no upgrades run. So as long as I avoid going on that specific path that I usually do, I should hopefully avoid the crash. Honestly, I never played the original Wii version either, but if you are gonna play Xenoblade 1, I would play on the Switch version now because it's just so much better. For graphics-wise, for connections to Xenoblade 2 and 3, the new story that they added, all the quality of life improvements that they have, some bug fixes,
We'll rendezvous inside. If you get a shot
they remixed all the music for it, so all the music has new versions, at least most of them. They did change some things to better connect it to the Xenoblade 2 specifically. Yo, what's up, Stokes? We're at the very end of the run here. I guess quite not yet, because we're literally exactly starting the very final mission. We still gotta do the mission itself, but we're at the very start of it.
I can't see any weak spots.
You got a whole 6 hours here you gotta catch up on. But we gotta go kill Jermaine now. My camera would decide to not randomly look up at the sky for no reason. Should be... Let me just... they never go past these barrels here. So I can just hide behind these barrels. I don't even need to, like, physically cover on them. They always pause right there at that, like, hiding place. Like, go up. I was literally talking earlier, like, at the very beginning of the run about how co-op servers are still up. But good luck finding anyone to play with, because no one plays Unity anymore. Like, you can play Unity co-op still. The servers are fine, but it's just that no one plays the game anymore. You, like, if you want to play Unity co-op, you either have to do the missions by yourself alone, or also that guy you can just rush. Like, either do the missions yourself alone, or like you have to purposefully like get people together to play Unity co-op with. Because then otherwise you're just not gonna play Unity co-op. Have your friend. I don't have friends. That's not true. I have friends, but they're all online friends. And none of them play Assassin's Creed. And especially not Unity. So I don't have friends to play Unity co-op with. And I've never done it more than like 2 or 3 player. I honestly don't even think I've done it 3 player. I've only anytime I've done Unity co-op, it's either been alone by myself doing the missions on my own, or playing with my friends that doesn't play Assassin's Creed anymore and playing 2 player. Also, Jermaine is always at the top of the tower here, so you could just kind of go right here and do it. And then when you try to kill me, teleports away. And this is the point where I need to be cautious of the crash, because if I do a very specific pathing here to get to where I need to go, it's gonna crash on me. That guy's looking right at me, it somehow didn't even like detect me at all. I'm just gonna kill him just and if not to be safe with the crash, just be safe with being good. But let's not go across. Maybe go down this. Because if I go across that rooftop and go down the one behind it, the game will crash for me. And I do not want that, especially like for like a almost 7-hour run. Maybe. Also, I completely ran past where I need to go. Okay. And I'm gonna smoke directly inside the stairwell there, because it's small enough to the point where it's the only path they have to go. And if they're all smoked and stunned, they can't go anywhere else. Now I just have to have them leave me alone. And skipping the cutscene here is actually, like, I feel like more beneficial, because apparently I think if you skip the cutscene here, it puts you in a better position for the boss fight here. I say boss fight loosely. It's not as much of a boss. It's nowhere near as much of a boss fight as the Bullock fight earlier. But it's still meant to be a boss fight. But if you skip the cutscene here, you actually end up in cover, like, closer to him, I think. At least from what I remember the last time I did a no upgrades run where I skipped the cutscenes if I could say words. I've been talking for like 6 hours. Here you just have to kind of like cover, get in cover multiple times and make sure you get close to him. And then he has that ranged attack where that drains your health extremely quickly. He also has his own eagle vision, which he might use in a second here. Like that. Whenever he does his own eagle vision on you, he will spawn a lightning bolt on your victim. And you can tell he's going to use eagle vision because he has certain lines like the darkness cannot protect you, or like you think yourself safe in your shadows or whatever. There's like a few lines like that he can say that you can tell he'll be using his eagle vision for.
Nothing. The order has rotted from within. We've abandoned purpose for base pleasures. Caught in the very lie we crafted to shepherd the masses. You cannot hide. I have.
And I didn't think that was gonna hit me, and I healed the exact same time it hit. Also, I didn't mean to run out of cover there. I just wanted to get into high profile so I could be prepared to run out of cover. But it made me run out of cover anyway. So that was also kind of like my mistake. I didn't think it would force me out of cover by doing that, even though I should have known that it would have, because I've been playing this game for like 6 hours straight. So it's always worked.
You want to talk? How wide a vision was your
So gotta do this 3 times. Get off. Jesus Christ. I could not get behind cover because he wanted to climb on top of it. Wanted to climb on top of it because the Unity parkour is bad and makes you Makes you want to get stuck on every piece of physical geometry in the game. Until Dawn, I have not played that game. I've seen it, I've not played it. Mostly just because I don't play horror games. And I don't really play a lot of voice-driven games with multiple endings and all that type of stuff. I've heard the remaster of it is worse, though, somehow. Somehow the remaster of it is worse than the original. I don't know how it's worse, I've just heard it's worse.
Revenge! Revenge! Oh, your vision is as narrow as your father's. The darkness cannot...
And he said darkness can affect you, so he has eco vision. Boom. And then every time you get blown back, it seems like you get blown back like on cover.
Power! Don't be stupid, child. This was never about power, it's always been about control. Did your father teach you nothing? Do you think yourself safe in your shadows?
Does eco vision ping?
The order has rotted from within.
Gonna walk in.
We've abandoned purpose for base pleasures. The darkness cannot...
And there's the last one. This is not time yet, there's still a little bit. And then even after time, there's still gonna be a few cutscenes. We're not gonna rush the credits, because thankfully you can skip the credits. But there's still like a cutscene after the credits, and I also want to show proof that I did this with no upgrades, and make sure it's verified. Just because I can, even though it's not like an official leaderboard to run or anything. Just like verify that I actually did this with no upgrades. Name Saint Germain. No, I think. I know nothing about Castlevania. I watched the first season of the anime, and I know what one of my old college friends has told me about it, which I forgot because I was in college like 5 years ago. Which also makes me feel old. But I don't remember anything. I know there's the Belmonts and the Whip and the Dracula. And he says the famous lines, a miserable little pile of secrets or whatever. Also, Elisa's dead. Elisa's dead now. Yippee. Because the Sword of Eden exploded. Yeah, I know it's on Netflix. I've seen the first season of it twice. Because I saw the first season of it, I think, when it came out, and then a few years ago I was like, I want to rewatch this. Because I know there's a second and third season. I think third season of it. And then I rewatched the first season of it, and then I didn't end up rewatching the other season. I just don't really, like, watch a lot of shows. Like, I don't watch anime, like, ever. I should watch more anime considering I play stuff like Xenoblade, which is anime as hell. But I just don't watch anime, I don't watch TV shows. Like, it's not a, that's like kind of a lie. I do watch TV shows, but I mostly just, like, watch Marvel. Like, despite the MCU not being great nowadays anymore, I still kind of watch it sometimes. And that's like really all I watch. I watched the Sonic movies. I watched 1 and 3 in theaters. I missed 2 when it was in theaters. But I have seen 2 now. Just watch wrestling. I don't think I want to watch Woody and push each other around.
Great towers of gold, cities shining white as silver. Thought I was going mad. And I found this place. Jacques de Molay's vault. Through his writings, I understood.
Wrestling to me is a sport, and I am not a sport.
What? Somehow, Through the centuries, I was connected to Grandmaster de
You can probably tell by the fact that I have done like an over 7-hour speedrun of a video game that I prefer video games over sports.
to wash the world clean and restore to the truth the Father of Understanding intended.
This is also like the only time in the game where like the confession cutscene is like the target actually talking to the assassin. Because Unity is a game of all time.
Exiled in the basement forced me to reevaluate my strategy. Find new avenues for the realization of my purpose.
No matter the cost.
A new order never comes without destruction of the old. And if men are made to fear untrammeled liberty, so much the better. A brief taste of chaos will remind them why they crave obedience. Here's we part ways here. Think on this.
Also, there's still a few cutscenes after this, but time is also coming up soon too.
But it is inevitable as a glacier.
I should probably say for the end of the speedrun.
To delay the inevitable.
But there will still also be cutscenes to watch after time ends.
Cannot stop the tide.
Not too many more, probably like
Perhaps it'll not be my hand that shepherds mankind back to its proper
one.
place.
Long one, I don't know.
But it will be someone's.
I have not physically counted the amount of cutscenes in this game. There will be some after time ends. Time should be when the mission complete screen pops up, like what you've been seeing for the whole run, like a mission pop-up screen that ends after each mission. Should be one that pops up too. Another run that ends as scheduled. Yippee! I haven't really been watching too much of this whole event because I've been doing other stuff. I've been preparing for Xenoblade X to come out. But I have been seeing that apparently this whole event has been like ahead of schedule the whole time, somehow. Also, time is gonna come up in a bit when the mission pop-up screen comes up. And this time, with the mission complete screen. Yippee! Runner being too fast. I also missed. Is this? What do you mean PD4? PS4? I am playing on PS4 if that's what you mean. Runner being too fast though. I have played this game. Well, this whole series as a whole much. I kind of talked about this at the start of the run, but I've been playing Assassin's Creed for like 13 years.
Brotherhood teaches us that nothing
Like, just casually playing it for like 13 years, not really speedrunning it much.
Free to do as we would.
To
pursue our ideals no matter the cost.
But I have been part of the Assassin's Creed series for like 13.
I understand now. Not
like 12 or 13, maybe 14, honestly.
Is a warning.
Ever since I first played AC3.
Too easily give way to dogma.
I originally honestly did not like AC3 when I first played it, because I was confused at what was going on. I didn't understand it. I was also like 12 or 13-year-old child when it came out, and I didn't really like. I didn't understand. I didn't really like it, but then like I gave it a try like a few months later or something. Became too obsessed.
Only we can decide whether the road we walk carries too high a toll.
Also, when I first played AC3, I turned blood off for some reason. I remember doing that. I remember when I first played AC3, I turned blood off because I didn't want to see blood. And like now I just don't care. And from what I remember, I feel like AC3 is like one of the only games in the series that even like allows you to turn blood off.
Even as we give our lives.
But Assassin's Creed is also like not really known for extreme like gore or anything. Like there's blood, but not like the most gory thing. Even though I say that now, even though like Shadows has like Shadows and Valhalla like have like straight up like beheadings and dismemberment in it. But like old Assassin's Creed was like never really known for like extreme gore or anything. Also, this cutscene is weird to me. You'll see in a second why. Because Napoleon is here. Here's Napoleon, but also Arno is here. And I'm pretty sure, I'm like 90% sure, that this cutscene canonically takes place after the end of the Dead Kings DLC. But at the end of the Dead Kings DLC is when Napoleon is evil for some reason, and he gets arrested. And I'm pretty sure this takes place after that. So why is Arno working with Napoleon again? And like, I could be entirely wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure this one scene canonically takes place after the end of Dead Kings. And I don't know why, it's always confused me. Kinda hard to hide in crowd blood. But it's also hard to hide in a crowd when you're the only person who's like dressed up in like extremely powerful armor. Also, there's skipping the credits because we don't need to watch all that. But yeah. There was a little bit of extra dialogue there if I didn't skip it. But basically just like, they say like, oh, Germain's body is like in the catacombs now and his bones are like too destroyed and decayed for Abstergo to use his DNA, so good job, yay, whippy, yippee! Which honestly, when I first saw it, I kind of felt like the game made it feel like pointless. But yeah. Just for completionist and verification, 0 skills! 59 total upgrade points. Not used a single one. Did this entire game without upgrading anything. 0 out of... like, 0 for melee, health, stealth, and ranged. Got none of this. This is all unlockable for me right now. None of this has been unlocked. This is all good. No health. Weapons. I only have the Sword of Eden because that gets auto-equipped at the end when you finish the main story. But this is what we were using for the entire game. No Cavalry Saber level 1. Not upgraded. See those stats there. Not using any of this other stuff. Equipment. I am only wearing this outfit because it gets auto-equipped when you finish the game. Colors, I didn't change any colors even though that's not really an upgrade, so it doesn't matter. Original hood, not any of this. Original coats, not any of this other stuff. Original bracers, not any of this, and you get the point. Original belt, not any of this. All basically locked. Original breeches, none of this. Never used any of that. But yeah, that's here we go. There's Assassin's Creed Unity with no upgrades. It's possible, and I've done it a few times by now. And sometimes the game is jank like you've seen for the last 7 hours, but it's still possible and sometimes can be fun. And you two at home can also do this. Have Unity, you can go do a no upgrades run right now. Maybe not right now because it's like 1 in the morning, but you can go do this sometime later after you sleep and wake up. Yeah, that's basically it from me. If you want to find me places on the internet, I stream sometimes when I can, if I feel like it, on twitch.tv, it's pcol6754. Also kind of on Twitter at pcol6754, but not really much anymore because of what Twitter is. So I'm mostly on Blue Sky now, at just pcol on Blue Sky. Steam Spring Sale ends at 1 PM. Yippee. Not gonna buy anything because I'm broke. But yippee. But yeah, that's basically it for me. I'm mostly on Blue Sky. I stream sometimes. Also, I guess shoutouts to Lady Arcaders, shoutouts to Frame Fatales, shoutouts to Binary Breakers, shoutouts to a few of the other people in the Assassin's Creed speedrunning community who do other things that aren't this, but shoutouts to them anyway. So yeah, I will shut up now, and that is basically it for me. I will go get food and sleep because it's 1 AM.